Hello all, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good wherever you are in the world. Welcome to another day of the LPL unofficial English broadcast coverage of the LPL Split 2. My name is Rafa. I'm joined once again by the one and only Super K-Man Rocks back in the caster booth in the building. Woo woo! My man is going to continue breaking down the games, providing all those stats, and not only that, just the positivity that I always love seeing you. And we're gonna jump right into the format explainer because we gotta catch everyone up. In case this is your first time tuning in, what the hell is going on in the LPL here, K-Man?
There is a lot going on in the LPL, Rafa. We are really getting into the back half of split number 2 here. Group Ascend, Group Nirvana, they're all really into swing. And as you can see in this format, the bottom 6 of Group Ascend go into play-ins. Top 4 of Group Ascend go immediately into playoffs. That is definitely going to factor into a lot of what we talk about here today. But I'm excited to see where these teams go.
Yeah. And to remind everyone where all the LPL teams are currently in the standings, both Group Ascend-wise and Group Nirvana-wise. We've already locked and finished out the Group Nirvana games. LGD and EDG have succeeded and triumphed in being our 2 teams from Group Nirvana that will get a chance to make it to playoffs by at least playing in the play-in stage. All of our seeds 6 through 10 are determined and confirmed to be in the play-ins as well, whereas both Top Esports and Anyone's Legend are confirmed for playoffs right away.
Yeah, and that makes today's matchup very, very interesting because it is a team that's already qualified for playoffs versus a team that's really trying to build that momentum for the play-in stage. They kind of are coming in with different ideologies, we'll just say, different goals from today's series, and that's, I think, something that's going to be apparent, maybe in some of the strategies and just general vibes of the teams today.
That's right, and we're going to take a look at both of those teams from our first series of the day. It is Top Esports taking on Thundertalk Gaming, and even if you are not an LPL usual watcher, you know the roster very well, as you got a chance to watch them internationally this year at First Stand. But going up against Thundertalk on the other side of the rift, one of the big things we have to talk about with this roster is that they are right now the #1 team in the LPL, and while this team has a lot of strengths, we need to start identifying what those specific strengths are and where certain weaknesses could be exploited if other teams want to play spoiler to them for the remaining part of the regular season here, K-Man.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of talk about where Top Esports can be taken advantage of, where they can be pressured out from a couple of different areas. But to me, one of the key areas to look at for Top Esports that really affects a lot of the map is top lane. 369 has been incredible across this year. He's really been one of the most consistent players in the entire league. You know, Jackie Love even saying last split that he would have preferred 369 win finals MVP, but you can see the stats up on your screen. He's been incredible for this team, super consistent. And it's the fact that he's able to play both carries and tanks in any situation that's really pushed him above. He's going to be a big piece today in a pretty favorable top lane matchup, and is definitely going to be a player I'm watching.
Yeah, I mean, Jackie Love said it best. When we looked at how Top Esports won finals against anyone's legend in Split 1, I know that, you know, the official LPL broadcast gave the finals MVP to Jackie Love since it was his first final title that he had won in, I think, in at least 5 years. So, you know, the narrative fit it super well. But when we look at the tape, 369 was playing out of his freaking mind, dumpstering Flandra in almost every single lane matchup, and even on that lower bracket run, 369 was playing some of the best damn League of Legends he's played in years, and so it's really been a return to form. Unfortunately, 369's strength was not leveraged well enough when it came to First Stand, but so far in this Split 2, both placement stage as well as Rumble stage here, K-Man, 369 has still proven to be one of our best top laners, if not by the end of regular season, the best top laner performing in the regular season.
Yeah, I think it's a great shout. Honestly, right now, 369 is the top laner to beat in the LPL in terms of the form that he's in, the way that he's been playing both in and out of lane. When you talk about 369, a lot of people go to, you know, the JDG era of 369 where he was asked to play more weak side, where he wasn't necessarily somebody receiving a ton of resources. He can carry games. You want to play through 369 on the top side, you absolutely can do that. I think he's shown over the course of the past couple of months that he can be the #1 option for a team that tries to win the league. And honestly, in terms of value and most valuable players in the league, it's hard to not put 369 in that conversation.
Yeah, I mean, 369 definitely gets overshadowed a lot when you talk about other infamous top laners in the league. Looking at you, Gigabin. Not feeling so Gigabin this split so far. Although, overall, BLG is starting to bring it back. But when we look at, you know, not only what this team has to offer in terms of individual strengths, there's also a couple of members on this team that has racked up a lot of MVPs. And speaking of which, we have a current race for the MVP for regular season of Split 2. Right now, jungler Tarzan or Kanavi, I should say, of Top Esports is tied with Tarzan at 11 games so far across the split. You even have Jackie Love also considered in the race with 8 games apiece to his name.
It just goes to show how good the form for Top Esports has been that you can see 2 players from the same team in this upper echelon for the MVP race, and I think it's pretty indicative of where a lot of the resources have been going. I think there's been a lot of talk about Jackie Love on the bot side, you know, being kind of a pivot point, but really, for a lot of people, Kanavi is Top Esports in terms of whether or not this team can function, and him being an MVP frontrunner, if not the favorite to win it right now, I think definitely indicates where their strengths are.
Yeah, well, we got to start talking about the team that is going up against the Goliath. You know, in this case, Thundertalk Gaming. They're going to try to do their best to be David in this matchup. Now, this roster you may not be nearly as familiar with because their jungler, who used to be on this roster, is now playing for BLG in Beichuan. They have a new jungler that has stepped in now for the past few series. It's Xiao Huanggren, whereas the rest of the roster is still the same from the beginning of the year. Hoya, Satab, 1xN, and Feather. And I'm not going to front K-Man, it has been a difficult one for Thundertalk this regular season. Even with Beichuan back in the lineup, now that he's gone, it seems like this roster is struggling to really find its team identity.
I absolutely agree. They have had a really, really tough time figuring out what they want to do, especially in comparison to split number 1, where they were upsetting BLG and looking pretty solid. But I think really the important thing that they need to lock down is, who does this team want to be now that they have Xiao Huangren in the jungle? Because it really is a completely different playstyle and just identity for them. They have brought in this carry-oriented jungler as opposed to Beichuan, who is much more facilitative, and it's creating this situation where maybe the resources aren't going to be going to players like Satab or 1xN nearly as much in the early game. How are they going to be able to adapt? Does that change their drafts? Does that change their early game identity? All of these questions need to be answered, but this team still has some time to figure it out. Obviously, it's important today to kind of get further in that direction, but I'm looking for progress, not necessarily results.
Yeah, as long as you can get a blueprint going for Thundertalk Gaming going forward, at least you can prepare yourself and put yourself in the best position possible once we get to the play-in best of fives. But of course, you know, one of the strengths that Thundertalk Gaming has really been able to leverage in the past is the power of 1xN and Feather, which is the bot lane duo. And when we look across the board against top esports, Jackie Love, I had a question, K-Man, that I was curious to answer. In top esports' few game losses across the split, especially when I looked at how some of the losses happened from top esports at first stand, it seemed like to me, and the hypothesis drew up, was Jackie Love, if he gets pressured early, whether it's ganked, loses summoner spells, loses 2v2 all-ins, it puts top esports in a really hard place to actually claw back from and try to win the game. I did the research, K-Man, and although we're going to have to dive into the results another time and another series, you know, once top esports are playing against a more formidable opponent, it turns out that it's not Jackie Love's fault. Even though Jackie Love does fall behind in lane many a times, I look across it, and in the losses, there's actually a lot more variables that have to be taken into consideration, and other individuals that actually, when their deficits are much more apparent, it's actually more revealing on when top esports are actually facing these losses.
It's a really interesting finding there from you, Rafa. Great detective work on top esports tape, but I think really like the takeaway for me from that piece of information is, okay, you can put all this attention into the bot lane. You can make Jackie Love's life a little bit harder, even Crisp's life a little bit harder in terms of the 2v2. Okay, that takes away one lane. If top esports can win the other two lanes, if they can get pressure in the jungle, I mean, those are still some of the best players in the world. It's not like 369, Kanavi, and Cream can't carry games at this level. We know that they're capable of doing that. And so really it's about indexing into taking away as much of the tempo as possible with top esports, which is what they're most comfortable with.
Yeah, and I think that is where the actual strength lies with top esports. Even though Jackie Love has been, you know, a strong carry for this roster, and clearly, as you can see, has racked up many MVPs for himself and the squad across, you know, the split. If Jackie Love is ahead, but the rest of the team is behind, I've actually found that sometimes it's not enough, you know? They need to make sure that Kanavi is doing well in the game. They need to make sure... 369, if he's even, the game is fine. If he's monstrously ahead, I mean, that's cool. It starts to become a more apparent on losses when 369 and or Kanavi in the same, you know, region are basically both very behind in terms of their counterparts. That was a big reason why the Anyone's Legend series went so south for them, because even though Jackie Love was doing perfectly fine on Jhin in game 1, the top side was not doing so hot compared to Tarzan and Flandra. And then, of course, you know, Shanks' Azir kind of really was the last nail in the coffin when we looked at that series in particular. But you go back and look through all top esports' losses as well, usually Kanavi, as well as, you know, Jackie Love and or Cream or you know, 369 is suffering, right? So, you know, at least for Jackie Love's case, if I was his lawyer, I can at least confidently say, if Jackie Love is behind, the game is not lost for top esports. They still have a way to, you know, finesse wins even behind just through the bottom side of the map.
And I would argue that that's actually a point in favor of Jackie Love as a player, is that the best case scenario for top esports is that Jackie Love absorbs all of this pressure from the enemy team, because you know he's still going to be good. Like, he's still going to be useful in the later part of the game because of just how consistent he is. We can see the walkouts coming in now, but you're absolutely right. Kanavi is the man to watch on top Esports. He came into the league as somebody who was known as an early game player, somebody who could snowball games out of control very quickly. You want to get him into a spot where he can feel comfortable doing so without feeling pressured to carry the entire game on his shoulders, and that's really what I'm going to be looking at for Thundertalk to take away here today.
All right, well, we are getting a chance to now meet the teams that are playing in our first series, as you're already getting a chance to meet Top Esports here, taking to the stage. Thundertalk will be joining them shortly as well. We also got confirmation on our 1v1s for this series. It is going to be Cream in the mid lane going up against Hoya from the top lane. So not quite the, same role matchup here. And for 1v1s, if this is your first time tuning in, don't worry, we'll also reiterate once we get onto Howling Abyss. But the purpose of this is because we're in Fearless best of threes for the regular season. We got to figure out a fun way to determine side select. And so that's why we have these 1v1s.
Yeah, and honestly, the 1v1s have been a huge success for me. I think we've gotten some really fun matchups. One thing we saw yesterday in the LCP was an Ivern get brought out. I'm not trying to speak anything into existence, but there's been a lot of adaptation. And it won hard against a Darius, which is pretty funny, but I'm not trying to say that there's going to be anything too wild here. I'm just excited that we're starting to get some innovation in these 1v1s, because we talk about it all the time, but blue side is a really big deal for these teams. Being able to control side select is actually pretty important towards who's going to be able to take the series in the end. So excited to see how things go today, and whether or not, especially with these teams kind of locked in their spots, they're going to be a little bit more willing to try some crazy stuff.
Yeah, I was curious if once we shifted over to the Sparrow Blossom map, that priority for blue side was going to, be shaken up a little bit. Maybe some teams would prefer to take red side. Hasn't been the case here, K-Man. Every team still wants blue side, no matter the changes, no matter how the champions have been nerfed or buffed going into patches. There's still a ton of priority picks out there, and yet people or teams in general still just want the comfort of having first pick available for themselves, even if there might be something meritable in getting 2 power picks after the first pick on red side.
Yeah, I certainly think that there is at least an argument to be made about red side now that maybe there wasn't in some of the previous patches, but I think a big reason why teams do prefer blue right now is jungle priority is so important in terms of how things go. So I think winning that early blue side is decently important for how you want to shape the comp of your team, but it's going to be Cream versus Hoya here in the 1v1. Both of these players very experienced in being able to kind of play this matchup out. They've both been 1v1 experts for their teams across this year. Some mid laners versus top laners banned, and we're going to see if they're going to go in that same direction here with their roles.
Come on, show me something spicy. No. Yeah. You know what? I was going to say, no ranged matchups. However, if you're going to pick a ranged matchup, Lucian is at least a little fun to watch because you have to play a little more boldly. Oh, whoa, come on, Kareem. Come on. Lock it in.
Ooh.
I would be... Ooh, yeah! Riven! Okay! I didn't know Kareem had a Riven in him.
Hey, we're going to see whether or not that is true in this 1v1. Because...
that's fair. Just because you lock in the champion doesn't mean you're nice with it either. Okay.
I have seen way too many Rivens go, I'm ready for this 1v1. I'm ready to, perfectly outplay, the Rumble on the other side and then get absolutely destroyed. So, we will see if Cream's got that dog in him in terms of how that 1v1 goes. But I'm just excited it's not one of our standard matchups. No Heimerdinger here today, which I think we can all be excited about.
What, you're not a fan of the Heimerdinger matchups here, K-Man? No fancy turret placements and whatnot?
Hey, I can't say that I'm personally, super excited when I see him locked in, but you know what? I am excited that we at least have the opportunity to potentially see some trades going on. I think the dream for 1v1 is that we don't get to that ring of fire. I want to see action. I want to see, contesting. I don't want that wave to be free for anybody. I want it to be back and forth, and I think we're going to get that here.
Okay. I can see what you're laying down. Well, we're going to see how well Cream and Hoya can take to the Howling Abyss here. Remember, folks, this is a 1v1 to determine who gets first side select in the match between Top Esports and Thundertalk Gaming. Now, the win conditions of this are either first to take out the other person's tower, first to 2 kills, or the first person to kill the other person when the Ring of Fire erupts. So you can either go for the last standing approach if you're just trying to survive until, you know, the ring of fire closes around you, or you can try to see if you can blitz them for the first 2 kills.
Yeah, and I'm hopeful to see some aggression here, especially from Cream. I think this is going to get harder as things go along, although, you know, maybe small closed area could theoretically favor Riven, but it's going to be about who can get the most amount of gold, because the moment either of these champs start building resistances, it becomes a lot more difficult to burst them down, and I imagine that that's going to be the case for both sides, Armor and MR, respectively, for Cream and Hoya. So these early trades, these level 3s are going to be important for both of them.
Yeah. And you have a lot of deceptive mobility on something like a Riven. However, rumble damage is very obnoxiously powerful. And if you can just maintain range advantage by just firing a flamethrower at your face, even if Cream wants to dash in and try to, you know, get some trade damage back, it's a lot more dangerous on his end versus this rumble.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason Rumble has been one of the most, if not the most common pick in these 1v1s, because it's good into just about anything. You can really play around almost anybody's power spikes, and especially if you hit level 6 first, it's going to be a lot more difficult for the Riven to be able to play that game, which is exactly what's going to happen here for Hoya. We will see how Cream wants to end up playing it out, but right now, definitely lane favored for the Rumble and for Thundertalk. Just a little
normally
bit of
Riven
trading.
gets like, yeah, like you normally get these advantages when you're in matchups where the other champion has a finite amount of resources, you know, like mana or energy. Unfortunately, Rumble just heats up. He becomes even more potent. So not necessarily, you know, the greatest situation here for Riven. There's a lot of all-in power once you hit level 6, and if you can dodge out of the equalizer trail itself, it might be winnable. But right now, the health advantage is too stark for Hoya's favor right now.
Yeah, you talked about a finite resource. Right now, Cream's health bar is a finite resource for him.
True.
So he'll need to be a little bit careful in that regard. It's just so difficult at this point when you're chunked out to ever feel confident committing to any sort of engage, because there's just no way that you're going to be able to take it. Hoya at this point can try to poke out as much as possible. That equalizer can still be very scary. So, you know, Barrier Ignite still available for both of these players, and I think unfortunately that means we're probably just going to be a little bit more passive in terms of how things go, but Cream might try to get a back off here.
Yeah, I'm imagining that he's going to opt in for a Hex Drinker rush just so that he has a little bit of resistances so he can survive the initial upfront damage. Yep, there it is. Going for the boots so that he can get a little bit of extra mobility in his stead as well, but the fact that Hoya was able to start with the Haunting guys, the way that he was able to play out those trades and get the combat amp as well on his side. Yeah, this is, whew, it's a doozy for Cream Riven right now.
Yeah, it's not ideal, and especially because of that tower plate going down. It's about a 1k gold lead overall, and that's going to be a completed Leandres for Hoya, which is a problem for Cream, we'll just say. He's not even beginning to start building armor yet, but the moment that that armor starts coming through, that's going to get even worse, and we could potentially try to see an all-in here with the amount of damage that Hoya just built.
Oh man, I mean, you can see how difficult it is. Like, Cream wants to like help clear the wave, but as he clears into the wave using his spells, that's like the main mobility as well as his damage. And then Hoya's just like, all right, I'm just gonna burn you down. Ignite already burned by Hoya. Cream's gonna get a little bit HP back thanks to the health rune, but still, Cream is like below 200 HP. He's gonna have the base. Oh, the equalizer's gonna take him down. Oh, the Leandres burn. Cream, because he got another shield proc. He's actually gonna survive, but I mean, he can just die to a flame spitter once Hoya gets back up.
Oh, the shield coming in though, I think it's just enough. Oh, this is so close. Cream is so low. He's trying to bait in all the damage he can from Hoya with those shields, but eventually he's gonna have to call the bluff and back off. And for Hoya, that's another tower plate, and honestly, you know, we're getting dangerously close to a tower win condition here. Cream's gonna have to stay.
Cream realized that he's just going to lose the game if he doesn't, you know, all in and just clear this wave under the tower and force Hoya off of it. But Hoya is playing so reserved and so patiently, he's forcing Cream to make the errors here. As once again, Cream, below 100 HP now, he finally gets a chance to clear this minion wave. But I imagine Cream has to stay, force everything on this last minion wave so that Hoya has as least amount of time possible to just force win by turret.
The problem for Cream is that Hoya's got so much clear and can push so quickly that the longer he stays here, the worse it's going to get for him. And so you're right, he has to stay, he has to be involved in the rest of this, but he can't actually do anything about it. He's gonna try, but with no barrier, barrier still available on Hoya, it's just hard to imagine any sort of contest going the way of Cream, especially without any healing available. Full level advantage, he's gonna try.
Okay, all in against Hoya. No way he wins this, right? Cream getting so...
No way!
Are you kidding me? Conqueror fully stacked. You can see the frustration in Hoya's face as he could have easily just won by turret, but Cream's resolve is unmatched.
I did not believe it to be possible, but Cream ends up playing perfectly in that exchange. You highlighted it fantastically there, Rafa. Conqueror fully stacked, and just the amount of damage and the amount of resistances coming in for Cream, absolutely gigantic. You want to talk about a value buy there on the Hex Drinker. It definitely came through as the Maw is going to get completed here for Cream. And now he's not only a kill up, but he's, you know, just in a pretty decent spot to be able to take this. Unfortunately for him, it's certainly not over. Armor starting to be built by Hoya. That should make the exchange a little bit easier, but 5 seconds now on the Ring of Fire closing in. That means that we're going to get those final backs coming in from these players, and we're going to see who's going to be able to take that final fight.
Oh, that has got to be so frustrating for Hoya. After that, he had such a distinct advantage. We were pretty much calling that the game was over since he just needed one minion wave that was unattended to by Cream, and he could just easily overheat and then knock out the turret. But now Cream has a level advantage, 12-11 against Hoya. Maw and Wild Mortius fully completed. Yeah, Hoya has tier 2 armor boots, but the way that Cream was able to just completely dismantle this Rumble down a significant amount of HP, I don't even know. I cannot doubt Cream in this situation again.
Cream has no ult. That's going to be a big determining factor here. It's not off of cooldown yet, which could be huge for Hoya.
Cream is trying to buy as much time as he can, weaving in damage while trying to space out some of the rest. And I think this time Hoya will be victorious. Cream made it close in the first kill, but Hoya is able to remain calm and composed and guarantee blue side for Thundertalk Gaming.
Yeah, as we saw, kind of a big turning point there is that Cream had to use everything in order to get that first kill, in order to get some resources back. That included ultimate there on Riven, which he did not have back up for that final fight. A pretty catastrophic mistake there with the Ring of Fire coming in. So, you know, really nice pickup there from Hoya. Perhaps he was okay potentially dropping a little bit of aggression in order to make sure that he could burn those resources when necessary. But because of that, that means Thundertalk is going to get blue side here for game number 1. And like I was highlighting earlier, blue side has its advantages, and at least now it has some disadvantages as well. But the big one for me is going to be establishing exactly what kind of game you want to play, typically through an early middle of the map pick, whether that be jungle or mid lane, whether you want to play for early game aggression or potential scaling. I think both are definitely doable, but we're going to need to see what direction Thundertalk want to go in, because they've got the choice now.
We've seen a lot of priority picks been swapped up and contested over the past couple of weeks now. Multiple times we'll see people try and set up for themselves, you know, one of the best junglers on the patch by eliminating other options. So like you'll see things like Nefiri, Xin banned, and then if Vi's open, boom, slam the Vi. If Vi and Nefiri are banned, then you slam the Xin, or even the Pantheon as well. In fact, there's been situations where, you know, certain junglers are up out of those 3 that we mentioned, and yet when the Pantheon is also available, some teams prefer the Pantheon, because before level 6, that champion can do a disgusting amount of damage, and the easeability of execution on just walking up, empower W, stun, point and click onto a priority target into full burst from whatever lane you're setting up, I mean, that is reliable as hell.
And I think you're seeing some of that respect thrown by Top Esports, because the Galio band's going to come out, one of Pantheon's best mid lane partners there in the middle of the map, to be able to roam around with him, create with a lot of those macro ultimates. But we will see if any other junglers want to be taken off the board. It's the Yone for Satab. That's a pretty clear-cut ban that he's been receiving for a majority of his career, even going back to his time in the LCK. But I'm kind of shocked it's the Scion takeaway here from Thundertalk, clearly worried about a stable topside for 369. A couple of things still available. Vi is on the board. I imagine if that gets through, that's going to be pretty heavily prioritized for Thundertalk. And it actually, you called it. It's going to be that Pantheon as the final ban. Again, I think that means Vi would be the first pick here, but you've got a couple of other options. Xin Zhao is also up if you wanted to go for it, but we will see what direction they want to head in.
Thundertalk go for the Vi. Xin Zhao would be the natural response at this stage of the draft if you want to match skirmishing power for skirmishing power. I think another option that Top Esports should be considering is whether they want to secure the Taliyah for themselves, and if they fear even a like Taliyah counter to come out from Thundertalk. We've seen a couple of them emerge throughout the split. Zed, I'm looking at you. That's definitely been a fun one, but Top Esports not going to go eagerly for the Taliyah blind pick quite yet, just going for the go-to priority top laner that is still available, which is that Rumble for 369, and by not showing anything in the cards for that mid lane, they just go ahead and take the Xin for now.
Yeah, I think it makes sense to take away the Xin. I was curious to know what 369 was going to do. One thing worth noting, both Gwen and Rumble are available, but it's going to be neither for Thundertalk. Even with the Gwen up, they're going to take the Aurora, and that's presumably going top lane here for Hoya, which is a very intriguing matchup. I know people used to like that matchup into Rumble quite a bit, but with the Taliyah there, it creates this big skirmishing, I guess, mid-game that they really want to play around. Depending on what Cream wants to go for, we could see it matched, and we do here. So some very, very interesting mid-jungle duos early on in this draft phase that want to play the map early and want to fight.
Yeah, I think with the showing of Aurora, Top Esports basically have to answer skirmishing power and mobility in spades from their mid laner pick. And anytime you have a Spirit Rush, you know, you give yourself such flexibility and repositioning around the fight itself and trying to find ideal targets to look for. I like the ban of the Xayah because right now Top Esports don't have a dedicated front line, very similar to how Thundertalk does not have a dedicated front line either. So Feather and Chris are going to be on, you know, support tank duty, and that still might not be enough to protect something like Jackie Love or 1xN. So trying to remove AD carries that have that self-peel, that, you know, solo ult capability that can remove diving threats, already, you know, a focus here.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of what I would consider to be pressure-oriented bot lanes be banned out here for Thundertalk, the Xayah, and then, of course, the Renata, which kind of dissuades the Kalista as well. Ezreal's still available if you wanted to take away something more safe, and it's exactly what the Hover is at the very least going to be. That would make a lot of sense here. I really don't see any reason to go in a different direction. If you're Top Esports, maybe they want to go for something a bit more aggressive. Again, Varus off the board, but Ezreal makes a lot of sense. You were talking about things that could, you know, kind of avoid a lot of this, you know, dive aggression coming in from the side of Thundertalk. Ezreal does that perfectly while still being very valuable in the back half of the game. Jackie Love is very famous for some Ezreal plays in the past, so I'm sure he's not particularly afraid of that. For 1xN, though, you know, Misfortune kind of comes to mind if you want to keep this pressure up. Coming out of mid-game skirmishes, it's something they prioritized a lot, or, you know, another low-resource bot laner there in the Jhin that can just be useful no matter what.
Yeah. I mean, you have a lot of champions already on Thundertalk's side that are going to go forward. Vi and Aurora want to dive into the backline, and that means not many threats are, or not many of these champions are going to be helping 1xN in the backline, so best be comfortable a screen away, firing from the sniper's crow nest, you know, with those curtain call bullets. And Thundertalk just going to go for a good old reliable support engage tank in the Nautilus, another point and click ability to try and continue the lockdown on so many slippery targets here, as you've already mentioned, between Ahri and Ezreal, that can be very, very hard to lock down if you don't have point and click. Thankfully, they have two on their side, and the answer from Top Esports will be that Alistar.
Yeah, it's a really interesting dichotomy. It makes sense. Obviously, you need frontline tanks for both of these comps. You just naturally round those out in the support position if you don't have anything else available to you. That's kind of been the regular thing here, but I think this draft is actually pretty even, all things considered. I think that there is a lot to like from both of these teams, but they both kind of spike in those mid-game skirmishes. They both really want to play aggressive. They want to try and play the map. You know, Ahri versus Taliyah has always been one of those matchups where whoever has the shove in the mid lane, whoever has priority, is likely going to be in a great spot. You know, I like this matchup for Cream. Overall, Ahri in the early game should be able to move around with the Xin Zhao, but it's not like the other side's going to be able to have a lot of problems either. You know, Vi, Taliyah can still do a lot. So overall, definitely going to be watching a lot of those objective skirmishes, and then I think whoever ends up winning, that's probably going to scale a little bit better into the late game, if I had to guess.
Yeah, and just to remind everyone at home what the stakes are for this series in particular, both of these teams have locked themselves in playoffs for Top Esports and play-ins into playoffs for Thundertalk, respectively. So the outcome of this series doesn't necessarily change their fate all that much. Depending on seeding could, get swapped around if, Top Esports continues to trailblaze ahead and secure themselves as the first seed or one of the top 2 seeds going into playoffs, whereas Thundertalk Gaming, if they still end up at 10th seed overall, since they are at the bottom of the standings for Ascend, they still have a chance, as you already pointed out, to play against the 7th seed from the regular season standings of Group Ascend, so it's not the worst position to be in. But what we want to see from both of these teams is, for Top Esports, continue showing why you're one of the best teams in the league and continuing to polish on some of the mistakes that other teams have, been able to spoil you with. And for Thundertalk Gaming, let's see a defined blueprint of how this team can succeed against some of the weaker teams going into play-ins.
Got some cheers at the beginning. Definitely see that the fans are excited for this one, but I completely agree with you, Rafa. I think this is really a momentum-building type of series, and that's why I really like that both of these teams ended up going for comps that can control the pacing of the game, that are very tempo-oriented, because you want to show that kind of confidence. You want to show that ability to be able to play through a lot of these mid-game fights and still feel comfortable enough to be able to play it out. I think both teams are indexing heavily into that. For me, early game pressure on the side of Top Esports kind of needs to come through Ari in the mid lane. I think that's really where a lot of that is going to be for them, especially if they can get some picks early, but Satab might have something else to say about that on the Taliyah if they want to play the macro game through there as well.
Yeah, and I will say for Thundertalk Gaming, I think the ease of execution once you have level 6s on a majority of these top lane champions becomes so clear and so defined. Vi Taliyah has been a staple mid-jungle duo for what seems like forever now. I mean, if we could go back in time and actually pinpoint when they started playing together super well, I imagine it's like at least, 4 or 5 seasons ago since Taliyah first emerged as a champion in the meta. But for Top Esports, it does come down to a little bit harder execution, because even if you line something up with, a nice CC combo from either this Alistar or the Xin Zhao, hang on, a lot of bot lane action. Thundertalk Gaming, we're under fire from Jackie Love and Crisp, and I didn't think much more was going to erupt from it, but it does result in Feather having to burn his flash.
Yeah, Jackie Love just continuously stepping up over and over again, and Thundertalk not really respecting the fact that Ezreal can actually put out a lot of damage at this point in the game. The vision's going to come down, but now all of a sudden bot lane has become a very interesting piece here as Kanavi's actually pathing to the bot side, so we could potentially see some early aggression down there, but I completely agree with you. I think the ease of execution for Thundertalk is significantly easier moving into the back half of the game. Top Esports is almost certainly going to have to play the map much better in order to really make the most of a lead if they are able to generate it, which is funny considering they're the team with, Rumble, Alistar, which you would typically consider to be kind of the opposite, but I really do think the setups for Thundertalk are going to be much easier to execute on, but again, I think it's really going to come down to what these early jungle pathing decisions are from both of these junglers. Kanavi here on the bot side, 1xN, at least by himself for now, but it's a pretty big lead for Top Esports in terms of XP at the current moment, especially, for Feather, so we'll see what the decision ends up being, but it looks to be pretty standard so far.
Yeah, Jackie Love going to get a quick base off while Crisp is actually sticking around here. Not sure if there is going to be a delayed base for the Alistar or if he's going to look for something funny. But as the recalls are coming in, some TPs are already being used. Mid lane, at least for Satab, was able to get an early base for that tier so he can start stacking up on the eventual Archangels into Seraph's Embrace for himself. Cream now going to get a chance to look for his own base. Feather's actually spotted on this line brush as he's just clearing out some vision. You can already see that Thundertalk are trying to make moves to try and punish Cream before level 6. Obviously, with Flash, still a little hard to guarantee a kill, but maybe there is a window to at least burn Flash before and then make a repeat visit in that same time frame.
Would be pretty important to take anything away from Ari that you possibly can. Here we see the lane swap coming in for Thundertalk, but Crisp is still down here. Hoya could be in trouble. Oh, well, he's Aurora, so never mind. I was completely lying.
I didn't want to say anything, K-Man. I was like, I'm going to let him cook. Let's see if Crisp, gets aggressive. But because he already used the flash prior in that 2v2 skirmish, no way to immediately blitz onto the Aurora and at least try to pressure for a Summoner Spell. But this is a 2v1 setup now on the top side as well as the bot side. So the fact that Thundertalk have kind of opted into this trade, trying to allow 1xN and Feather some pressure being alleviated for themselves ever since Jackie Love and Crisp got the advantageous 2v2 all-in earlier in the game. This does set up for, normally, if we were on the old Noxus map, Grubs being an advantage for Thundertalk at 6 minutes. However, Spirit Blossom map, it doesn't spawn until 8 minutes, so it really is 1xN and Feather just trying to dodge JKL and Crisp.
Yeah, it's true. We have 369 TPing down here. Could potentially look for a dive, and they're going to on Hoya.
He's not level 6. Pulverize under the tower, and Hoya knows that there's no point in trying to burn a flash. That guarantees first blood for top esports and into the pockets of Jackie Love.
Yeah, I thought that play was going to happen about a minute earlier, but credit to Top Esports for eventually making that play, understanding that they just needed to wait for Kanavi to be able to path his way down, and because of that kill, they're able to secure the Dragon basically for free here. Full bot side pressure going over to Top Esports, so that is definitely going to be their priority, and with the Grubs being delayed on this new patch, on this new map, it could actually just be a full push forward in the early game here from Top Esports. We talked about whoever got tempo, kind of carrying through the early game here, but especially with level 6s being found for a lot of the solo laners, we're really starting to get into the part of the game where these plays are going to matter a lot, and Top Esports the one to strike first, even if that doesn't show in the gold.
Xiaohuangren is moving aggressively into this river. Crisp is there to at least interrupt. Kanavi jumps up. Feather getting distracted by the charm, but now Kree might be in trouble. Satab got the ignite ticking thanks to Feather on the Nautilus. Hoya is now looking for revenge onto Kanavi. Crisp is split up from the rest of the group. He might just give his life for the greater cause, but a good pulverize stops Feather in his tracks, and Kanavi has seemingly made his escape as well.
Yeah, it's really well disengaged there by Top Esports, but we're not done. 1xN Jackie Love. 1v1 on the top side. Jackie Love definitely getting the better of it. This Jhin is in danger.
I mean, Jackie Love could kill him with one more Mystic shot into an Arcane Shift. Barrier pop. Jackie Love just gets the solo bolo and not even falling to a turret shot, not needing to use Flash or Barrier. Jackie Love is playing hot tonight.
1xN just not respecting the damage coming in from Ezreal. He's got that Sheen completed. He's able to do a ton, but to Jackie Love overstay.
Well, unfortunately, Jackie Love was on top of a ward. However, he dealt a lot of damage to Feather. Oh, no. Was it all an elaborate ruse? Feather, one more auto attack. Jackie Love just saying it was all calculated, all according to Keikaku. And Top Esports moved to 3 kills and pick up the first feats of warfare.
Rafa, you talked in the pre-show about, sometimes Jackie Love gets a lead and they're not sure what to do with it, and, they've got to make sure Kanavi's in a good spot. I think this lead might be built a little bit different for Jackie Love. He's 3-0-0 at 8 minutes into the game. Curtain call coming out, but there's no vision. He's barely going to be able to land anything. Crisp is just going to be able to tank up these shots super effortlessly, and Jackie Love is accelerated, we'll just say. Some pretty major mistakes coming down onto the top side, and he can't even stop the back. It's just disaster after disaster, but Grubs are up now, and I imagine, especially if Jackie's going to be back on the top side, this is going to be pretty hard for Thundertalk to take. They got to rush this.
This is a Devin Booker truther dream right now, just watching Jackie Love be 3 kills up already on this matchup. It hasn't really resulted in a stark gold lead for the team, and because of the pressure and the delayed backs of Jackie Love and Crisp, it is Grubs going over to Thundertalk. Meanwhile, good pick. Cream's in trouble. Spirit Rush is going to bring the Vi over the wall, and even though it was on the other side, Xiaohuangren damage still connects in the end. And Thundertalk are at least able to remain within striking distance and even gold parity thanks to the pick on Cream.
Keeping your eyes open, it's what we want to see, but they leave Xiaohuangren out to dry. No, he's just going to be able to dash over the wall. It's going to be pretty simple. Overall, it's just a really nicely timed play from Thundertalk. They realized that Jackie Love needed to back after getting all of that gold influx, and they're not able to capitalize on the big piece of pressure that they generated on the top side. They rush it down as quickly as they can. Great way to blow all the ultimates to win a fight there, but Crisp is going deep here, and Kanavi's with him.
Oh, this is dirty. Xia Huangren trying to Q through the outstar, but can't make it, and no flash available on the Vi since they already used it in the prior skirmish, and Top Esports gonna punish the new jungler Thundertalk.
Yeah, this is the problem with burning so much in that earlier fight to just secure the grubs. Not to say that the grubs aren't a big priority, but it's pretty easy to be able to capitalize Cream with a nice charm. Just a lot of damage coming down onto this Talia. Man, we're just seeing a little bit of an advantage for Top Esports, and most of it coming isolated in these matchups with the fancy feet for Cream, just being able to dodge everything, and it's even more plates going into the pocket of JackieLove. We already saw it down on the bottom side, 369, after hitting that level 6 power spike, has started to really win that lane against Aurora, which is not necessarily how that's supposed to go in terms of pressure, so things definitely coming up golden for Top Esports, even if they lost the grubs.
Yeah. We're now seeing the remnants of a decent gold lead for the side of Top Esports, right? It's just barely at 1,000 right now, but I think the biggest advantage is going to come in once JackieLove gets an early spike on that Trinity Force because of the 3 kills, because of the turret plates that he's been able to pick up. That will allow them to pretty much guarantee they are the strongest team when it comes to fighting on the second dragon. Satab does find a nice chunk onto Cream. No teleport on this Ahri, so it will be a little tricky if Cream is not able to fight for wave cryo in anticipation of the second objective.
Yeah, and this is going to be the big one for Top Esports. If they're able to start stacking these dragons now, then I think the win condition becomes a lot more difficult for Thundertalk, because Top Esports really put them on a clock, on a timer, if you will, so excited to see where that priority comes in. You're absolutely right, though. No teleport available for either Cream nor Satab, so they got to stay on the map. They got to stay aggressive here, but I imagine that will, be the priority for both of these teams. We can see the mid laners leading the way in terms of XP. 369 at level 9. Hoya not quite there yet. He's going to be able to pick up some waves here to get closer and closer, but it's actually going to be Thundertalk who's here first, and Top Esports just giving this up. I expected more priority here.
Yeah, I mean, Thundertalk are at least on the ball and just blitzing this dragon as fast as possible, since everyone from Top Esports was on base. Yeah, they're not going to get a chance to contest for it all. I have to say, I'm a little, I don't want to say concerned, but I'm definitely impressed that Thundertalk are being able to find these quick windows of getting these objectives. First the grub window, and now the second dragon of the game. And Top Esports aren't really getting that much off of it, because within the time frame of these objectives are being taken, it's Top Esports redeploying. Not pressuring a turret quite yet, but just them getting back on the map.
Yeah, and 369 is going to be the target here.
He does not have flash. This looks like an easy kill set up from Xia Huangren's Vi. Vault Breaker right on top of it as well. Thundertalk are keeping themselves competitive with Top Esports in the first game of this series.
Yeah, to me, this is Thundertalk taking advantage of some Top Esports mistakes, and that's what you want to see from Thundertalk. They're not exactly the kind of team that can, blow for blow, go brute force versus brute force against Top Esports. So to see them capitalize so consistently when Top is overextending or putting themselves in a bad position is really positive. It's going to be a bit of a race here for first turret. Top Esports have a little bit of a lead here. See if they're going to be able to close it out as that final plate falls on both sides, but we will see. JackieLove going to be pushing it down, but because there's no support coming in from Crisp, it looks like Thundertalk might be able to win it. It's so close.
Yeah, I think Top Esports just already conceded the fact that they weren't going to get first brick, since Crisp already started channeling the base timer. So JackieLove, knowing that he's no longer going to beat the clock on that one, just going to take his time on letting the turret kill every last minion and deny as much golden experience as possible. So I have to say, K-Man, Top Esports, at least when it comes to JackieLove, is very strong right now. Super accelerated on the Ezreal, right? But what has Thundertalk done successfully in these plays? They have made moves where JackieLove is not on the map. That's why you already see, remnants of decent gold advantages in all top 3 roles for top, jungle, and mid so far. They have either been punishing Cream, punishing 369, or at least trying to get objectives where Kanavi cannot, get to in time.
You're absolutely right. There's a ton of pressure on the side of Thundertalk right now, and like we said before, I think a lot of it has just come from capitalizing on TES being slightly too slow, but Satab now could be walking into a trap. Oh, he just dodges the charm.
Satab had his 6th sense being procced there, Spidey sense, as one might say. 369 in trouble, forced to flash over the wall. He's gonna make his getaway, but now that's a rumble without a flash. Could be an easier target for Thundertalk to punish in the future.
it's just more resources being burned by Thundertalk, and Xiao Huangren has done a great job in this early game of being able to pressure out as much of the map as he can. I think he's understanding that 369 is by far the most exposed member of top esports right now, and just constantly trying to get as many resources out of him as possible is pretty massive for this team. JackeyLove could be the target here, though, if they can pick him off. That's huge.
Deadly Flourish right on top of it. No Arcane Shift available. He's forced to flash. The Death Charge follows him, but he's at least still alive. Chris is now going to face tank a lot of the damage, and punting and feather by the flash repositioning. Well done by Crisp and JackeyLove to punish Thundertalk Gaming. And Saytab, no! Oh, I didn't even realize he was TPing right into the middle of all four. You got to remember, with teleports on this patch and in this new season, it's just a lot slower than you anticipated being.
And there's the hubris coming back to bite Thundertalk. It's not just the fact that they overextend and put themselves in harm's way, but we were talking about it. The plays they need to make are on the map without JackeyLove. It's trying to find advantages where the gold isn't. They try to make a play as quickly as possible onto the Ezreal, but there's just no way that they're going to be able to lock him down quick enough. Kanavi ended up starting on this Herald, but Xiao Huangren's going to be the one to continue moving forward because Crisp has no health, but we're going to get a replay here very quickly. I think they see that the ultimate's used and they just feel comfortable going in, but the problem is it's just so difficult to lock down this Ezreal. It's not going to die fast enough. You don't have enough damage, and so you buy way too much time. JackeyLove is still relatively healthy for this fight, so by the time that you get the collapse coming in from Kanavi, it's gorgeous from Crisp to be able to knock him back into the turret, and then, you know, Saytab at this point just getting left out to dry, going way too far forward on the teleport and paying the ultimate price for it, but it looks like it is going to be Herald picked up for Xiao Huangren, and they might try to look on top side here. Maybe Cream's the potential response.
Sidesteps the charm. Xiao Huangren continuing to leverage that pressure point onto the top side away from where JackeyLove is not on the map, as they're not going to be able to find a setup anytime soon onto Cream. He has Flash and Spirit Rush available, so it would be ill-advised to try and force it while he's so close to that tier 2 tower. Third Dragon is coming up in the next 10 seconds. Neither team has really made strong plans on setting up for this Dragon. 369 does have a huge push onto this bottom side, so they can always walk in first through that lane. And right now, with the way that Kanavi has brute forced his way into this bottom jungle quadrant, I think this is TT actually actively conceding the third Dragon of the game and trying to play for a quick pick, if not the tier 2 structure being the felled here on the top side.
Yeah, I actually really like this play from Thundertalk. I think they realize the Dragon win condition is just not real this game, so they're just going to get a free tier 2 on the top side for their troubles, and this Herald's not done yet. They're going to try and drive this out of here. It looks like it might just be used as an escape path. Don't imagine they're going to be running it all the way down, but you know, it's nicely done. This Dragon doesn't really mean all that much for Thundertalk, at least at the current moment, so getting something in return, but Kanavi trying to catch out Hoya. He's going to have to use the ult to just get out of there.
Unsure if Hoya was intending to be forced to use his ultimate there, if he knew Kanavi was waiting around the corner, because it looked like he wanted to surprise JackeyLove with a little bit of poke there, and then getting jumped on, saying, okay, well, that's my ultimate there. But top esports so far, still doing okay, at least being able to play around their one strength point this game, which has been JackeyLove. Still deathless in this first game. While, yes, his flash was burned a couple minutes ago, it is coming back off cooldown in the next couple of minutes. And so far, Thundertalk have not been able to find a repeat visit window to really punish that lack of summoner spell. It just goes to show, K-Man, as we talked about in the draft, when they were looking at some available AD carries that could maintain an advantage and still be relatively safe, Ezreal was quite the nice pick here in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Ezreal is such a great champion on his own, but in the hands of JackeyLove, he becomes unreal in terms of just how strong that champion can be. Looks like it's just going to be a trade of tier 1 towers here on top and bot, but it's just overextension once again from Thundertalk on that previous play. They saw Kanavi on a ward, and so they should have had absolutely no qualms just backing out of that play if you were looking for an Ezreal there with a Xin Zhao to be able to, you know, collapse. It's questionable decision-making once again coming in from this team, and Chris could be looking for a very aggressive play. Xiao Huangren caught in his own jungle, the rest of his team.
Yeah, Xiao Huangren tries to use the ultimate to get through Crisp and flashing away back to safety. The charm will find the Vi, and Cream and JackeyLove will finally get vengeance on this Vi for paying them so much pain in the early game. Top Esports now continuing the chase. 4 versus 4. Cream looks for another charm. flashed by Satab, but he is still in a world of hurt. The last bullet does nail Cream in the back of the head, but Top Esports is going to continue the chase, and 1xN will fall next. It's a double kill for Jackie Love, and Top Esports now 10-4, making that gold lead even larger than before, and Hoya could be the next one to die. The win becomes lightning. It's the third Mystic shot. It's just so damn good.
Unreal kinds of fighting there from Top Esports. It's ironic because I do think the setup there from Thundertalk is pretty nice. You want to fight in these close quarters with the curtain call coming out, with a potential, Aurora being able to, fight on the backline, the teleport coming in and getting on a priority target pretty much immediately. The problem is they're just too far behind. They allow Jackie Love to free hit throughout the entirety of the fight, and there's no way to win it at that point. So, big credit to to Top Esports for being able to win it. They're going to take the tier 1 mid as a consolation prize as well, or as, I guess, an extra icing on top of the cake. And we've seen a game go from pretty playable for Thundertalk to pretty out of control here as we see the engage. It's a beautiful knockback. Once again, the second one of this game from Crisp, who's been phenomenal. Cream ends up going over the wall here, landing that charm and securing the kill onto the Vi. We can see, though, this is actually a pretty good setup for Thundertalk as Hoya's on the backline. He should be able to, cause some havoc. And once that curtain call ends up coming in, there's a lot of damage coming out from the side of Thundertalk. The problem is the equalizer just completely burns them down. We can see Feather not even really surviving at all in that fight. 1xN never really gets to play after that Jhin ult gets dropped, and from that point, it's pretty free for Jackie Love to be able to clean up.
Yep. And now, even though the gold lead, the last time I checked, was only 3,000 ahead of Top Esports. We'll see if it has changed. Nope. Relatively the same. Meanwhile, another fight on the top quadrant. Looks like Top Esports are going to be able to disengage pretty easily. The gold lead isn't big, but what I'm trying to get to, K-Man, is that Top Esports definitely feel very much in control. While 369 and... Oh, hang on. I mean, Thundertalk are throwing a Hail Mary here. They're just going to force Top Esports to challenge them at Otacon.
Yeah, Crisp is super low. This is basically a 4v5 in favor of Thundertalk if they want to go for it.
Engage. Right onto 369. Def Charge already used there. Hoya trying to follow up with... Oh, Chris! How did he get back there? What a massive flank by the Alistar! Thundertalk thought that they had forced Crisp out of the fight, but he comes back with strong vengeance, and this cow just dismantled Thundertalk.
Oh my goodness, that was an unreal flank from Chris, but it was set up perfectly by the rest of Top Esports to create this gigantic cluster for Thundertalk to just be eviscerated on. The equalizer ends up landing on all 5. Kanavi does a fantastic job of funneling them all into a closed area, and Crisp ends up making them pay. We saw Thundertalk have the opportunity to potentially push themselves forward, but I think that opportunity might have just gone down the drain. You're now looking at a 10-kill Ezreal, and we're going to see this once again. Thundertalk feel confident to go for this play, but look at how bunched up they are. The Ezreal ult lands on everybody in Crisp. Who needs a health bar when you can land CC on every single member? Just gorgeous stuff from Top Esports. They play the fight about as beautifully as you could ask for, and they're going to get everything on the map for it.
No Alistar ultimate? No problem for Crisp, as he just needs one single combo to end all of Thundertalk Gaming in one swift play. And Top Esports now expeditiously climb to a 6,000 gold lead off of the force by Thundertalk. And you know what? I'm not even mad at Thundertalk for, making that gambit. I'd rather teams that are lower in the seeding. Hang on, 369 could be caught here. A seismic shove. Okay.
Teleport coming in.
Decent pick. Oh wait, Cream is teleporting in 1v3, trying to buy as much time as he can. Good charm onto Satab. Chris trying to punt him away. This guarantees that at least Satab falls, and now it's a 4-on-4 for the side of Top Esports. Just a quick pick for Thundertalk, ends up being evened out by Top Esports, and once again, K-Man, I'm going to say the same thing. I do not mind Thundertalk trying to throw stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks. You might as well, since you're not expected to win this game.
I agree. I agree that it's a good idea to at least try, as we see Kanavi just jumping onto Hoya and forcing him out by himself. But the problem for Thundertalk is look at Top Esports comp. They're going to be able to respond to any play on the map, like instantly. You've got a global ultimate with Jackie Love, who's got a 4K gold advantage by himself, by the way. You've got Cream being able to teleport in and immediately make a play. 369's teleport will be up off of cooldown very shortly. It's so easy for Top Esports to be able to collapse, which which makes these plays for Thundertalk even more difficult. The one place you had a gold lead for a majority of this game was in the mid lane, and that's because Satab was doing a good job of, capitalizing on Cream being out of lane for a lot there, but at this point, it's just kind of disintegrating, and if JackeyLove's in a fight, if he's available really at all, it's going to be difficult for Thundertalk to win. They need to keep looking for these picks, and unfortunately, they might have to give over a lot more than just a couple of objectives in this game.
Yeah, they have 3 dragons to the name right now. 3 minutes away from claiming Infernal Soul. I am really, like, if we want to be honest here with everyone at home, like, Thundertalk are very limited on ways to come back into this game. Scaling factors not necessarily existent here. I mean, like, Aurora can get more and more one-shottable, from her combo if we have to really pick straws, right, K-Man? But, like, you said at the beginning of this draft, both of these compositions excelled in the mid game. That's where Thundertalk were trying to push the accelerator, and unfortunately for them, even though they made, surprisingly good moves, in the end, Top Esports played it better.
Yeah, and that's the real issue. You can talk about Aurora scaling, but not only is the only priority target on the enemy team an Ezreal who can just Arcane Shift out of any fight, but he also built Hex Drinker, so he's not even going to get bursted down by the Aurora at this point, but the fight's going to be started.
Yeah, Vi already flash queued onto JackeyLove, just trying to force something, but no one was near the Vi, and you can just sense the desperation from Xiao Huanggren to try and force a play. Once again, I'm not mad at it. Unfortunately, no one from Thundertalk could even realistically follow up. So now this guarantees 5-on-4 as Feather is forced to flash over the wall, trying to run away from the equalizer. Look at the damage! Flash Wind becomes lightning from Kanavi, slows him down. And the rest of Top Esports will run Thundertalk out of this mid lane. Curtain Call is going to be opened up and will not find a damn thing, K-Man.
It's just, there's nothing to do here for Thundertalk. I think we talked about it in the pre-show. One of the things we were really looking for from this team was a sense of identity and a sense of cohesion to build upon. We didn't need results. We needed to see good process. And unfortunately for Thundertalk, right now it just feels like they're so disconnected. I understand that you just got to throw everything at a wall to see what can land, but it doesn't really feel like this team has a good understanding of where they need to be at the moment, and Top Esports is more than happy to not only take advantage of that in terms of the fights, but be able to get a Baron for free. Now we're looking at basically a 10k gold lead, and Jesus, 1xn. He can't survive these fights. JackeyLove's damage is so ridiculous. JackeyLove just completed a Maw. Like, there's no way to burst this guy down on the back half of these fights. For Thundertalk, best case scenario is you can start it on your own terms, but even as we've seen there, might not be leading to a lot of luck, and with Dragon spawning in 40 seconds, it's looking pretty dire for them.
I mean, listen, I know JackeyLove is ahead of the curve right now. He's got 4 items, and 1xn is just barely working on his 3rd. But, like, is True Shot Barrage supposed to do that much damage at level 16? That seemed illegal.
I don't think it's supposed to do that much damage. I think that might be a little bit of an accelerated thing. A 5k gold lead for JackeyLove, and now Top Esports can take anything.
We've seen it once, we've seen it twice, and now a 3rd time. Chris pulverized Flash into reposition for the headbutt, and it's easy scoopings onto Satab's life for Top Esports. This guarantees a 5-on-4 as they start sieging into the base of Thundertalk, and Cream just dashing around trying to see if he can force any other quick picks. Spirit Rush already extended, but Top Esports now pushing into the Nexus Towers. Feather gonna look for a dredge line answered by Crisp, and great punt away by Kanavi as he re-engages on the Xin Zhao, just creating space for his carries to do all the dirty work. Hoya forced to retreat into the fountain, and there's not a damn thing that 1xn can do. Top Esports will clean out game 1 of this series against Thundertalk Gaming.
What a dominant showing for Top Esports. That was a 28-minute game that did not feel like it lasted 28 minutes. That was a game that was over much quicker than that. If you wanted to see TES come out and dominate at the start of this series, congratulations. Here's your wish. This is the team that looks like the #1 team in the LPL. They played through every single lane beautifully. Poor 369 was the only one who really didn't get a ton of attention this game, but it just was a masterclass, and we were highlighting JackeyLove at the beginning of the day. I think we got the JackeyLove performance we were looking for.
Yeah, and we had, alluded to many times throughout the split where Top Esports have had JackeyLove, kind of have oopsies or get pressured a lot early on, and we're discussing, was that enough to be, a reason why Top Esports would lose some of these, few games. Even if they didn't lose out the full series, dropping these games is something that you want to avoid if you're trying to establish yourself as by far and away the best team in the LPL. Those are just the expectations and the standards you have to set for yourself. Fortunately for Top Esports, they didn't have to answer that question this game, because Jackie Love, right from the get-go, he and Chris dominated 1xN and Feather in the 2v2, forced them to bail and swap to the top side, then said, okay, well, now if you're going to leave Hoya by his lonesome, we're going to dive him, get Jackie Love accelerated even further. And then the best part of it all, K-Man, was the 1v1 that Jackie Love forced against 1xN, and then baiting Feather, whether intentional or unintentional, to get another kill for himself.
They were walking in like stormtroopers to be taken down by Jackie Love's Ezreal, just over and over and over again, just feeding him gold, feeding him kills. And we're right to highlight Jackie Love. He was incredible, and obviously that 1v2 on the top side really ended up turning the game. Some unbelievable Alistair plays coming in from Chris. Yes. He had a phenomenal game, and I really want to highlight him as well. I think within all the chaos, it might go a little bit under the radar just how strong he was in this game, but the bot lane for Top Esports being such a focal point for them and showing up in such an important way is a really good sign.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, K-Man, the way that the strengths were played out in this first map of the series between Top Esports and Thundertalk Gaming was far different than what I expected, because for a majority of 2025, we've kind of looked at Thundertalk's, major leverage point being 1xN and Feather. There's a reason why they were in our top 3 All-Pro mentions for Split 1. They were legitimately some of the best in their role, and as a duo, still stand to be what we believe an AD carry and support duo that should not be underestimated and not reflecting their standing score. It's just been the other lanes on their side of the map. However, 1xN and Feather were not the leverage points this game. It was actually Xiao Huangren playing with Satab and Hoya, getting picks on the Cream, getting picks on the 369. Even Feather realizing, hey, 1xN is kind of Dunsky for the first 15 minutes of the game. This lane is cooked. So I'm going to roam and help, get some kills for you guys. And for a while, Thundertalk were actually competitive. They were even in gold.
Yeah, that's the scary thing for Thundertalk is that, your strongest lane ended up getting taken down here. We're going to see it in the replays. Jackie Love just getting a solo kill for free, essentially here on 1xN, who just gets bursted down so quickly. This is through barrier, by the way. Like, this is not just killing him without sums up. This is everything, but you're right. Like, at least Thundertalk had the wherewithal to try and make plays elsewhere. This is really where it fell apart for me in terms of the replays here. They're putting so much into trying to take down Jackie Love, but he's just so safe. You were highlighting so well in the game how, Thundertalk were doing a good job to stay away from Jackie Love, to get pressure elsewhere so that they could start building something up. They tried to cash in here, but it just was way too early. And from that play onwards, Top Esports had so much pressure on the map. Satab just, a little bit behind the play, we'll just say, with that teleport. Yeah. But, things just kind of going from bad to worse, we'll just say, and another great knockback from Chris. But you're right, like, at least Thundertalk was looking on the top side of the map. 369, unfortunately, had to be the recipient of that. And I don't think Hoya played all that bad. I know we traditionally talk about him as somebody who's a little bit weaker on some of these hyper carry types of picks, these more aggressive, damage-oriented picks. But, he was kind of the strength of the team in this game, if you want to put it that way. The problem is they just never had the tempo to be able to play through the Aurora.
Yeah. So I want to ask you, K-Man, because one of the main questions that we were kind of asking overarching Top Esports and Thundertalk Gaming, specifically Thundertalk on this side, is we want to see a defined blueprint. Whether the execution is successful or not, all we care about is that this team has an identity, has a clear game plan going into each of these games against Top Esports tonight, so that you can best prepare yourself when it comes to the play-in stage of playoffs, right? Did we feel like there was a defined game plan for them, at least for the first 20 minutes?
I think it's fair to say that they had a defined game plan. Now, would I say that that game plan was a good one or was the correct one? I think that's more up for debate. I think that they clearly had an idea of what they wanted to do in the game. I just don't know if that's what they should have been focusing on. And to me, that's the biggest concerning trait, is especially when you had a player like Beichuan here as the starting jungler. He's such a macro shot-calling oriented player. He's definitely much more willing to have a clear game plan coming in early. Xiao Huangren, a player who doesn't really have a lot of experience at this level. I need to see him be able to bring that same understanding of where he needs to be in the early game. And while they were able to pull some, plays back, I think they made some nice trades, specifically taking that tier 2 on the top side. When you look at every single fight they ended up taking, almost all of them were overextensions and just being in the wrong place at the wrong time, which really ended up costing them. I need to see them get better in that regard before I can officially say that I like the direction they're headed in.
Sure. Well, Thundertalk have one more game to at least prove it tonight. At least a very, very solid game plan, because if it does, work in their favor and they're able to execute on the identity that makes the most sense given their individuals of this roster, then, at least it gives Thundertalk fans something to look forward to as they get ready for the play-ins of the playoffs. Wow, that's a mouthful to say. But I promise that is legitimately the truth. It's not playoffs quite yet. There's a play-in stage that's going to bring in the bottom 6 teams of Group Ascend teams, as well as the EDG and LGD from Group Nirvana. And yeah, I mean, JackieLove had the biggest KDA on the team, had the most kills, deathless on the Ezreal, played a near perfect Ezreal game, 95% kill participation. He basically created the win for Top Esports alongside Crisp. We can't take away the credit from Crisp,
Yeah, I completely agree. Great game from JackieLove.
JackieLove truthers are definitely eating good off of this first game. And who's also eating good? Us, because we're extremely grateful to our Coffee and YouTube subscribers who help level up the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent and content creators. So subscribe to our Coffee, linked in the chat below, to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. Also, guys, the support helps level up graphic assets. This fancy graphic package that we got, I've said this every single time, and I'll continue saying it again because it is so damn freaking cool. We did not have this in Split 1. It was a little bit more bare bones, and now it looks awesome. We got freaking mountains animated in the screen. So thank you to everyone that helps level up and support LPL Unofficial English. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, it's going to be Game 2 between Top Esports and Thundertalk Gaming.
Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear, driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear, like an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun, running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and have you heard about MOBA Trainer, the new app that teaches you League of Legends with a series of puzzles? Just boot up the program and work through puzzles every day to improve your game knowledge. You select the puzzle from this map, answer the questions, and unlock more features. Let's do one right now while we're waiting for Game 2 between Top Esports and Thundertalk Gaming. Take us away, K-Man!
Okay, so we've got some trap setups. We're gonna learn how to trap the enemies and force a fight that we want to take. We're playing as Rengar here, so definitely should be a fun one. We can take a look at the mini-map here. We've got Anivia pushing on the top side. A lot of action going down. It looks like potentially you could be getting collapsed upon. As I believe...
is super low.
Yeah. Okay, right now, I mean, if you've got the sweeper, you should probably use it. You should know whether you're on... Yeah. You gotta know whether you're on vision.
That seems like such a... maybe this is like the first question in the module, but yes, start with the sweeper first before leaping onto someone's face.
Ooh, and right now, you've already got your Anivia collapsing. The Karma looks like it's going to collapse as well. Our time is up, it seems. We didn't have much time for it. I would jump on Varus immediately here. He is completely exposed. Yep. And it's lethality Varus, which we didn't know as well without the scoreboard. But yeah, no flash available. Should be a pretty easy pickup. Okay, gonna try and turn this, but there's just no way that this is ever gonna go anywhere else. Now, this is a much more interesting decision. What do you think, Rafa, here?
Let's see. What other objectives are coming up? You have Dragon spawning 155, so you have plenty of time to take the Herald base and then redeploy. So I like taking Herald because Varus is dead, Maokai has been chunked. It's a little dangerous for him to approach. Yeah. Let's go.
Hey, you're the color commentator now. You're the smart one on the desk, but
whoa, calm down. Let's not set myself up to fail now. You know, I get one question right. It does not mean we need to, swap anytime soon. I'd rather be, hey, look at that, and just call out the fun plays. But make sure, guys, if you want to try out some of these puzzles on your own time, go to mobatrainer.gg, use that code LPL20 for a discount on premium, so you get to unlock more of these modules. These are super fun. I don't know if we have time to do a quick skill shot one for our producer, Bread. Nope. It is, we're going to draft, so thank you later once again to MOBA Trainer as Game 2 draft has started, and right now, nothing out of the ordinary, game, man.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of repeat bans here, except the Rise is going to come out for Top Esports. Again, just taking away options now, especially with Talia and Ahri off the board. Champions like Rise, champions like Galio, they're going to increase in priority because you're losing a lot of the other, macro-oriented options to be able to counter them easily. So makes a lot of sense to start taking them off the board, but now it's really going to be up to whether or not these teams want to play for early aggression or team fights. With champions like Vi and Xin Zhao, that can be a little bit more, all around in terms of how they want to play the game off the board. It really does kind of force you to index in one direction or another. And Thundertalk for the second game in a row will have the chance to kind of decide what direction they want to go in with that first pick.
I always like one direction, whether it's Nile, Harry Styles, or, even Liam. Shout out. And rest in peace. Anyway, Gwen being the last ban from Top Esports. Looking for our first pickup on the side of Thundertalk. Now, we know that the last time they went for a jungle priority, which was the Vi. However, we cannot go for that because neither Vi, Xin are available from the Fearless mode being activated from the first game, but also Pantheon and Nefiri taken off the board. So, just going for the straight up Scion selection.
You want to stay safe for Hoya on the top side. I understand that champion can be useful no matter what. Sejuani Yone is available. And that's something that Thundertalk have prioritized a lot this year when given the opportunity to play it. I think it was a conscious decision by Top Esports to leave it up. I kind of assumed it was going to be the Yone first pick coming in there, but it will be that Scion again to stay safe. We will see what Top Esports want to prioritize. This is what I was talking about in terms of, the champions that were off the board. It kind of forces you to index one way or another, and Azir definitely kind of points in the direction of, hey, maybe we're going to be playing more for the team fights in this game than the early skirmishes like we did in game number 1. We'll see if they pair that up with a hyper carry-esque AD carry, or if they want to go for something a bit more complementary in the early game to kind of take some of the pressure off of Azir.
Yeah, I mean, the fact you see a super tank like Sion locked in super early on, it kind of dissuades the AD carry lock-ins to be something more early game oriented or low damage. So Kalista kind of at least fits both the bill of early pressure and objective control, but also she is a champion that could build Blade of the Ruined King. So it's not the worst case scenario if you have to be, taking a lot of spears out of a giant Sion come late game.
Yeah, if you want to complement the Azir, this is definitely the pick to do so. Lucian Nami's going to be the answer. The other thing that I thought was left up that could have been interesting was the Xayah Rakan, if you wanted to go for that with the pressure they could generate. But I really like kind of throwing down the gauntlet. Jackie Love had a phenomenal game in game number 1, was up 5k gold, 95% KP, completely dominated the first game of this series. Give him the tempo and the pressure to be able to do that once again here in game number 2, especially with the form that he's been in as of late. Obviously 1xN and Feather will have their chance to be able to answer, but it's definitely going to be some action in the bot lane once again, I would imagine, from these two.
Yeah, and Top Esports going with the Kalista Renata combo means that they have so much powerful disengage right now, K-Man, so they are able to at least receive strong engage setups from the side of Thundertalk between the Emperor's Divide and the Hostile Takeover, and the kiting ability from Kalista. So now, if you're Thundertalk, you want some guaranteed lockdowns so that you can get a chance to get a trap sprung onto something super, super slippery like the Kalista, or even to an extent, something like an Azir as well, which is why Top Esports are trying to remove some of those huge backline diving options like the Yone. The fact that they didn't lock it in for themselves in the first round means that they're not going to get a chance to look for it in the second round.
Yeah, I think they're just taking away, right now, comfort for Thundertalk. Yone is Satab's most played champion across his entire career, and then the Zyra has been the thing that you want to think about. Xiao Huangren's best game in the LPL so far was absolutely on that Zyra, and so you just want to take away the things you feel comfortable on. The Skarner ban felt obvious to me coming in here. Perhaps you could just look to take away something like Sejuani. Sejuani Azir has been pretty popular combo, but we could actually see the top lane locked in early here, and could be saving jungle for counter pick on Top Esports. Don't get to see that much, but it's the Cassante.
Wow.
Kind of surprising here. A champion that has fallen out of popularity quite a bit as of late, with some other options being available, but 369 is going to opt into it here, and we'll see if he can generate some tempo on the top side going into this Sion, but most likely going to be much more weak side this game, I would imagine.
Well, it goes to show that Thundertalk were at least very well aware of what 369 was definitely inclined to picking into the Sion by already sniping out the Ornn and removing what probably would have been a better tank option with powerful engage utility on top of it. Thundertalk, rounding out their composition, looks like a Poppy for Xiao Huangren and a LeBlanc. Oh, baby! Oh, now we're talking, K-Man.
Yeah, that excites me. That crew... Ooh, and I was going to say, they're saving last pick for jungle for a reason. I want to see something fun and aggressive. I don't want to see a Sejuani lock-in on R5. That's not what we save R5 for. We want to see something more fun. Come on. Oh,
I mean, I would be down for this as well. Give me the Bel'Veth or give me the Talon! Yes! Okay! Owner debuted Talon this split for the competitive season of 2025. It has been a hot minute since we have seen Talon jungle competitively. I think it was the 2021 or the 2022 Worlds meta where a bunch of assassins were playing Bruiser with like Gore Drinker and Conqueror, which is not very cash money, the most entertaining way of building assassins, but at least we get to see assassins in the jungle. And oh my goodness, Kanavi taking a look across the pond and looking at LCK and going, hey, Owner's pulling out a Talon game. I want to pull out a Talon game now.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be at least a little bit envious of what Owner was doing over there in the LCK. You got to go out and prove you're the best jungler in the world right now. You got to go out and, let everybody know. But I think, even from a construction standpoint, I like this Talon. It adds a level of aggressiveness that I think this comp really needed. The Kalista Renata obviously brings a little bit of it in the early game, but Talon's going to have a lot to do in this game, and I'm really interested to see where things go. Honestly, I'm looking at the draft for Thundertalk, and we talked about indexing one way or another. We talked about wanting to play towards either early or late game. They picked early game. They said, we need to snowball. We need to be able to pick this up as quickly as possible. A lot of eyes are going to be on the bottom side of the map for me, the Lucian Nami, but Satab as well on this LeBlanc. He's known as an assassin player. Let's see if he can match the other assassin on the other side and create his own advantage.
That's right. And I'm double checking the Talon stats for across season 2015 or the year of 2025. We have actually before Owner, there is a couple other games, but they were in tier 2 teams. Okay, so Owner is the only competitive talent in tier 1 that has been played so far. Kanavi now gets to add his name to the list of competitive talent games in tier 1. We're going to see how he's able to play it out. Now, just to kind of borrow from what some of the other talents have built in the past, as we talked about it before, it was mostly a bruiser build with Gore Drinker into the likes of Black Cleaver. Owner built Eclipse and Black Cleaver and then into Serpent's Fang because there was a lot of shielding on the other team, which I find very based. I love Serpent's Fang. I'm a Serpent's Fang peddler, K-Man. I don't know if you knew this, but I love getting that item on lock whenever it is a strong possibility, because if anything bugs me the most is when I'm about to kill someone on the Rift and then Barrier comes up or Ivern Shield pops up and I'm just like, no, I need to delete it right now.
Hey, I don't blame you. When you see that health bar go low, you want to see it go to 0. That's the whole point. What's that random extra gray part on the health bar? I don't like seeing that, so I don't blame you one bit. But, you know, looking at the early pathing here, Kanavi already playing like a complete nuisance. Well, you're having to spend a lot of time helping Xiao Huanggren take his Raptors to start off here, but that means that Kanavi is going to be pretty delayed on the clear here, already kind of expecting that on the Talon, but if anything, that confirms it a bit as we kind of see the tempo going in the favor of Thundertalk. But, you know, I talked about it in draft. If Thundertalk do nothing in this early game, especially pre-level 6, I think things become very difficult for them. You're already looking at a LeBlanc that really wants to try and fight as early as possible, and a Azir that can't really match that as quickly as you would want. You've got a Lucian Nami. We're seeing some pressure go down by top esports, and if they're just going to be pushing in this bot lane 2v2, things are already going to get pretty dicey overall for TT.
Kanavi just flashed over the Dragon Pit. He said screw mobility at the moment because he's going to get access to his E, which will allow him to parkour back over the wall to safety. So this flash, I mean, it's definitely funny, but he knows that he's not going to really need it anytime soon. He's just trying to counter jungle and get back as many camps as possible since Xiao Huanggren was poaching all of his own on the top side of the map.
And the real issue here is that now this bot lane is in a little bit of danger. We see Poppy pathing down, but it's level 3 for Kanavi, and so he's going to kind of be able to do whatever he wants. We could see Xiao Huanggren just looking around going, hey, where'd all my stuff go? It's not here anymore. I guess he doesn't know yet. He's taking Raptors,
I don't think
he's probably expecting to path down, but you're right, that flash being burned doesn't really matter because Talon can just jump over the wall anyways, and the ping.
There's the missing ping! He's like, what the heck?
The single question mark ping. Oh no, that's
it's the small joys in life. Oh my goodness.
Cinema. Oh, Cream though, going in a little bit. Satab actually getting pretty low here. Does he have a kill?
Is he gonna flash? Oh, that was close.
Yeah, that was very, very close. That's really bad for Satab. You need to be able to establish pressure in this 1v1 in the mid lane or else things get very dire very quickly. Satab.
Oh, flash! Committed bolt. Satab gets the 1v1 on the LeBlanc.
I wasn't sure he had enough mana to make that play, but he has just enough, and he's going to be able to pull off the 1v1 kill. You know, asking you shall receive for some pressure coming out of the mid lane. Great job by Satab. We know him as an assassin player. You know, he's kind of living up to that billing right now, feeling a lot more comfortable on this LeBlanc than he did previously on the Talia.
I'm actually curious if we've seen other LeBlanc games this split, if not, you know, competitively. I already did my little bit of Talon research. I might cook here. K-Man, yeah, keep the chat busy and occupied while I do some investigating.
No, for sure. Kanavi continuing to take away as much as possible from Xiao Huanggren, who's looking to re-invade. All of this has equalized out to a gold neutrality in the jungle there, but I think that generally is always going to favor top esports in the way that this game is structured. That being said, LeBlanc is now pretty massive in the mid lane. You know, basically a full level up here. With both teleports burned, a bad trade for Cream could be disastrous for the Azir being able to play through this mid game even a little bit. That being said, we know that LeBlanc doesn't necessarily, you know, benefit a lot from these mid game skirmishes. We'll see if Satab wants to full commit here. Just a lot of damage.
Wow. I mean, Cream is... I'm not sure if it's supposed to swing this way, where Cream wants to shift in aggressively and close the distance against the LeBlanc, even when she distorts back, but at least Satab seemingly getting the better of these trades so far against Cream. Xiao Huangren has no idea that Kanavi is about to poach these wolves, but he might have an idea, and now he gets a chance to spot it out. He's like, hey guys, there's a Talon. Get this guy. I think the smite went over to Kanavi, so at least he poached the wolf successfully, but now he's got to be careful about when he uses his E, because Xiao Huangren can block it with the steadfast presence. He's going to use it over on this way, but now Kanavi is in deep enemy territory, no way out, and Satab just got gift wrapped a second kill.
You know, some Talon players will look at you and tell you that that's worth it. I'm not so sure that that's going to be the case there for Kanavi. He ends up giving another kill over to this LeBlanc, who's now in a phenomenal position. We talked about that needing to be like the pressure point once again for Thundertalk. Well, they've capitalized on it, but I need to see more out of this bot lane for Thundertalk as well. These trades haven't exactly been going in their favor, but here we go. Jackie Love getting very low.
Yeah, taking a lot of damage. Good handshake, pulls Feather right back in, forces the heal from the Nami. So at least that's a one summoner spell being burned off of this Lucian Nami powerhouse duo. Thundertalk at least maintaining a lot of aggression in this bottom lane duo setup. Xiao Huangren now looming around, getting spotted at least on this ward. So Jackie Love and Chris will have enough time to respond and defensively reposition themselves. Hinavi is waiting around as well. And are they? Oh wow, they're just gonna try to leash up this dragon potentially. I mean, you have Callista, makes sense.
Yeah, it definitely feels like an early objective kind of game for top esports. Dragons in particular feel very important for them. Satab gonna try to get some vision here. Kanavi is not gonna be the healthiest member in the world, but he's actually stayed on darkness. They're gonna see it now, so we will see how that goes. It could be a collapse.
Satab wants to be able to pressure this, but he can't because it's just a one-man mission so far. Xiao Huangren was on base, so even with information on this dragon being started up by top esports, not really much can be done on the side of Thundertalk to stop it. You did hear a Sign Ultimate being used. Maybe it was a chance to try and disengage from 369 or just look for a trade of Ultimate so far as he does it again. So I guess you get a shield, right, when you dash in as Azir. Is that how the E mechanic works?
Yeah,
or do you have to hit?
I think what he's looking for here is just the ability to try to trade as neutrally as possible. He's not worried about his health bar dropping low. He wants to make sure that Satab can't stay, high health throughout this entire lane. But the problem is now he can take trades like this.
Mm-hmm.
Just overall, like a very awkward situation for Cream. Obviously he knows the matchup pretty well. Another assassin player on that side, so I imagine he feels pretty comfortable playing this. And it's not necessarily how I would indicate it, but now the pressure being put on the top side. Jackie Love, 1xN, Feather, and Crisp all made their way up here. The grubs are going to be started by Thundertalk, and Kanavi's going to have to get over this wall pretty quick if he wants to even try to contest, but the problem is there's no shove on the top side.
Yeah. Picture-in-picture did show the trade of top lane ultimates from 369 and Hoya, and as you called it, Thundertalk have full control of these grubs since they had not only 1xN and Feather, first ones to the top side with the wave in their favor, and at least Hoya sticking around to ensure that these grubs were not going to be contested for. Jumping onto Kanavi, Xiao Huangren locks down the Talon, waiting to see the kind of the E over the wall before he commits it, but now the re-engage by Cream, and now Xiao Huangren is going to pay the piper here. Satab looking for a little bit of extra damage, but it's not going to be enough. Was not able to get enough burst onto this Talon, and Kanavi will get a chance to survive this encounter.
Yeah, I really just think that that's a desperation, unnecessarily desperate move coming in from Thundertalk. It's a nice culling coming in from 1xN to do some damage to Chris, but there's just no reason to try to chase Kanavi there. He's always going to be able to get out. The entire team is there. You see them on vision, and now Satab, even with those 2 kills, is starting to get a little bit weaker in this laning phase. We see a gigantic gold lead because of that CS difference in favor of the LeBlanc in the mid lane, but the problem with LeBlanc is that her mid-game skirmishes just aren't particularly consistent. So even with these, influxes of gold that she's receiving, especially if the rest of the team is going to do well to collapse, the gold's even. Top Esports is still going to be in a spot where they're going to be able to fight here.
Yeah, from my understanding, it seems like if you are trying to, play this LeBlanc out in the mid game as strong as possible, you're looking for the early gold advantage so that you're kind of accelerated on those power spikes, and then therefore you're beating people in terms of stat differences with bursts and quick picks. The only time that I see LeBlanc can still be strong if it's not the early game and, the accelerated mid game spike is when we've seen it LeBlanc in the past go to late game when she's on like 3 or 4 items, and then you're just kind of a glorified poke machine. You go in with your distortion, try to get your QRE, see if you can chunk someone out before a big important fight, and then try to gain a numbers advantage that way.
I mean, you're right. That's exactly what you do if you're not accelerated on LeBlanc. But the reason that you need to be able to get accelerated on LeBlanc is because if you're not one-shotting, people on that champion, she just doesn't really accomplish all that much in comparison to other mid laners in the game right now. So you need to see Satab continue to be aggressive. If he can't dive the backline and immediately burst them down, there's really not a lot else that champion can really offer in some of these fights, especially considering the follow-up is just Lucian in terms of where that damage is going to be coming through. So need to see Satab continue to be aggressive, even with this big gold lead. Cream is still going to have a ton of consistent damage in these skirmishes, which could give Top Esports some favor. Again, gold lead basically neutral, no objectives on the map to be able to take right now. Dragon is up in 1 minute, and that will be Top Esports' second if they want to go for it. But at least for now, I don't imagine they want to overextend and risk things too much here.
Sure. Well, while we do have some time, as Cream takes a bit of a nasty amount of burst from Satab on the back end of that trade, I did find out what other LeBlanc games were played, not just in LPL, but across, Tier 1 pro play. Satab did debut the LeBlanc earlier in the split against Invictus Gaming. It was against Rookies Talia. Unfortunately for them, they did not win. And meanwhile, Satab is in a world of trouble. Thanks to the clone passive, is at least able to get away from Kanavi's grasp. And now with Xiao Huangren arriving to the party, Cream is in a world of trouble. Maybe can at least get one more butt stab, but he's not going to find it because Satab is able to dip around the soldiers. And it's another double kill for the LeBlanc.
It's absolutely gorgeous from the mid-jungle duo there of Thundertalk. Not only is Xiao Huangren in a perfect position to be able to capitalize, but he stays out of vision the entire time. Satab ends up dodging around, gets right back into range for Feather to be able to give him the heal that lets him survive the burn damage coming in from Cream. It's gorgeously played, and that's actually a really big positive now for Thundertalk, who should have all the tempo they need in order to push forward here, but because of the backs needing to come in, it's actually Top Esports who's going to get to this dragon first.
I mean, this LeBlanc is nearly 30 CS ahead of the Yazir, 2,000 gold overall ahead. Ludens has already been completed, 8 seals on the dark, or 8 stacks on the dark seal, I should say. I mean, this is a great position if you want to get this LeBlanc to be your main win condition now in the mid game where she's accelerated, and 369 is tanky. But he could be in a world of trouble if there is another chain. But it's the steadfast presence that pumps 369 into the wall, forcing him to flash. Getting slowed by the hammer shock. But here comes Kanavi. But 369 already gets popped. Xiao Huangren trying to survive as long as possible. And Kanavi just doesn't do enough damage. He gets super close. But with the triumph coming in, Xiao Huangren still lives to tell the tale.
Yeah, you can see the rest of the team hoping and praying to get down there fast enough to be able to collapse, and they're just not able to do it. That's 5 kills on Satab's LeBlanc now, and you are looking at a very, very dangerous champion. Jackie Love and Crisp gonna try to push it in, but we'll see the replay here of this mid lane fight we saw a couple of minutes ago. It looked pretty good here for Top Esports at the start, but Satab doing a perfect job to kite out exactly to the Poppy, who again was in darkness that entire time. A perfect CC layering to not allow Kanavi to move an inch, and then you can see Satab here dodging around from the soldiers as much as possible, dashing in to get the heal from Feather, and then dashing back to stay out of range. It's just great stuff coming in, and this is the kind of execution that we need and the hype that we need in a series like this.
I need that as a GIF, expeditiously. That is like on the same level as the Leonardo DiCaprio pointing meme as well. So it's nice to see the Thundertalk coach so exhilarated and so excited, because this is a very convincing game state to be in as Thundertalk. 3,000 gold ahead against Top Esports. If we want to put some disclosures on top of the game so far, the fact that Kanavi has not been great on his timers as this talent so far, that might be a side discussion, but you know what? Thundertalk are up, baby, and that's all that matters.
Absolutely right. Like, Thundertalk have the advantage and have the tempo in this game, which is what we talked about them needing to have, as we can see them utilize it to not only start taking this dragon, but take the tier 1 mid lane as well. We're going to see Satab potentially looking for another play. Jackie Love!
That was close. I thought that was just a one-shot right there, and the fact that Jackie Love didn't even pop the barrier, I mean, I wouldn't have that kind of composure myself. I would have burned so many summoner spells right there.
he's got the math done in his head. He's calculated every scenario. He knows every outcome, and he understands that he doesn't need to burn it there. But I will say one thing for Top Esports that I think you can, kind of point in their favor is that I don't really think the Thundertalk comp scales particularly well. You're not looking at a team fight that is consistent really in any way, especially if 1xN doesn't start getting some consistent gold here. But if they're going to continue to pressure and take everything on the map like they're taking this Rift Herald right now, we might not even get to the stage where they care about the 5v5s. And even if we do get there, again, Satab could just blow up the backline in the first place. But really, the name of the game for Top Esports now is Cream, and whether or not this Azir can get online.
Yeah. So I want to look ahead, K-Man, and start, theorizing potential timelines just from the state of this game. Thundertalk are relatively overall 3,000 gold ahead. Cream should be fine. So, with that being said, hang on. What are we doing? Okay, Rift Herald is going to crash in. Cream is under pressure at the moment. There's going to be 3 people arriving to the top side. This is a lot of members invested over for a potential tier 2 crash and just trying to accelerate the gold as much as possible. Nice knock up onto Cream. Did Cream just get himself killed? Not quite, but he is now down 50% HP. Kanavi gets hit by a bubble! Culling is going to rip this Talon apart, and he can't even parkour back the safety of his own jungle. Thundertalk now continuing the chase, looking for Cream. Satab gets a lot of poke down, but now he is surrounded by multiple members here trying to escape with Feather. The bubble does land onto Jackie Love, and it buys enough space for Satab to escape.
Yeah, that was actually very, very close. You might not see it in terms of the health bar, but a ton of arrows stacked up in there by Jackie Love, and that execute was coming in very, very shortly on the LeBlanc, so really nice bailout there from Feather, but what a fight in general from Feather to be able to pick up Kanavi earlier on. The perfect bubble coming into Lockdown Talon. That's his weakness as a champion. You see him, he's dead. There is no way to outplay that if you are Talon, so especially with this Eclipse built as the first item, there's not really going to be a ton of survivability, and it's just more positive plays going into the pocket of Thundertalk, and if they continue to get gold on priority targets like Lucian in these fights, all of a sudden, that late game that we're worried about becomes a little bit easier and a little bit more playable overall for Thundertalk. But with Otacon being the next major objective coming up alongside Dragon in 2 minutes, we're going to see that priority going that way. But Kanavi, again, just jumping in, no vision, no way to know what's going on. I imagine he just jumps over the wall right into the bubble there, and it's just disgusting. Too much CC, too much damage. There's no way for him to be able to make it out, and this is the advantage that Thundertalk have been able to generate because they control the map, because they can place down all that vision, and they're looking again.
Just some pressure. Ulti for ulti trade. No Fate's Call for Jackie Love, but there's still a hostile takeover in case Top Esports need it. If Thundertalk really send the entire cavalry against them for a full-on onslaught, but Thundertalk just understanding their pressure points and being able to push in these waves to continue controlling these vision choke points on this top jungle quadrant where Cream can't really move. Still down a lot of gold. Now almost 3,000. Satab is no. Jackie Love might be in trouble. He has the barrier, still has a flash, gonna pop it, but 1xN is going to get the kill, and now Jackie Love down. Both summoner spells still dying is spelling the end of Top Esports in the second game.
Oh, it just goes from bad to worse, and it goes from great to flashy for 1xN, who pulls off a stylish kill on what a lot of people consider to be one of, if not the best AD carry in the LPL. It's gorgeous stuff. Xiao Huangren now just gonna blast that Talon out of there. They're looking for this tower, and Satab, you have to respect the damage coming in from the LeBlanc. They just unfortunately don't have the wave to be able to capitalize, but it's just looking phenomenal for Thundertalk. They've played the map as gorgeously as you possibly can play it, and unfortunately for TES, this is a 4v5. Talon does not exist in this game right now. He is just not a factor, and that's going to make it difficult for them to come back.
I mean, when I look at how this Talon is playing in this game, okay, man, this kind of feels like one of those nights where you and your buddies are playing flex queue, and you have like your one person who says, you know what, I don't play jungle that often, but I really want to play Talon. It just sounds like super fun. But they're clearly not built up for the task of being able to pilot it to its success. And the funny thing is that Kanavi is obviously known as one of the best junglers here in the LPL. But the moves that he has made and the decisions that has occurred from his Talon this game have not reaped any rewards. In fact, just more pain and punishment on the side of Top Esports. And as you called it, this Talon has very little value other than just having a smite attached to his champion skin.
Yeah, now we're seeing the teleport come in. Dragon has started. This is a big fight for Thundertalk. If they're able to win it, could be game.
Cream is looming on the left side. Hasn't been spotted yet by that control ward in the red buff brush. Oh my gosh, Crisp is already chunked out. Xiao Huangren going over the wall, trying to blast Cream out of the fight. They're engaging onto Hoya, forcing him to flash. Saytab tries to step up, look for some poke. Tidal Wave only hits Chris. Culling nails him into the back. Hoya sending it behind the two-man unstoppable onslaught. Cream is trying to create as much chaos as possible with the Azir, but it's just Thundertalk Gaming, Thunder talking the talk, and Top Esports will all collapse as 1xN picks up the quadra kill. Oh, just give it to him. 1xN, one man with all 5 members on his side. 369 trying to do the most, but Saytab, being a scumbag, will steal the Penta away from 1xN. But this is Thundertalk's game to shine.
No Penta for 1xM, but I think he'll take the team fight win. He might be a little bit more upset right now than maybe you would want to be, but not only is that the team fight win overall for Thundertalk, it's the Otacon as well. They get tier 2 top lane just as a consolation prize as well, like icing on top of the cake for everything. It's unreal how well Thundertalk end up playing this. First of all, Crisp is chunked out before we even get into this replay. He's not even really a champion. The culling ends up picking him off there from the Lucian, but Xiao Huangren perfectly getting in. It's clear that Cream wants to be the hero here, wants to try and salvage the fight, but he just can't. It's beautifully played by the Poppy at that point. Really easy for 1xN to be able to start taking over the fight in terms of the damage, especially once 369 gets ulted out from Poppy there as well. So just a beautiful setup for Thundertalk, and quite frankly, there's nothing else to say other than that Thundertalk have been the better team in terms of both execution and setups in this game.
Yep.
Oh, Kanavi.
And it has really just bled from the advantages both mid lane and jungle were able to secure for themselves in this game. And this is what I wanted to get ahead of, you know, a few minutes ago before the game really broke wide open in favor of Thundertalk. Top Esports, in their losses, you know, we had asked the question at the top of the series day, is it JackeyLove's fault, you know, or are there other individuals at fault here? And, you know, the conclusion that we found is that it's really when Kanavi and one other person from the top side of the map are, you know, dasherishly behind. Well, K-Man, what has happened exactly this game?
I'm not even sure you can call Kanavi behind because I'm not even sure he's in the game still. It feels like this talent is just completely disconnected. Yeah, I mean, just dashing in over and over again. We could potentially see a play, though. 369's on the flank.
Hoya's gonna lead the charge. Oh, it's just too easy. JackeyLove can't do anything, and Kanavi is just throwing paper clips at the rest of Thundertalk with these daggers as they are just not really doing any resilience of damage, and Top Esports are crumbling through the bottom side of the map. I'd be damned if Thundertalk would just want to end the game right here, right now.
Yeah, this should be the end for Thundertalk. This should be them picking up a Game 2 victory. They don't want to go for it, though. They don't want to overextend. Crisp coming up in 1 second here. JackeyLove up in 10 as well, so they didn't feel that they could close out in time. But you know what a little bit of a negative play might be for Top Esports? Sending your one frontliner on a gigantic flank into the backline and then forcing Kalista to step up. Maybe that's not the play overall for TES. It didn't really end up working out for them in the end, but you're absolutely right. This game is all but done and dusted in favor of Thundertalk. And when you want to talk about how they got here, I mean, you got to give Saytab a ton of credit, but 1xN has played out these late game team fights about as gorgeously as you possibly can. Everybody on Thundertalk has been stepping up, and we wanted to see, we didn't need to see results. We didn't need to see them come out and take games. We wanted to see the process. Well, the process looked much better now that you've got Saytab on something that can move around in the middle of the map.
Well, I think this just goes to show for Thundertalk's upcoming series in the play-in stage that they should be very wary of a LeBlanc game from Saytab, because if he was able to play this well into Cream's Azir, I mean, imagine who else can step up to the plate that would be in that play-in spot against Thundertalk. As yeah, that's some fried chicken on the menu for Thundertalk. Another golden bird going their way.
That's an all-out coming in from 369. He's looking here. Doesn't seem like he'll find too much, but we will overall just see what Thundertalk can put together. You're absolutely right. I think at this point, the only thing they're fighting over is who's going to get more kills in this game, Saytab or 1xN. That's kind of the goal at this point. Who's going to be able to to pick up as much as possible. It's just so difficult. 17-1 here for Top Esports. They found nothing on the map, and you highlighted it really well. This is the problem when you watch this, middle of the map fall behind in the early game. They don't play from behind particularly well. It's why they've struggled internationally, because when you go up against these teams that can more consistently win in the early game, do Top Esports have the answers to be able to bounce back from those situations? Right now, the answer to that is looking kind of like a no, and even against a team like Thundertalk, that's already very concerning to me.
Yep. That's why the community was mad about Top Esports internationally at first hand. However, Satab could be in trouble here, and okay, that's a big bounty being shut down for Kanavi. Okay, well, we're gonna see how well they can make use of that kill for themselves. They eliminated a ton of stacks on the Medjai Soul Stealer from Satab, so a lot of gold going down the drain essentially for Thundertalk, but it's still a 12,000 overall gold lead, so I don't know how much of that really matters, because whenever we looked at these games, K-Man, in the past, teams that are down 10,000 gold or more never come back. It's very, very, very unlikely, like less than 5% chance of possibility of happening.
Yeah, you're absolutely right here, and we can see why, because even if they win that fight and start taking Dragon, Baron can be started by Thundertalk with 4 members on the map. It makes it so difficult to really be able to do anything. Kanavi gonna commit to try to finish off this Dragon. I actually really like this play. Thundertalk gonna force the issue.
Cream is actually forcing the Emperor's Divine on a 1xn, got both summoner spells out of this Lucian. 369 trying to blitz his way forward. Kanavi cannot join this fight quite yet since he picked up the Dragon, as the rest of Top Esports trying to do battle with this super tank sign, and they just cannot punch through it at the moment. Kanavi steps up and takes way too much damage and realizes that he cannot fight. The teleports are coming in for Thundertalk. They're going to blitz the end of the game, push past the inhibitor already in the mid lane, and take game 2 away from Top Esports.
The perfect setup for Thundertalk there, destroys everybody on Top Esports, and we are looking at a team that we questioned going into the day. Well, we can't question them now. They pick up a big win over the best team in the LPL. Wow.
I mean, listen, I'm hyped for Thundertalk. That's an awesome win to pick up, and Satab, completely manhandled Cream's Azir in the mid lane. Props to him, and going to show that, even though he's only played this LeBlanc now twice, he has, really strong mastery of it, and at least understood that the matchup was great for the LeBlanc into the Azir, was able to play out this trade successfully. I cannot shy away from the fact that Kanavi's Talon was one of the most useless things I've seen this split ever, and I don't know if Kanavi has at least played it in scrims and this was just a bad game, and this everything that could have been a flip went the wrong scenario or the wrong outcome, right? But oh man, that one might have to go back to the drawing board for Top Esports.
Honestly, I give them credit, because it's clear they're like, we're up 1-0 on Thundertalk, let's play Talon. Like, let's we've locked in top 4.
Clearly,
yeah. I mean, they're throwing stuff at the wall. It just did not land. It did not even come close to landing. It's still floating in the air, if we're being honest. So, great game from Thundertalk. You want to give them a big shout out, but for Top Esports, you just need to see some early game pressure, like somewhere on the map. Like, it's not good coming in. So. Overall, just it's not a good look when you're playing Talon Azir and you're dying multiple times pre-level 6. Like, it's doomed, and especially with Cream trying to fight every exchange with Satab by dashing in and taking so much of his health bar. Like, I understand maybe wanting to play more aggressive, but it just felt like a lot of unnecessary risks that they weren't really able to follow up on.
Well, there are 2 at least exciting things that we get out of this match, or this particular game, K-Man. One, even though Kanavi is tied in the league for the most MVPs and can show how high his ceiling can be, he also humbles all of us as players that his floor is just as stark in the opposite direction sometimes. So, if you're having bad games and bad days, just remember, even pro players can have disgustingly bad games as well. And you know what? It's totally fine. You can move on from it. You can pick yourselves back up, Don't let the solo queue woes, get you down, right? And the other great thing is that I can't show it to you guys because I don't have the technology, but shout out to hang on, I want to get your name right. GX June Lover for securing the bag on the gif of the Thundertalk coach pointing at the screen. Yeah, I'm going to be using that one a lot more often. And I mean, K-Man, even though we have to kind of like vamp throughout all these graphics, just go ahead and give Satab MVP of the game, bro. Like, we already know it's in the bag.
What is there to learn? I mean, the only thing I learned this game was that, as it turns out, Satab's pretty good at LeBlanc. That's a takeaway that I think I had from this one. Gorgeously plays this early fight. Once he gets that first kill, it's kind of doomed. What we forget is that the second kill that he ends up getting is in the jungle on Kanavi when he just overextends to try to take wolves. It ends up being a really big problem, but gorgeously played in this fight here by Satab. And that's really the big advantage that you have if you're LeBlanc, is the skill expression of that champion is insane. And, you know, for Satab, we've criticized the macro decisions, we've criticized the, you know, overall, you know, map playing of him, but we have not criticized the mechanics. That's really where Satab is going to thrive as a player. You give him a champion that can really express a lot of those hands, he can start to take over, and that's exactly what we saw here. But, you know, in a lot of these highlights, you know who we're also seeing? Xiao Huanggren. And I don't know if he's going to get enough credit, but awesome poppy game from him.
I mean, listen, we expressed towards the end of this game that it was a mid and jungle gap from Thundertalk this game in particular, you know? Now, I think Xiao Huanggren, while he did a lot of great work on the Poppy, the jungle gap was also accentuated by the fact that Kanavi tripped and stumbled and fell over into the gap in the hole multiple times. So, but still, yeah, credit to Thundertalk for capitalizing and taking advantage of it. And I think it continues to add to our discovery and understanding of top esports as a team. Like, while yes, most of the time they're firing on all cylinders and these individuals are the best in their roles in the LPL for the most part, if Kanavi and one other player from the top side of the map is super far behind, not even Jackie Love can bail him out. I mean, Jackie Love was kind of behind in gold, but he didn't fall behind in lane. He and the Renata were still relatively even, but you could see that Jackie Love was pressured to try and make plays, so then he started stepping up aggressively, and then 1xN and Feather punished that, and then, you know, as you called out, then everything starts collapsing around them.
The biggest problem for Jackie Love in that game is that the moment that Satab and Xiao Huanggren end up winning in the middle of the map, all of a sudden 1xN can start playing super aggressive. And when that Lucian starts to get a ton of gold, the Kalista starts to feel a little less impactful. As a champion, it's really hard to be able to pressure out a Lucian who's up a ton of gold, even after losing lane. So, you know, credit to the map play overall of Thundertalk to get themselves in that position. But you know, I think you're right. It does kind of show on tape that Kanavi did less damage than the Poppy and the Scion in that game as a Talon, which is just not good. That's really not a good stat line to be able to show off. So you never really want to see that, but it really was a bit of everything. The only thing I can criticize Satab for is stealing the Penta and being a scumbag in that regard.
Yeah. I mean, listen, Satab, we already knew that you were going to get MVP of the game. Why didn't you just help feed 1xN a little bit, bro? The pentakill would have been awesome for the momentum. Imagine the euphoric screams of cheer of Thundertalk taking a game off of top esports of all teams. This is 10th place in the standings against first place in the standings. It just goes to show you how wild of a show LPL can be. I imagine when we get into Game 3, top esports are not going to take it as lightly as possible. You know, we're probably not going to see another, you know, fun pick in the jungle for Kanavi. Honestly, if this was like, you know, any of our situations where, like, you know, friends are like picking fun champions and then they have a performance like that, it's like, back to Sejuani duty for you. Back to Maokai duty for you. You're going on dog champ duty. You are playing for the map. You don't get to have fun in this next game.
I think the scary part of that is that now top esports are also on blue side. So they get full control of that as well. But we can see up on the screen, no shocker, no surprise, Satab is going to get player of the game. I mean, completely ran the entire early game here on LeBlanc. We talked about that champion needing to get snowballed in order to feel relevant. I think the snowball started. I think that it's fair to say that there was some, you know, some gold funneled into the mid lane there for Thundertalk, but you're absolutely right. Excited to see what happens in the adaptations for Game 3.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy for Saytabs LeBlanc, but now you're gonna have to see if you can make another miracle happen in Game 3 and bring some excitement to Thundertalk fans, or if Top Esports are going to continue the script as expected. Take a short break time for us here on the caster booth, but when we come back, it's the final game between Top Esports and Thundertalk Gaming. Welcome back, y'all. We are getting ready for game number 3 between Top Esports and Thundertalk Gaming. Now, if you missed out on game 2 or any of the series and you're just tuning in and you're going, wait a minute, Thundertalk Gaming have a win against Top Esports? Well, 2 words, LeBlanc, Talon. That's all you need to know. And I don't even need to provide context because, listen, guys, Satab's LeBlanc is actually kind of real, but also there was a little bit of silly business. It's as polite as I can say from the side of Top Esports jungle mid. And K-Man, you are the mid lane expert. I'm not a mid lane player. I was confused on some of the trades that Cream was taking on the Azir against Satab's LeBlanc, and I was like, is this how it's supposed to play out? And well, what was your conclusion from that game?
I think I can resoundingly say no. This is not how you're supposed to play out this laning phase. Just for all you mid lane players out there, if you're playing Azir into LeBlanc, if you use all of your safety tools to try and trade with the LeBlanc and then have to stay so far behind the wave that you're down 40 CS, you might be playing it wrong. It might not be the active way to do it. But as we get into draft here for game 3, I think the problem for Cream is he was over aggressive in the wrong times and under aggressive in the right times. Maybe getting him on something that he can be a little bit more aggro on, especially on blue side here, would be a good thing. Remember, this guy is known as kind of like a Zeka-esque player in terms of his champion pool. We know him for things like Sylas and Akali. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility to see that pulled out here in game 3.
Even the Yone, which Top Esports are respecting out of Satab at the moment because his Yone is quite nice in respect as well. Thundertalk have one more ban for themselves before Top Esports get a chance to pick up their first champion of the draft phase. Now, in terms of priority junglers, Pantheon, Pantheon did get banned. All right, so now
Skarner.
Yeah, Skarner, Sejuani, Maokai are kind of the ones that jump out immediately. You don't have to necessarily lock them in right away because ever since all the nerfs to Skarner multiple patches in a row, you can kind of wait to see what your composition overall needs from the rest of the draft. So Top Esports are just going to go for an old reliable Forest first pick.
Yeah, this is the first time it's been let through draft throughout this series, and again, I've said it a lot on these broadcasts that we've done. I think he's easily the most consistent AD carry in the game, but worth noting, the Gwen is kind of the trade here. It's the other thing that was left up, especially with Rumble already gone. It would be a surprise to me if Hoya picked up anything else. He's played a lot of Gwen over the course of his career. We saw he could do fine on some carry-oriented champions. The Aurora in Game 1 wasn't the problem for this team, and so he's going to try to give it another crack on the Gwen, but Skarner, Sejuani, Maokai, you highlighted it correctly. I actually really like that idea for Thundertalk in particular because I think what we saw is that when Satab is on something that can pressure out early in the 1v1 and when Xiao Huangren is there to be able to kind of enable that, that's where they're going to be at their most comfortable. So we'll see if they're going to go in that direction, but could be a lot of different things here in draft.
Yeah, I have to say that the fact that they get to lock in Gwen for themselves super early on guarantees that they can preserve counterpick for Satab. Now, LeBlanc was the big spicy one, and Yone is the other big pick that Top Esports have continuously denied away from Thundertalk. But if Satab's got something else in his bag of tricks that could be really advantageous against whatever Cream does lock in for himself by the time we get to B3, B4, or even B5, if it goes that far in the draft, then, Thundertalk, I think there was a clear plan executed when Satab is just able to best Cream in the 1v1 before we even get to the mid game.
Yeah, I really like saving Cream for as long as possible in this draft, and, support makes a lot of sense here with Varus already selected. You can kind of lock in your bot lane of choice, and it's going to be the Rel as the answer. Probably the priority engager left up on the board with, so many things already taken off the board, specifically the Nautilus and the Alistar. I think Rel kind of falls into a lot of people's third spot, maybe even some people's second spot in terms of how that goes, but we could also see an early pick for Satab if they just wanted to go for something like this. Corki kind of initiates a potential flex option between AD carry and mid lane if they want to do that as well, but we highlighted some more aggressive picks. We'll see if they want to play for team fights or if they want to play for dominance, and it will be the Akali as not only a takeaway from Cream, but a pretty big pick for Satab as well.
I mean, K-Man, Satab is basically saying, Cream, you got nothing that can counterpick this Akali. I can just blind this right here, and you can't do anything about it. So they're going to try to at least take this ban phase to eliminate some options that would be a little difficult for the Akali to get a guaranteed lead on. You know, nicely identifying that the Galio could have been a tricky thing, even if the other option could be sending the Jace into the mid lane and then sending the Galio top into the Gwen. I think Galio could have functioned well into either of those. We'll see if Thundertalk continue to ban some options that would make Akali's life difficult in the mid lane, or if there's nothing else that they fear.
Yeah, I would imagine that it's going to be something like a Sylas ban coming out. That would make a lot of sense for me. It takes away a couple of different options for top esports, but perhaps they could also prioritize that. They still have jungle left to pick. It's actually Lilia that's going to be the answer. Again, just taking away options for Kanavi. I think that there is this idea that perhaps top esports want to go for something a bit more aggressive as the answer in the mid lane, and if they want to do that, you know, Lilia kind of pairing up with it has been a very popular answer, so they're going to index into that instead. Again, they also have their Skarner available. They're basically showing that they want to push Kanavi onto Sejuani or Maokai. They don't want him playing anything that, you know, has any sort of agency in this series, and, you know, same thing for top esports. They want to take that safety away from the Xayah in the bot lane by taking away Rakan, and could see some interesting answers. We've seen some, you know, hyper carries pop back up on the new map. I actually think hyper carries are in a much better spot in general. We see a lot of those being highlighted here by 1xN. If they wanted to go for something that could carry on the bot side, it would make sense.
I mean, for Thundertalk, you already have Skarner as your main tank and your main front line. Who knows? You could set yourself up for like a Lulu Zeri here, and you don't necessarily worry about having a lack of a front line or someone that can dedicate themselves to be the main face checker when, you know, clearing vision for the side of Thundertalk. Now, top esports going to have to find an answer or ways to lock down something slippery like a Zeri in their last two pickups here.
Ooh.
Nidalee being... Okay, now the question is this actually a Nidalee jungle for Kanavi, or is it a top lane Nidalee for 369? We have seen... Okay, well, with this is definitely a jungle Nidalee, because we're not seeing Tristana or Jace in the jungle, but this is really bold from the side of top esports, I will say.
I think bold is maybe underselling it from top esports here. This is greedy from top esports. They saw what Thundertalk did in game number 2. They picked this super early game indexing draft, and they said, we're going to snowball the game out of control. We're going to get our mid laner in a great spot, and we're going to be able to dominate there. It's their turn on blue side to take that, but look at the comp from Thundertalk on the other side. Look at the scaling. Like, this late game is a disaster for top esports if it ends up going neutral even a little bit. So much setup coming in. I think the Lulu rounds out this comp incredibly well. So much damage, and quite frankly, so much pick potential from Thundertalk as well to be able to answer the pick potential of top esports. The TES are very much on a clock in this one. If they don't get out to a pretty early lead, I'm going to really start to get concerned for them.
Yeah, because it's not like you can build tank Jace anymore. They've clearly put a nerf dent into that build for multiple patches now. You can still go like bruiser build Jace, but still, it goes to show that your front line is really limited. And for something like Zeri, that is a paradise. It's a bunch of squishy targets that don't have guaranteed lockdown on top of you. Since there's no Maokai in this game and things like Vi and Nautilus were already used in the Fearless draft, this is 1xN's game to completely take over if the game stalls out and scales long enough for Thundertalk. I will say, as you already pointed out, top esports, they're basically saying, we're going to blitz you in the early game, and we're going to end the game before you even get a chance to come online.
This leaves no room for Kanavi errors. Like, if we're looking at game number 2 and seeing the Talon just kind of make some mistakes in the early game, get behind in tempo, that cannot happen in this game. If you are top esports, you need to avoid those at all costs. The positive, I think you're looking at 3 winning lanes, but if you don't pressure those 3 winning lanes, do they even exist in the first place? So, excited to get into game 3.
Dude, the Thundertalk dude is so hyped right now. Off of that game 2 win, I think he was ready to just bring more followers and bring more fans into the Thundertalk cult, and I can't blame him. That must have been absolutely euphoric to watch the game 2 performance. But as we've talked about it before, Top Esports have a very, very tall task ahead of them with this early game composition. The fact that they had such an abysmal game 2 against Thundertalk, who is currently 10th in the standings of Group Ascend. Instead of Top Esports, dropping the ego and saying, okay, you know what, let's just go for some simple to execute champions, a simpler to execute composition, they're doubling down and saying, you know what, we're better than these guys. And the game 2 was a fluke, and we're going to prove it to you exactly why by being able to kind of style on you with the composition that we've drafted.
That's definitely the goal coming in from Top Esports. We'll see if they're going to be able to execute on it. Again, it leaves very little margin for error if you do want to play for that. I know that there are probably going to be some people out there that look at me saying that there's no late game for Top Esports and point to Tristana Varus being really scary in the back half of the game, especially if Nidalee is landing spears. My biggest concern there is we see Feather actually getting engaged upon, some sums being dropped. But it doesn't look like much after that. Just the Ignite coming out and the heal for Feather. But my concern is, yes, like Varus and Tristana scale well. Are you telling me Varus Tristana is going to be better in the back half of the game than Akali and Zeri? I just don't really believe that. That's where Top Esports really need to get going in the early game for them to really have any shot in the late game. And that's going to be on their individual differences.
Oh, Kanavi's going for an early 3-camp clear into gank on bot side. Crispin set up the spear with a Q flash stun. He's not quite in range. 1xN forced to backpedal to the side, and that brings Crispin range, but it's flash for flash on the 80 carry.
Yeah, it's a good look there from Kanavi. We talked about it extensively. We need to be looking in the early game here. There is almost nothing on this team that ends up outscaling, and specifically in the bot lane, if you can get that Zeri behind even a little bit, that's a huge positive. Burning the flash early is great. Feather also using flash as well, so no summoners, or I guess only cleanse available for 1xN down on the bot side at the current moment. But the problem is, if you're going to go for those plays and not get any sort of, actual gold out of it, then things are going to start stacking up pretty quick for Thundertalk. So definitely need to see them keep their foot on the gas. You can't just go for a play, burn the flashes, and then go back to farming. I need to see Kanavi stay hungry.
Yeah, so the immediate trade-off is that Xiao Huangren is the first one to get to level 4 on this jungle matchup. Kanavi still has to clear out all of his topside camps before feeling comfortable about challenging Skarner directly, but the fact that Xiao Huangren is going to use his pressure to target Cream instead, he saw Kanavi look for the top crab. He's just going to guarantee that he'll get the bottom crab, allow himself to either reset immediately or maybe cheat tempo a little bit and go for a quick hover on this bot side since Jackie Love is currently getting shoved in by this large minion wave. And Xiao Huangren is actually going to probably drop a ward here or look for them the repeat gank by going through the wall instead as, okay, a little bit early. Nice attempts there, but not going to find anything onto Cream.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of a time waste for Xiao Huangren, but not really a time waste for him. I think my thing with Skarner is I just don't really like his ability to actually pressure out any of these lanes right now. For Thundertalk, if you are going to run into trouble, it's because you're going to be trying to look for plays when there aren't any to find on the map right now. Perhaps you can try and take advantage of this bot lane being pushed in, but with Jackie Love at level 4, it's going to be a bit more difficult to actually do that. Hoya also shoved in on the top side here, so not really a lot to capitalize on if you are Thundertalk in this game, but if the onus is on Top Esports and we're looking at a situation where, yeah, you've got a little bit of a lead, but, we're staying mostly neutral in these laning phases and, using our cooldowns effectively to make sure that we're not overextending, then, that's definitely going to be in their favor. But Dragon up in 8 seconds. We'll see where the bot lane pressure wants to go. Both junglers currently on the bot side. Maybe not for long, though.
So with the way that the camps have stalled out for Kanavi, it's going to be another minute before his topside camps start to spawn again. So Kanavi could look for another repeat visit on the bot side. I don't know if he's going to actually go for it. And with the control ward that was dropped right behind that red buff wall, Kanavi is spotted in this area. Xiao Huangren is actually just going to look for Cream once again. I mean, you can try, but Cream is a little hard to lock down when he is playing something like the Tristana. But Xiao Huangren revealing himself, channeling and beelining towards the top side of the map, this actually opens up an opportunity for Top Esports to get the first dragon of the game.
Yeah, and we actually see a full engage here coming in from 369. He just has so much damage to this Gwen. This is why the Jace matchup is so positive. But I do want to say this is clearly just an admission of, okay, we're, Skarner and we're Akali and our bot lane is Zeri, Lulu. Like, why would we contest first Drake? Why do we need to try and risk anything like that? You can have it. You can have Cloud Dragon and we'll try to play for everything else. It's really Grubs in 2 minutes that I think is going to be the first major objective that Thundertalk is probably going to want to try and at least look for, but at least for now, it makes a lot of sense. They're playing towards their own win condition, which does not involve needing to risk the game this early.
Yeah. Tab getting aggressive onto Cream. Another rocket jump. Dude, if I was Cream, I would start flashing like the tent emote, you know, and just really let the jungler know, it's like, hey man, you want to just you know, stay here for a while, you know? Do you want me to not have fun this game? As Xiao Huangren just recognizing the only lane that he can really effectively pressure or help alleviate pressure is just constantly burning that rocket jump so that Tab gets a little bit more safety and walking up and challenging the wave.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's Xiao Huangren making his way, you know, to either the top or the bot side and saying, well, I can get rocket jump on the way so that we can't have any aggression coming in from the Akali. You don't really need to play for the anonymity right now, but Kanavi is going to be here on the top side first. Grub's still not spawning for another minute, but Kanavi and Tab sitting here. Tab's level 6.
Kanavi is at least, you know, getting some decent damage onto him. Tab doesn't want to have to force to use the ultimate. Oh, Kanavi's now in trouble. Flash away. Perfect execution. Tab picks up first blood, but at least Cream equalizes it 1-1.
Yeah, still a very good trade for Tab, all things considered. Getting that first blood on the Akali, getting some gold rolling. If you can trade 1-for-1 this early on in the game, especially if you're going to be able to get it on that Akali, it's ginormous for Thundertalk. It's nice to be able to pull the kill back, but Kanavi's going to be pretty down in tempo after that. He's going to have to make his way down to the bottom side of the map, whereas Xiao Huangren and especially 1xN and Feather can really start to establish pressure up top here.
And because Kanavi has all these camps that he wants to take first before looking anywhere near the top side, Grubs is spawning in the next 10 seconds. Xiao Huangren is already beelining towards that area, picks up the Raptor camp, should easily be able to get this Grub spawn as well. No one on the side of top esports is really in position to challenge by being able to set up a wave in priority for that objective. So I think this is Thundertalk once again being able to make a strong objective move on the map here.
Yeah, and if they're able to get these grubs with the comp that they have, that's pretty massive. It just opens up a couple of doors for both Hoya and Tab in the back half of the game, especially with their pick potential, and it looks like they're going to be relatively free, although top esports looking to contest.
Wait a minute. It's Chris engaging, and now Xiao Huangren in trouble, flashing backwards into the pit. Cream using the jump to distance himself away. Tab doesn't have perfect execution quite yet. Good stun by Chris, but Hoya is able to stimp him down to size, and Chris will go down in the end. I think that still ends up being 3 grubs for the side of Thundertalk. Top esports were not able to prevent any of it, and the fact that they don't even get a kill off the back and still lose Crisp in the end. Okay, man, I'm getting nervous on the prospect of top esports trying to blitz through this early game.
I think you should be getting more than nervous. That's a very bad play for top esports. That puts them in a pretty rough position, not only because we talked about them needing to blitz the early game, but because that's such a questionable decision. Like, there's no excuses for going in there after you had been out-tempoed. There's no way to really be able to actively contest, and Crisp just goes in and dies. So very weird play there overall from TES, and once again, it's just giving free gold over. It's going on to the Gwen, which is really nice to help her get back into this laning phase, which has been dominated by 369, but now we're looking at Dragon spawning in 1 minute, and while top esports grabbed the first one, it's getting closer and closer to Thundertalk being able to consistently pressure out some of these fights in the mid game, because that big early power spike, that pre-6 power spike of top esports is disintegrated here. Oh,
now is Cream in a position where he's actually threatened by Tab. Nice electrocute proc off of the double shurikens there, but Cream still being able to control the wave for now. Next objective is spawning in 47 seconds. It is the second dragon of the game. Top esports, as a reminder, was the first team to pick up the first dragon so far. But right now, top esports are going to have to do a lot in order to establish control. And as you already talked about, K-Man, first item spikes are starting to come up here, and it looks like it's going to be a majority of Thundertalk members getting there first over top esports, which is not great for the side of this early game-oriented composition.
It's really not. It is really not great for top esports. Again, I don't want it to seem like they cannot win the game if this goes beyond 20 minutes. That feels a little bit hyperbolic, but they definitely need to start playing a little bit more as if they have the lead here. If you can start forcing some of these fights, that might be their way to get some gold back into their pockets and to start completing some important item breakpoints. But Dragon spawning now, as we see it come up, it is going to be that Chem Dragon, and 369 going to pressure out Hoya to really establish as much tempo as possible there. We'll see how much Thundertalk want to try to contest this, but Jackie lives alone!
Oh, Flash already used, still has a barrier if he needs it, but now that is a Varus without one of his summoner spells. Xiao Huangren now starting to lurch on forward using the Ishtal impact. Doesn't find anyone in range. Will not pop the Impale. The rest of Thundertalk just maintaining pressure. That is 1xN's ultimate already being used just to establish pressure. But now teleport is coming in from Cream. 369 also has the first move as he got the wave shoved in against Hoya. Hoya's going to try to cut him off and at least try to mark him as well. Needlework. Oh, 369 is going to get clipped here. It was a teleport from Satab on the bottom side of the map, but JackieLove secures the second dragon of the game. But Satab does away 369, and now the rest of Top Esports have to be careful because it is effectively a 4v5. Satab looking forward, already used the perfect execution. I don't think there's going to be any more engages as a quick buster shot to the face ensures that Top Esports all get out alive.
Yeah, really not a bad fight for Top Esports, but a teleport that looked like it was going to be a bit of a disaster at the start with Satab being so far behind the play ends up being miraculous for them as they're able to cut off the flank coming in from 369. Great job by Satab to be able to pick that up, but overall, it's yet another influx of gold going in favor of Thundertalk. Yes, you're stacking dragons on the side of Top Esports, but these fights do not get easier the further you go along in the game, especially with the Akali being the one to pick up a lot of the gold here. You can see it's a pretty decent setup, all things considered, and you know, it's kind of miraculous that JackieLove can step up so far with no flash and no ultimate, but, you know, it's a really great CC chain coming in overall from Top Esports to at least establish themselves in this fight. Xiao Huanggren cannot die. The Impale ends up being super impactful, and then once 369 is down, a lot of the damage is gone. That 4v5 ends up coming in. You're absolutely right. Not much to do there, but looking forward into the future, 2 minutes on Rift Herald, that's really going to be the next big major objective that Top Esports can try to force, but again, it's getting scarier and scarier to try to get these 5v5s.
Yeah, and shout out to Crisp, who was able to save Cream's life by stalling as much time as he could with that Magnastorm upon the Impale engage. However, Cream starting to get a little concerned that he can no longer fight Satab in the 1v1. Xiao Huanggren looking, gets the Ishtal impact into the wall, and the quick rocket jump away at least keeps this Tristana alive for now, as Crisp can stand in between the giant Scorpion and the small Yordle. But Thundertalk moving forces now to overload on the bottom side of the map. This tier 1 could be the next big target here as Xiao Huanggren gets stunned up by Crisp.
Oh, we missed the
flash from the Impale, trying to jump away from Satab. Quick buster shot. Cream is trying to play this one out strong, but Xiao Huanggren flashes and smacks him in the mouth. Thundertalk all escape. Now Crisp is trying to lock down Satab. Spear lands. Kanavi flashing forward, but he just doesn't do enough damage. There's no way that Satab should have lived there, but the wild growth and the level advantage keeps him alive. Crisp Q flash looking for Xiao Huanggren, but he looks over the wall and escapes with the Ishtal impact. And now JackieLove is being called to the fray, trying to slow him down. Chain of Corruption's right on top of the Skarner, gets the knockup and the flip from Crisp. One more auto attack, and it's the hail of arrows. And JackieLove at least gets something back for Top Esports.
Ooh, that almost was really, really bad for TES. If they weren't able to pull back that kill at the end, it would have been disaster, but JackieLove able to make his way down and make that play worth it. It's just perfect execution, pun entirely intended, coming in from Thundertalk, and you just have to give them so much credit. We talked about Top Esports really indexing heavily into the fact that they think they're the better team in this draft, and you know what? Thundertalk's execution has been better across the last 2 games of this series. You gotta give them every bit of credit that they deserve in that regard, but it's not over just yet. As much as we're talking about this being in favor of Thundertalk, this is basically a gold neutrality at 15 minutes into the game here, and with Rift Herald spawning, it's still anybody's to be able to grab.
Yeah, and the emphasis comes from the fact that the later the game goes on, the more dire it is for Top Esports to have the gold lead. Because if they do not have the gold lead, and it's, you know, 20 plus minutes into the game, Thundertalk's composition is favored from an even state game. But Top Esports, if they're able to, within these next couple of fights, it is an Infernal Soul on the map as well, so that's actually pretty nice RNG to land for such a diverse carry composition from Top Esports. You essentially have 4 carries on this comp, right? So Infernal Soul, if you're able to secure that for yourselves, it's one way that you can at least still be able to outmatch Thundertalk as a quick Impale. Oh, Chris could be in trouble here, but he's really tanky on the rel. And that actually feels pretty nice for Top Esports. That's a big ultimate gone for Thundertalk that doesn't really net in any value for them. They're trying to knock out this tier 1 in the mid lane, but they got the Rift Herald on the side of Top Esports, and Cream will answer. Is he going to take the 1v1 against Satab? That's very bold. He just has to clear the minion wave, but now he might be a little too low to stay around for another one.
Yeah, Herald immediately getting dropped here on the top side. Top Esports going to try to pick up as much as they can here because they understand how much pressure is being put on the bot side by Thundertalk here. There's no way for them to be able to match. They're going to try to get that charge into tier 2 as well, and we actually see pings going down. Hoya could be in trouble on the top side here if they want to stay. Doesn't look like it for now. Hoya just gonna play a little bit patiently, but overall, it's a good play for Top Esports. These are the kinds of things they need to do in order to pull some momentum back in this game. Not really sure why Thundertalk felt so apprehensive to pull the trigger there. I might have to go back and check and see if Satab had teleport available, because he was split pushing on the bottom side of the map. Maybe he did not have it available, and then you could just look at a situation where it's like, okay, well, maybe we don't want to fight without the Akali that has all of our gold, and I can definitely understand that, but because they ended up putting so much into the Rift Herald, it's Thundertalk now who's starting up on the Dragon, and that's been the big priority for TES. They've been stacking these.
Kanavi's in the area, so is Chris. They get vision on it, but it seems a little too scary to just brute force their way back in. And it definitely seems like Thundertalk will get it for free, but they're trying to stall them on the way back into the tier 1 so they can look for extra damage. Oh, that's a lot of damage from 369's Jace there. And we haven't gotten a chance to talk or touch upon it, K-Man. Even though 369 did die in the flank from Satab's teleport in one of the last fights that we saw a few minutes ago, he's been dominating Hoya on the Gwen in this side lane matchup. He's nearly 40 CS above. He's been hovering around 1,000 gold advantage just solo without really any assistance. And that is considering the fact that Hoya has a kill and an assist on top of 369's death.
Yeah, I mean, we could have expected this in terms of the players in this matchup. 369 definitely a little bit more proficient, but this is the benefit of the Jace matchup. It's why you pick it into Gwen, is because early on it becomes so simple to be able to fight it out, especially if you build any MR with the Hex Drinker completed for the Jace. It's really easy for him to take a lot of these trades, but those trades aren't going to get easier as the game continues to go along. Jace is going to start losing tempo and losing pressure, whereas the Gwen is going to start becoming even more of a nuisance, and especially even in the side lane, it's going to become harder and harder, even with the gold lead, for 369 to have the same kind of tempo. And so you have to utilize this power spike that's coming in right about now in order to make the most of this Jace matchup. It doesn't look like they want to try and take advantage of Hoya too much, but credit to Hoya. He's done a really good job of understanding that he is the weak side of the map right now, and he's not really made any mistakes that have opened up the door for Top Esports to be able to capitalize.
I will say, Top Esports, much, agreeing to what you wanted to see from them, at least understanding how powerful this Jace can be early compared to the Gwen. They've been shifting 369 around the map a lot. You saw how he was shifted to mid lane, chunked out 1xN on the first wave, then helped crash the second wave and took out the tier 1 turret. However, 369, oh, he has a feeling. he knew something was amiss. He walked up to that bush and he said, something doesn't feel right. You get the shiver down your spine when you're walking into the forest and you're just like, you know what, I'm going to go back home. I will not go out today.
The spidey senses were tingling there, for sure, for 369, but he gets himself out of there, no major mistakes. Kanavi's going to make his way up to the top side now. When you look at objectives, Otacon is the next major one in 30 seconds that will be spawning on the bottom side of the map, and so Kanavi putting all of this pressure down onto the top side isn't really going to do too much. It looks like it is going to be Xiao Huanggren that's going to be establishing pressure there first. He is going to be backing, though. It's all really just about getting that vision control, but we'll see. We will see what both of these teams want to do here. Overall, I definitely favor Thundertalk now in team fights. I think we're starting to hit the part of the game where it's like, okay, you had your opportunity to be able to start getting some gold overall on Top Esports, on Cream, on Jackie Love, and while they have some, if this Akali gets one major shutdown in a fight, it's kind of over for Top Esports. So you need to play this about as clean as you can. But keep rolling on here. Satab gonna be just catching the bot wave here, trying to shove it in as much as possible. I want to see what Xiao Huanggren exactly does here. If he wants to step up and actually control where a lot of the vision ends up dropping. The crab obviously helps a ton in that regard, but it doesn't look like either team want to try and run the game down. 369 though, potentially caught.
Ooh, Hoya is starting to win the 1v1, and as you alluded to, Mr. K-Man, we're starting to hit the break point where Jace doesn't just brute force his way through the matchup anymore.
Yeah, the problem here for 369 is that this really is just like a numbers difference. Eventually, it will get to the point where Gwen is just going to do more damage, and that is a problem for a champion whose primary goal is to do damage. Can't really survive a ton in the side lane without it, so We will see how they want to play it out. Ping's coming down, but again, it's all really going to be about who can get there first. Teleport actually coming in on the top side for 369. That's that resource, that cooldown actually used for the Jace, and so he will not be able to join this Otacon fight, and they're going to start it because of that.
I don't know how I feel about this for the side of Top Esports. This is Teleport now being expended by Hoya, and 369 is forced to walk to the bottom side of the map, so he's going to be very late for this play. I think the only thing that he can do is just push in mid wave and maybe threaten tier 2 in the mid lane.
Ooh, the
Impale goes wide. Wait a minute, Magnus Sword from Chris, 3-man stun. Cream is about to come in. Xiao Huanggren is super low. Kanavi steals the Otacon, and here comes 369. It's disaster for Thundertalk Gaming. 1xN trying to fight for his life on this one. Satab doesn't get the assassination on Cream in the backline. 1xN still pumping up the damage with the zap, but it's not working. This Sari is not finding any kills for himself, and somehow Top Esports have outplayed Thundertalk at the most crucial fight in the game. We were doubting them, we were concerned, but Top Esports showed that they are just damn straight better.
Oh my god, Rafa, I am feeling some feelings right now for Top Esports. I have no idea what just happened for Thundertalk. That was the perfect setup for them. You have 369 blowing teleport on the top side of the map. It's a 4v5 once Hoya teleports in, but they lose so much health posturing around Otacon that they actually can't fight. The moment that Xiao Huanggren ends up missing that Impale, it lands on no one. This fight is over. You can see it there. Crisp with a gorgeous ultimate from the Rel locks everybody down, and while 1xN wants to try and take over this fight, it's so difficult. Kanavi just gorgeous getting in there and pulling off the steal. We criticize the Nidalee pick, but staying relevant in the back half of the game is Kanavi's forte, and at this point, it's just a little bit difficult to overplay these health bars. Hoya unfortunately getting caught out on a ward. It looked like he could potentially try and play for the backline there, but is seen, and then from that point onwards, Kanavi is very easily going to be able to clean up a game that looked like it was in Thundertalk's hands, where they were going to control the tempo. It is flipped entirely in the other direction. It's Top Esports to lose.
Yep, and Top Esports have found the advantage at just the right time. Even though they were not able to get one of the third dragon of the game, almost 10 minutes ago, or a few minutes ago, Top Esports now are on soul points since they have effectively picked up the fourth dragon of the game after securing the Otacon right under the noses of Thundertalk Gaming. And we still give a little bit of an edge to Thundertalk in terms of, hey, this is still a composition that can work in the late game, but they were in such a damn good position to win that fight, and the fact that Top Esports pretty much outplayed in every possible variable that was going on in that fight is like the worst case scenario for Thundertalk. And now Top Esports, as you said, they're gonna use this advantage to get control of mid wave. Baron not spawning for another 44 seconds, so you have to imagine that is going to be the next play on the docket list for Top Esports.
We'll see if Top Esports want to put a ton onto the Baron and on the top side of the map here in general, because in 3 minutes, it's Soul for Top Esports. Infernal Soul, nonetheless. And so you want to make sure you're in a position to be able to contest for that. Maybe they want to try and stall the game out to, worry a bit more about that Dragon. We've seen teams, especially on Soul Point, really want to go for it. But if they do want to make a play on the Baron, they need to make sure that they keep vision out of the area, which they're doing now. Xiao Huanggren looking for a miracle play. He's not going to find it.
Trying to flash on top of Crisp, I guess, but here comes Satab with a flank, going through all members, but Crisp is able to buy some time. Kanavi falls thanks to the assassination of Satab, and now Thundertalk have guaranteed there's no smite available on the side of Top Esports for the next 40 seconds.
The problem is, I'm just not sure they get much more out of it other than just a kill onto Satab, which, don't get me wrong, is important. They get the mid-tier 1 as well, which is really nice, but when you look at the map state, they certainly can't even attempt to try and contest Baron, and taking Smite off the Rift, it might not even been a priority for Top Esports to try and go after that Baron, as we talked about before. It might just delay them a little bit. Still, some nice gold to go into the pocket of Satab, and if they can continue to find flanks like that where the Akali can find the backline more effortlessly, or even Hoya can get onto the backline more effortlessly, that's their avenue to get back into this game, because for as much gold as, Varus or Nidalee or Tristana end up having in the back half here, if they're getting shut down early on in the fight, it's kind of doomed for them. So still overall looking at Thundertalk to be able to create their own advantages and to fight on their terms.
369 has a chance to get the jump on Hoya first here. Needlework should be available. Actually, it's not available for another 8 seconds. 369 just gets the solo kill straight up. Hoya was not able to find where 369 was when he thought it was safe enough to just take that wave. That creates an opportunity, a window on the map now for the next 40 seconds, and it just might be Top Esports looking to pull the trigger.
That's a huge mistake by Hoya. I think he assumes he's like, oh, I can win this. And he's right. He wins this if he has ultimate, but he doesn't have ult up. And so it doesn't end up being in his favor. He gets solo killed down on the bot side. See if Top Esports want to try and force it. But again, it's going to be really difficult to capitalize on this. Hoya up in 15 seconds with teleport. 369 on the bottom side of the map. There's just no way to really do anything off of that pick. So again, still nice to go in favor of 369. He picks up his first kill of the entire game. But it's now Dragon spawning in 45 seconds, which is Soul for Top Esports that I imagine will be the priority for these two teams. And that's why I think Kanavi's getting his back off now.
And I will say the one thing that brings a huge smile to my face is the amount of Serpent's Fangs I'm seeing built this game. Not just for the Varus, but also the Jace. Because you have to deal with things like 1xN getting shields from Bloodthirster, as well as, you know, Feather's whole kit with the help picks. I'm trying to think if there's, I guess there's also the shield from Xiao Huangren popping the W, as well as the jungle pet. But, you know, Serpent's Fang value, baby. I love it. I'll keep peddling that item. Dragon Soul for Top Esports coming up in the next 5 seconds. Big chunk on the 1xN. Wild Growth already expended as well. This Zeri is not going to feel that comfortable trying to play for this fight. I think this is just Infernal Soul straight up given over to Top Esports.
That is a horrible mistake from Thundertalk. Their bot lane just overextending, Cream doing a great job to essentially flank the bot lane, get so much damage off, and burn every resource. They can't contest without that Zeri Lulu. They just can't. There's no way for them to be able to fight that out. They try and exchange by establishing pressure on the top side, but they can't exactly start this Baron. If they do, I'd be stunned.
Because 369 can just pressure on the bottom side of the map. I mean, Top Esports, they're going to be forced to challenge, yes, but 369 is actually going to join the fray and make sure that it's a 5-on-5, the strongest possible setup for Top Esports. Saytab once again waiting in the shadows, trying to see if he can get a flank, but Feather is almost low. Saytab reveals himself, but the rest of Top Esports now trying to tunnel back in. Jackie Love under fire. The perfect execution finds its mark. Saytab goes golden, but Cream is still alive, and if he can't take out both of the carries, then Top Esports can still play this one out. Looks like Thundertalk. Wait, they didn't even get the Baron? Did Top Esports steal it? Oh my god, no way! Thundertalk just cannot catch a break!
Oh, it just goes from bad to worse, and the fight might not even be over. We're still posturing around red buff here because Top Esports don't want to let this go. They have the Baron, though. You're good, man. You can escape. I want to see a replay on that. I was floored when I saw that Kanavi took the Baron. There should have been no way for him to get into that pit. We were also preoccupied with Saytab on the flank, and he does a great job getting on Jackie Love here. The one priority target that you need to put out. But Kanavi's just dancing in the pit by himself, and they're not able to burst him down. It's just smited too early by Xiao Huangren. And unfortunately, Kanavi's going to be able to get that. It's a huge misplay from the Thundertalk jungler, smiting way too early, but clearly just a miscommunication overall, and that's huge for Top Esports because even if they're not able to perfectly win the fight, they still definitely come out on top, and you can see it's still plus 1,000 in terms of the Baron power play since they were able to take it, so
yeah, that
an opportunity down the drain.
Yeah, that seems so strange too from Thundertalk. It's not even like Kanavi was, you know, had to work that hard to stay in the pit. That you called it. He was dancing in the pit. You had Impale. You had all these tools that could have tried and like forced Kanavi to flash away before trying to recommit with a pounce and at least be focused down. But the fact that Thundertalk said, yeah, we'll flip it, and then they lost the flip. I don't know what else to say. That's
it's not good. It's not good, Rafa. I think that's the fair thing to say. We talked, you know, earlier today about how we wanted to see Thundertalk have a good understanding of where they want to be and how they want to play out these late games. I'm not seeing that. I'm going to be completely honest. I am seeing a team that is really struggling to understand what exactly they want to be and where they want to, you know, put their pressure. Saytab, Hoya diving the backline. Meanwhile, the Baron is completely free to take. There's no CC coming down on the enemy jungler. Perhaps 369 could find something, but the alcove coming in clutch here as we are going to see the bat come in from Hoya. Overall, still a push coming in from Top Esports, but especially with that mid inhibitor already down, it's going to be difficult to defend against this push if you're Thundertalk.
Yeah, I just can't help but imagine that all spirits, all momentum broke as soon as the Otacon fight went so haywire for Thundertalk. Because now
Xiao Huanggren.
it's Xiao Huanggren running for his life. He did burn the flash and he dodges the chain of corruptions, but he's not going to get a chance to re-engage this fight unless he is ready to die on the front lines for his comrades, because that is going to be a one-way trip. Teleport is coming in. Xiao Huanggren rejoins the fray, but they're all going to jump onto Satab. He's going to pop the golden mark of that Zhonya's, but he still gets popped like a balloon. 369 going to get wrapped up here. It's actually Kanavi, or Chris, I should say, but Xiao Huanggren impale only onto a support. Not that great of a value there on the ultimate. And Thundertalk now without a front line, without an assassin, are down to 3 members left. And Top Esports say, screw the top side. We're just going to go straight for the base and end this series. The first Nexus Tower falls, and all the members of Thundertalk are starting to pop in the back line. Buster Shot is going to push 1XM back into the fountain, and Top Esports will do away Thundertalk and lock them into 10th place. GG, well played for Top Esports.
You know, I was getting a little worried there, Rafa. I was getting a little concerned a bit of a ways into this game, but leave it to Top Esports and leave it to the player we were asking the most out of in Kanavi to make some gigantic plays down the stretch here. He ends up playing beautifully in the Otacon fight, ends up securing that objective for his team, and then the Baron steal that really ends up accentuating that gigantic lead that Top Esports had formed. Awesome stuff coming in from a team that we didn't think was going to be able to win some of these late game team fights. Well, they proved us wrong. They had lost a lot of pressure and they came out on top anyways.
Yeah, like on the one hand, you know, this is what Top Esports need to show if they're going to continue being the first place team in Group Ascend and for LPL going into playoffs, right? But thank God that Kanavi can bounce back after what was that Talon game too, right? You know, and he does go back to comfort. Nidalee has been a staple for this guy for years, right? I think during Kanavi's peak in 2023 with JDG, he was renowned as one of the best Nidalee players in the entire world, probably only matched by Canyon at the time. So, you know, when you pull out the Nidalee, I know more than anyone, being the Nidalee aficionado and the big enthusiast, you have a limited window where you could be the strongest champion on the Rift. That window already went away very early on when Kanavi went down to Satab Sakali, right? So afterwards, the only thing you can do is just be kind of an enchanter kitten, right? You're going to buff up your 2 double marksmen, try to give them attack speed steroids, give everyone heals. And the fact that Kanavi is able to pull out not 1, but 2 clutch objective steals for his team, I don't care what happened in the early game anymore. You made up for it.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. Made up for it and then some. I'm not going to say he individually won them this game. That would take away from the accomplishments of some other players, but he was the reason that they pulled this game back in terms of just the main plays that ended up being made, and to do that on something like Nidalee is exceptional. I do want to quickly touch upon Thundertalk because I think it's just one of those like gut-wrenching losses where you had it in the palm of your hands. This would have been a gigantic win, just in terms of confidence, in terms of their ability to build towards something, because we knew, like, they were locked into one of the bottom spots no matter what, but this loss officially locks them in as being the worst team in Group Ascend in terms of their record, and, you know, to kind of have that in the palm of their hands, to feel like you have the scaling and to not be able to come away with it, it's got to feel at least a little disappointing for them.
Yeah. Thundertalk, I will say that people cannot disrespect Satab's LeBlanc, because that at least guarantees, you know, one particular matchup that Satab was able to just run away with the game on. But, you know, I think there's a lot of other variables that helped contribute in making sure that the LeBlanc snowball was not the only thing, you know, lifting Thundertalk across the finish line. You know, obviously you pointed out that 1xN's Lucian opened up and freed to make big plays once the tier 1 was gone. But when you look at how this game 3 played out, a similar architect of or a design and blueprint was in motion. Satab getting the Akali, I mean, he blinded it into whatever Cream wanted, and he went for the Tristana. That's going to be a rough matchup no matter what champion you're playing, since Tristana just tends to have the advantage against a lot of melee champions like that. I liked what Xiao Huangren was doing. It looked goofy at first, and I didn't understand it, and the first couple of times. But over time, I realized, okay, you're trying to ensure that Tristana doesn't have rocket jump, as much as often, so that Satab can get, at least a free of a lane as possible. And then we got to the point where Satab was actually starting to threaten Cream in the side lane, where he needed help, pushing out the lanes. And the fact that Satab was not like turbo accelerated like he was in the LeBlanc game, Cream did at least an admirable job of not falling behind like he did in game 2, right? But all the pieces were there, K-Man. It just came down to the Otacon fight. Oh.
And I know it's unfair to point to one specific play, but I think Xiao Huangren missing the Impale in that Otacon fight just immediately turns so much. But you're right, like, the big difference for me this game is not Satab playing worse. I actually think he played just about as well as he did in the LeBlanc game in terms of the plays he was creating and the things he was going for. Cream was just significantly more in this game. Like, the Azir was completely out of game number 2. There was no resistance coming in, which meant that the LeBlanc could snowball even harder. And once you're up 40 CS and 3 kills, it becomes pretty difficult for what is essentially the win condition in the Azir to be able to function. In this one, Cream, while he might not have been perfect in the early game, certainly wasn't disastrous, and this Tristana stayed relevant throughout the rest of the game, which is a huge difference maker, and that's definitely something that I think really kind of contributed to the win here.
Yeah. It goes to show that, when we start to understand top esports and their losses, Kanavi tends to be, the pivot point of, if he's not doing well, then there's a chance the top esports are starting to fall apart. But then it just comes down to, okay, but is Cream or 369 also falling apart? And even though 369 died once, he was still massively ahead of Hoya in the side lane. So at least 369 was stable. And Cream, even though his lane got fed, he got a kill for himself as well. And he was staying relevant, as you pointed out. So the fact that neither of the side laners fell in conjunction with Kanavi starting to, fall behind against the Skarner, it ensured that top esports were still in a playable spot, and they clutched up when they needed to.
That's all they need to do, right? They just need to make sure that they can express how good they are in the later half of the game, because this team is ridiculous, and we know they're ridiculous. We know they're incredibly talented. You can look top to bottom on this roster and talk about some of the most mechanically talented players in the entire world. Sometimes they get in their own way, and sometimes they get into a position where they're not allowed to showcase that. I'm glad we got to see a lot of that here today, but it's actually Crisp who's going to be picking up the MVP here on the Rel, really frontlining a lot of these fights and eating a ton of CC for the team.
I mean, I think the game-winning play was him identifying, oh god, Skarner just used Impale and whiffed. I'm going in, baby. That's my time to shine. And that big engage caused so much chaos, because you can imagine the breakdown in communication from Thundertalk's side where you hear your Skarner ulti whiff, and you're like, oh shoot, I don't have ulti anymore. And then suddenly, Rel's on top of us. Oh, what do we do, guys? And then, mass pandemonium occurs. But that is the end of our first series, y'all. Top Esports do take it away 2-1 against Thundertalk Gaming. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it's our second series and our final series of the night between Anyone's Legend and Team WE. Stay tuned. And welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for our final series of the night between Anyone's Legend and Team WE. Now, another matchup where it feels very much like David versus Goliath, but you know what? Team WE at least can say they have picked up many more wins than Thundertalk have across series, and they've been able to upset the top of the standings. But we got to take a look at blue side roster graphic right away and remind everyone who is playing for the Pandas here in Anyone's Legend. Flandra, Tarzan, Shanks, Hope, KL, and this roster has predominantly been, you know, one of our top two teams. They were able to finally get their first series win over Top Esports just a couple weeks ago. It was their first series win since Demacia Cup Finals last year. Otherwise, since then, Top Esports have kind of been, you know, the better of them. And even though Anyone's Legend got that big momentous win for them, K-Man, Anyone's Legend weren't able to hold on to that momentum. Then they immediately lost to BLG. So it's like, come on. Hold on to it strong, boys.
It's so frustrating because this team has everything they need to be the best team in the LPL. Like, they absolutely do. They've got a stacked lineup from top to bottom. They're super consistent. They have a ton of players that have multiple different styles. The problem for them is they really need to lock in against teams that they know they should be beating. And I think sometimes they can get a little bit ahead of themselves in terms of how their style just ends up playing. You know, their main style, specifically playing around Tarzan, is very aggressive in the early and in the mid game. That's kind of what he's known for as a player, and sometimes that can flip the wrong way. So excited to see that, but a lot of players you can point out on AL as being the driving forces.
And one of them is definitely KL from the support role. This guy has definitely stood at the top of the standings as one of the best, if not the best support. Crisp can sometimes, you know, at least tangle with him for, you know, that title of the best support in LPL on his best days. Today was definitely a nice day for Crisp, being able to salvage Top Esports in their previous series. But, you know, this banger of a slobber knocker between Anyone's Legend and Top Esports, you know, there was moments where KL, even though he wasn't necessarily the star of the fight in those situations there, he was doing everything he can to create so much space and just understanding the flow of the battle, where the target priority was, and the way, like, this fight kind of emerged in particular. Even though KL goes down, he absorbed and stalled so much time. I think KL is just, you know, one of those support players that just understands his role so well and is able to maximize his effectiveness even if he ends up dying in the fight.
I completely agree. KL has always been a player, in my eyes, even going back to his time in the LCK, that has been ahead of the curve in terms of how to play the map and in terms of how to play specific metas, and it's what I've really valued about him as a player. And at this point, especially with the surrounding core, I think we're really getting a chance to see that, no, he's actually just like one of the best supports in the world. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. He can do anything at anybody's level in terms of how he creates things. But again, just from a macro perspective, you're not going to find a player that's more consistent in terms of being able to get his own team advantages, and that's the big positive of KL.
Yeah, and when you are able to pair it with Hope, who has had a really nice resurgence as a bot laner carry in this split in particular, not just this season, but split 2. I think this is proving to be one of our best bot lane duos in the entire LPL, which is great because they got to be able to stand up against, you know, a bot lane duo from Team WE that we didn't really expect to be tangoing with some of the best on the side of Team WE, and, you know, looking at the top 6. But, you know, looking at Taeyun and Vampire, these, I know, saying good things about Vampire is crazy for me, especially what we saw on the placement stage. But, of course, we got to remind everyone where everyone is in the MVP standings, since, once again, we're looking at a team that's got, you know, a very notable member in their lineup that has racked up the most, or at least tied with Kanavi in the most MVPs for Split 2 in the regular season, and it is Tarzan.
Tarzan has been unbelievable across this year. Not that that should surprise anybody. He's been unbelievable for quite a long time here in the LPL, whether he's gotten credit for it or not. But especially going up against him today, there's going to be a lot of pressure put on players like Monkey on the side of WE, and I think that transitions us nicely into WE, kind of talking about what this team can do. You highlighted the bot lane here, but overall, when you look at everything they've got going for them, it's a lot of players that are less proven at this level, but still have a lot of talent.
Yeah, and I think the reason why Team WE is doing so well, it's because Monkey, ever since coming in, has been kind of the strong driving engine that this team can rally behind. It hasn't always worked because jungle support synergy is desperately needed, right? It needs to work out. And in the beginning with Team WE, Vampire was not it. Vampire was making a lot of mistakes for this roster, but in this second half of Team WE, I have to give praise to Vampire. He's actually been playing pretty darn well, and considering the things that me and Cubby saw early on, and just a contrast to here, I would love to go back in time and tell old Rafa, I know you're suffering right now. I promise you it's going to get better. And it's a great boon for Team WE because we have always heralded Taeyun as the single bright spot of this roster, with or without Monkey, throughout the entire season of 2025. And that just goes to show that now that Vampire is stepping up his game, Taeyun is unlocked. And that means you have two reliable carries in Monkey and Taeyun, and that gives Team WE a blueprint to work with to win some of these games.
I'm right there with you. I think the bot lane opening up the rest of this team is the exact narrative that WE need to be capitalizing on as much as they can at the current moment, because Taeyun is a player that, for as much as you guys were talking about how he had some moments, like pre-2025, going back to his time in Korea, this guy had no success. I mean, he was talked about as a scrim demon, but he was a player who was getting replaced pretty consistently and underperforming in tier 2. So for him to feel more comfortable being unlocked and, feel more comfortable being a carry here, I think a lot of that can be credited to a player in Vampire who, let's not forget, the reason he was so up and down at the beginning of his career is he had never played competitive. He was thrust into a start last year because Mako very late in the offseason goes to top esports. So excited to see that development come along, and I'm excited to see this team really start to step up with that development time in place.
And how, appropriate it would be to really put a highlight on both of the supports for both of these two teams. Obviously, we could have talked about, jungle, but I think the fact that Monkey has remained more consistent for the roster, puts a scope on Vampire for this particular series, because if Vampire is able to match Kale on the map, whether it comes to 2v2s and pressure and trying to allow Taeyun breathing room and getting that early lead for himself, or just being able to get unlocked from the shackles of laning phase and roam around with Monkey and create opportunities. We've seen games where anyone's legend, if Tarzan does not get the lead early on, which just doesn't happen that often, Tarzan is always finding a way to keep himself in the game, but in those few moments where he is down gold, it becomes very scary for anyone's legend, because Tarzan and Kale are such important driving engines for this team. It's just that we don't see it that often, which is why when it does happen, I think anyone's legend are kind of scrambling at hey guys, how do we problem solve this scenario?
Yeah, I mean, you can call them one-dimensional in that regard if you really wanted to go down that route. I don't think I'd necessarily say that because of the different ways they can achieve that result, but this is a team that relies on a very specific kind of style. They want to play fast and they want to play aggressive, and that's specifically, again, because KL is so good at moving around the map. He's one of the best roamers in the world in terms of just how they want to play this, and Tarzan, of course, very aggressive in that regard, but that opens the floor for someone like Vampire if either they want to try and play really heavily for a 2v2 bot lane, they can do that. Taeyun can be a player that they can enable, or if you want to get Vampire moving, if you make the play first, all of a sudden AL has to play on the back foot, things can get a bit more concerning. The stats that stood out to me from that comparison for Vampire versus KL, who we were just talking about as one of the best supports in the world, lower death percentage, higher KP. Very interesting to talk about that. I'm not saying that that's, perfect, because obviously there's a lot of things that can go into that, but this is a player in Vampire who the growth and the trajectory that we've seen from him, pretty important overall.
Yeah, and it's desperately been needed, not just for, his own individual career sake, because, he was definitely on the list of players that the way that things were turning out early on was man, this guy could get replaced if Team WE really need a quick fix. But the fact that they, snuck into the placement, third seed of their group, and then were able to, win out in the placement stage qualifiers, I said straight up, wow, Team WE are just happy to be in Group Ascend and not threatened to be eliminated from Split 2, if not the entire year, right? The fact that WE are still going to be playing in Split 3, and they've shown, the improvements necessary to remain a competitive team in Group Ascend of all places, that's a W that you can just sit on. Now, obviously, TWE are going to try to push their luck as hard as possible, but I'm still of the the camp of like, you know, if Team WE make more surprises, good for them. But I'm not disappointed in what this team has been able to do in Split 2 so far.
I couldn't possibly imagine being disappointed with WE. I know I do my power rankings at the beginning of every year. They were dead last for me by a considerable margin. I thought they were going to be the worst team in the LPL. They're 6th in Group Ascend. They're currently in a spot that would play a Group Nirvana team. Like, yeah, it's to talk about this as any sort of underperformance would be insane, in my opinion. But we do have our lock-ins here for the 1v1. First of all, AD carry matchup. Hope versus Taeyun there, and both of them are not playing AD carries. No marksman available for us. It's the Gragas versus the Volley Bear, so hopefully we get some action here.
Okay, well, AD carries playing bruisers or brawlers. That's always a funny concept because you never know how much AD carry mains like venture outside of their own role and pool, or just like their class of champion, because it seems like in the past, it used to be that you would barely find AD carries like ever playing fighters. You know, in the past, it's just like, if I'm not playing a ranged champion, I can't play anything else. But then, yeah, as meta shifts happened over the course of, I'm thinking Season 8, Season 9, that's when you saw things like the Garen Yuumi bot lane or the Vladimir Aurelia bot lane. There is Mage's bot lane as well. Ziggs is a common staple that shows up every now and then. You know, AD carries have been over time forced to play other champions, so you know it's no longer the low-hanging fruit narrative of like, oh, AD carries can't play other classes. No, they've had to expand and diversify their pool, so this will be a fun one between Hope and Taeyun.
Yeah, and don't forget the Wukong Senna bot lanes. We can't be
oh my God,
forgetting about that era of League of Legends. But yeah, there has definitely been a lot more experimentation, we'll just say, in the bot lane. I still think there could possibly be more, but credit to these guys. Emote spamming. We see a lot of respect coming in between these two competitors. But you know, hopefully it's not going to be too passive in terms of how this is played out. I think when you're looking at, you know, two bruisers in particular, these early trades matter so much because once those resistances start getting built, it just becomes a lot more difficult for either of them to really break through in the way they'd want.
True. The fact when Gragas gets to move super fast and proccing phase rush is always so funny to see. I don't know why. It's just big man on campus just zooming around.
I was going to say, stomping around, asserting dominance, you know? You gotta wear it well, you know? And I think Gragas wears it well.
Hell yeah, but, especially in this scuba suit, dude. I mean, like, this is one of those skins that can be a little harder to see on something like Howling Abyss because all of his particles and effects are, like, blue coated. Like, I'm not gonna, you know, say that this skin is pay to win, but it's definitely been teetering on the line, and you know, in previous circumstances.
Yeah, and Taeyun going for the 1000 Pierce Bear one, the skin that I believe anybody who owned old Volley Bear ended up receiving before the rework. So a little bit of a skin off here, but both kind of pushing for level 6. Also worth noting, no barrier. And I know that's become a bit more common for these bruisers, but it's going to be Flash Ignite for Hope to try and guarantee the body slam, and then it's going to be Ghost Ignite for Taeyun because that movement speed matters so much for Volley Bear in general. So definitely at least something to keep in mind there overall, but you know, we're going to see some early backs here. And like I said, if there's not going to be trading early, especially after these early exchanges, then I'm not sure how much we're going to get before that Ring of Fire.
Yeah. The big Gragas mechanic that I'm going to be looking at Hope to see if he gets down is when he goes for the body slam flash into Cask, like trying to pelt or punt Taeyun backwards. Okay, well, well, he didn't preempt it with body slam. It's just a trade of ultimates, but you can guarantee the punt without the ability of your opponent getting the flash backwards as long as you cast the Cask immediately as you're going for the body slam. Because you can cast it mid-air while you're buffering through the body slam. And as long as you do that, or you don't take time to cast your like empowered auto attack or just an auto attack after you connect with the body slam, there's no time frame for your opponent to like get out of it. But in that case, Hope just threw the Cask and Taeyun says, okay,
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure. Yeah, he's got the R button on ready. He sees the cast come out. He's like, okay, I'll just press the button. Nothing happens.
Yep.
We're both sitting there. It's not like he can dive him anyways, so not really too much value coming in from the volley bear ultimate, even if it was up. But you're absolutely right. Just not really a lot to punish for either of these two. This is the inherent issue when you've got two beefier boys fighting off against each other in these matchups. But again, we're just kind of waiting for one of them to spike up, and you know, we're going to see some potentially interesting interactions. I want to see if Hope can pull off like a full Gragas combo in the way that you need to, because, you know, there's a couple differences between the way that you would play it normally and maybe the way you'd play it against a volley bear in particular. You know, we'll see if he knows the intricacies of the champion, but at least for now, again, it's just really hard to break through either of these guys.
Yeah, especially the fact that Volibear rushed a Spirit's Visage. I don't even know if like a full Panunu combo would work. I don't think you have the burst, especially at least from 100 HP, right? So, like, you could get that fermented Q cask on the back foot and then, you know, try and aim for body slam, flash, while the cask is being sent in the mid-air to guarantee that you hit fermented cask. It's like, okay, you know what? Boom! He did it! Body slam sent the cask flying, but how much damage is he actually getting done on a Taeyun? Did he take any damage there? He took like a third HP and he's fine. That's his full combo.
That's not only full combo, that's Flash Ignite, and also, like, he built Morello. You can see it on the faces of the two players. Hope is just laughing because he's like, okay, what am I
Guys,
supposed
it might
to
be
do?
cooked.
Yeah.
It might be cooked.
Hey, don't worry about it. If you can save ultimate for that Ring of Fire, you can blast him into it and, you know, deal quite a bit of damage, and I'm sure that that's a potential win condition for Hope. But I just love the dichotomy between these two players. You've got Hope, who's smiling in cams and, you know, going for all these aggressive plays, and you have Taeyun, who's, you know, stone-faced and, you know, locked in, and he's the one emote spamming in game. So you gotta love just the dichotomy between how these two players have set themselves up.
I'm telling you, some of the people who are not like the most verbally or facially expressive are the biggest emote spammers in game, because it's their way of, like, you know, expressing themselves. And it's just able to get all the dark gremlin thoughts out. And Taeyun right now, you know, just spam laughing in Hope's face after what was a full Gragas combo that really got nothing.
Yeah, and we're going to see another attempt at it, but again, he's just going to ult out pretty much for free. He could have ulted in there if he really wanted to. Again, you can disable the tower, so could potentially have looked for something aggressive, but I think at this point, 30 seconds, or 40 seconds, I should say, on the Ring of Fire starting, so I imagine it's just going to be clear the waves, get the backs in, try to save as much as possible for that final fight. Both actually completing. Yeah. Interesting. I figured one of them was going to try and be cheeky and just try to interrupt the back. But the thing for Hope here is if he's got the ult up, he can blast the volley bear into the Ring of Fire. Of course, Taeyun can just use his ult to get back into the circle. And at that point, you know, it's going to be a little bit more difficult, but the Luden's completed there for Hope. Spear Visage plus Merc Treads completed for Taeyun. He is trying to survive, and that makes it very difficult for the Gragas to be able to win this now.
Yeah, and poor Hope, he didn't even just go, like, you know, kind of damage, kind of tanky. He went full damage. And I don't know how much value it's just going to get against Taeyun, who has a lot of magic resist on his side. You know, this is a burst build. There's no percentage penetration in it either. And the fact that Taeyun can just mollywop Hope with just base stats is... yeesh. I don't know.
Not good. No bueno, as they say.
No bueno.
It's not good. It's really bad. And in fact, Hope already being at a health difference, at a health deficit, is also quite bad for this final fight, but he's going to get the chance to prove me wrong.
Taeyun just might secure blue side for the side of Team WE. He punts him, but not into the Ring of Fire. So now Taeyun hasn't even popped the Stormbreaker because it's off cooldown, and he's spam staggering on him with the thumbs up emote. Yeah, Team WE getting blue side thanks to Taeyun.
Yeah, sometimes matchups feel pretty close and they can kind of go either way when they come down to the end there. Other times, you get a situation where it's like, well, you know, here we go. Unfortunately, not much to play for. So.
It appears I've been draft capped, guys.
Yeah.
The 1v1 did not work, you know. Respect the Hope for not, you know, going down the tanky route either and trying to, like, out-sustain Volibear and saying, you know what, maybe maybe I can burst him. Who knows? You know, he went down a glass cannon. I can respect that.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really be mad at him for trying to have fun in a 1v1. It's just, you know, Taeyun tried to win, and that's unfortunately going to come out on top. But now we start looking towards draft. WE, of course, winning it and choosing blue side as they should. Although definitely worth noting, AL is a team that does succeed on red side, perhaps more than your average team does. Blue side's still very valuable for everybody, but we're going to continue to highlight the same things we've highlighted for blue side, and that's jungle priority. When you look at what Team WE really like to do, they like to play through a lot of these, you know, playmakers. And even if it's not like the most traditional playmaker, Skarner is something that Monkey I know has had a ton of success on throughout this split. You know, Pantheon is something we saw banned out all 3 games in the previous series. I would be surprised if that wasn't at least some sort of priority here for both of these teams. And these are 2 teams that also have indexed very heavily into Neferi, if that is something that is left up.
Yep. Yeah, that was going to be my big call out there. I think Tarzan and Monkey have been some of our biggest Neferi aficionados here in Group Ascend. I think the only other significant champion that you can look at, maybe not for game 1, but later in the series for Team WE, is Monkey's Viego. You do have to build more strategically around it, ensuring that you have plenty sources of burst or CC so that you can guarantee at least one person will go down on the enemy team so that you can start the resets rolling for the Viego. But as you called out, there's probably not going to be something that we see raw dog in game 1 because that would be pretty bold. And while I would definitely like that, I think there's just too many other good jungle options that should be looked at first.
I agree. Vi still something that's left up. We know that's kind of been a priority for a lot of these teams when it gets through draft, especially early on. It's going to be the Galio as the final takeaway. Azir pretty much permabanned.
There's like 3 junglers available right now, K-Man. The world is their oyster.
And they see that. They don't even need it. They're going to take the Talia away, and they're going to prioritize getting what they consider to be the best mid laner in the game. I certainly can't fault them for that. Rumble was the thing I wanted to point out. Gwen off the board, Rumble still up. They're the big 2 right now in the top lane. If you're going to leave one, you should probably take it pretty early, and AL is going to be able to do that. But, you know, we highlighted something like the Pantheon that was, you know, not available early on today. It's going to be available here in game 1, and that's going to be a takeaway as well. You can't give over Pantheon Talia.
Yeah. Well, WE more than likely would have to lock in either Vi or Xin right here, unless they feel confident that anyone's legend is not going to ban those 2 junglers once we get to the second round of bans. This is a big gambit unless you have another jungler or another way to guarantee some of these Talia setups. You know, maybe you can look at Nautilus, you know, going into the second round, but the fact that they have ignored Vi and Xin this far in the draft is pretty surprising.
What this shows me is that they really like their options. They like all of the things that are available to them at this point, and they feel like they have a couple that they can go towards, especially with something like Kai'Sa down in the bot lane for Taeyun. Like we talked about, you know, him being such a primary piece for this team, something that, you know, they really want to play for, and they kind of showcase that. I expect this to be Xin Zhao Vi bans coming in stage 2, but that does leave some options open, and with the Annie as the answer here on red side as the mid lane, it's definitely going to be intriguing whether or not they want to try to play more aggressive. Again, with Annie, one of the lanes we traditionally, I would say, see Annie paired up with is the Neferi. That's kind of the jungle mid duo that has become very common for both of those champs, but Annie does similar things. It sets up aggression. If you want somebody to be able to, you know, punish aggression that's not really Annie, but setting up your jungler to come in and take over the game, that's what she can do, and that's what Shanks' role will be here, so we'll see what jungler eventually they want to try to use to punish that.
Do you just take Nautilus here as anyone's legend and just deny any like point and click ulti setups from WE with this Talia? I mean, I wouldn't be mad at it, but anyone's legend might be more concerned about just locking in an AD carry first and guaranteeing support counter pick instead of trying to deny something like the Nautilus away from this Kai'Sa and Talia. So, but you called it. No Vi, no Xin. So WE, does this mean we're going to Maokai? Are we going to Skarner? What's the catch here?
Skarner definitely feels like the obvious pick to me here. I think the only other one could be Lilia if they wanted to go for something really aggressive in the jungle and, you know, something that they wanted to play through with the Kai'Sa, with the Scion potentially scaling. We've seen Trundle rise up in popularity as something that has also kind of been an option. You know, I'm not saying that I would love it here, but I'm certainly saying it could be on their minds. I would traditionally expect to see something more selfish here, though, and I think we're seeing that in some of the hovers. I'm not sure if they want to go fully in that direction, but we will see.
Yeah. Oh, Olaf jungle? Oh, okay. Well, so this is what I will say. You do not have setup from jungle with Talia. At least you have setup with, things like Sion and Nautilus in team fights. But if this Talia can get shove on the Annie early on, you can move with the Olaf, and you can run through all the CC that is on anyone's Legend side. So things like Annie and Pantheon cannot stop this Olaf once he pops the Ragnarok. So that's kind of exciting.
Yeah, it's definitely an adaptation, I would imagine. I don't imagine they went into draft expecting to pick Olaf here, but this is a fantastic Olaf game in terms of the setup that you have available to you. And, Monkey is a player that really likes to play aggressive and likes to play fast, and he's going to get the opportunity to do that here. But I think what's kind of under the radar for this comp for WE, they have a ton of engage. They have a ton of setup here if they want to try and go for that in the later part of the game. The Nautilus and the Sion obviously can create a majority of that, but if you need Kai'Sa and Olaf to be a 1-2 combo that kind of runs through the entirety of AL in this game number 1, I think that's possible. My priority, if I'm Olaf and if I'm, looking at this game, it's, okay, how can I get this Rumble as far behind as possible, especially pre-6? It's going to be something I'm really prioritizing, especially with Kalista almost certainly having pressure on the bot side. Maybe you're not going to be able to take advantage of that in the same way, but it certainly creates a really fun dichotomy that I'm excited to see.
Yeah, and this isn't, necessarily the first Olaf jungle we've seen this year, let alone the first one from Monkey in particular. He did play it against Ultra Prime during the placement stage, just what feels like forever ago, was only a couple months ago, towards the end of March. It was a win. He didn't necessarily look huge on it, but, they won the game. I'm looking at any other things that might be remarkable to talk about, but it didn't really seem like the Olaf was the breaker of that game. It looked like Taeyun and Karis just had a field day respectively on their own champions, but still cool to see Olaf emerging once again. Gios, let me hear it.
And we got him. We got him coming out. We got some cheers for this one, and woo, I'm excited. I know the crowd is excited as well. A lot to like about these two different drafts. I think AL is in a pretty interesting position. This comp falls off incredibly hard in the late game, even with Rumble's level 6 coming in. Like, the level 11s, you can traditionally count on it, but they need to make some plays happen early. We've already got some action. Tarzan potentially looking.
Oh, decimating smash. Oh, it doesn't find anyone from Q, but Dredgeline right on top of Kale. He's forced to flash away, but Vampire goes too deep. Yeah, that's first blood going over to Tarzan's Pantheon.
It's clear he was trying to trade for first blood. He was trying to get it for his team, but the problem is his team was clearly not on the same page because he just goes in, there's no follow-up, and he just instantly dies. Pretty big mistake there coming in from Vampire, especially the kill going over to Tarzan. That gives him so much more agency in the early game, especially if he wants to back at level 4, wants to do that full clear, and especially for an Olaf who also really wants to play for the early game. It's not like Olaf is the, most I guess bailout-esque champion in the world. You don't necessarily want to play for the Olaf late game, although you definitely can. It's nice to have that extra influx of gold. But as I was saying early on, I expect Tarzan to be pathing around to the bottom side here to try and protect his Kalista, and I would expect the opposite, for Monkey, and that's exactly what we've seen from the two starts here.
Yeah. It has been a hot minute since I have seen, Olaf be at the forefront of jungle meta in the past. But, some of the things that we've learned since the last time Olaf was really in, like the jungle meta of old is thanks to top laners showing us that when you give Olaf a lot of econ, there's actually remarkable spikes around the third item where they're tanky enough to survive while Ragnarocking through, a team fight and ignoring all CC. They actually have enough damage, but meanwhile, Monkey is just going to show up early onto the bottom side, knowing that Kale did not have flash from the first blood fight, and they have paid dividends and at least gotten a kill back into Monkey's pockets.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really nice adaptation from Monkey. I'm sure he didn't necessarily expect to make that level 3 play, but Hope and KL are just way too far forward. They're, in a situation where they just can't really push as well as they wanted to in that instance, and it gets taken advantage of. It's really nice to pull back some gold. Again, Tarzan's still in a great spot because he didn't have to slow down his clear in order to pick up his first kill, and first blood's worth a little bit more, but the action to me now is going to be top-sided focused. I'm excited to see whether or not this Scion can actually survive here on the top side against Flandra, who is one of the only outs in the later part of the game for AL if they want to try to play more consistently for those team fights.
Sure. Mid-game spikes are going to be huge for anyone's legend. Scaling-wise, not going to have that much power as you already have kind of told about some of the concerns for anyone's legend later this game goes on. WE shifting up their bot lane to the top side of the map. Does Vampire actually want to stop this recall? Dredge line on the tower. But now anyone's legend with priority are invading onto this Olaf. No flash available. And since he already popped Ghost on the bottom side, it's an easy pickup. And Tarzan now 2 kills on the Pantheon.
Yeah, it's a really nice find. It's just understanding that, in terms of timing, especially after the gank, he's still going to be on his camps. It's a nice find for Tarzan that he gets basically for free. This is now a 2-kill Pantheon who's up in camps, who is, cleared a lot quicker here. So I'm really excited for Tarzan to be in a really good spot here. We talk about how that's really the pivot point for AL, and I think he's done a good job of establishing that. It's really just about what he does with it at this point. Again, I don't think either of these teams are necessarily looking at the late game and feeling incredibly comfortable, but WE probably have a few more tools available to them, and so for Tarzan to be able to run this mid game, I think, would kind of put AL over the edge.
Yeah. And it's just really smart understanding of Tarzan. As you called out, the fact that Monkey showed early on the bot side, having only taken 3 camps. Where else is he going to be? Top camps that have not been taken yet, right? And because Tarzan did not make any early plays and just immediately beelined after his full clear, it's a great way to continue tracking this Olaf, who, without Ghost, and if you bring more numbers to the party, even though Olaf should be able to stat check a lot of champions, you can't stat check 1v2 all the time. So
yeah,
I want to see how much more Tarzan can continue putting a stranglehold on Monkey in this game.
Well, that's the thing, right? Is like you talk about stat checking for Monkey. Well, you can't stat check a Pantheon, especially a 2-kill Pantheon who's up a bunch of CS on you right now. So it inherently just becomes more difficult. Nice dodge there by Hope. Could have been a pretty scary play with Monkey in the area, but he's going to get spotted on the ward. Really nice ward from AL. To be able to make sure that they can catch out that Olaf. They would have been in a pretty precarious position without it because Tarzan is taking Dragon at the moment, but because they see him, it's actually Dragon for nothing, with Grubs, again, being delayed. I know a lot of these teams' timers are still a little bit, behind in terms of how things are getting adjusted. It's just a free objective coming in from AL and nothing else to take on the top side for WE.
And this is exactly how Tarzan wants to be able to play the game. If Tarzan gets to live in a world where his lanes are self-sufficient, even with jungle intervention from the enemy team, Tarzan is the happiest man on earth, because then he plays for his own self-economy, but he's still able to find windows where he's getting massive objective advantages for the squad. It is pretty much the ideal way for, I feel like a lot of junglers at the top level are playing on their respective teams. If you look at Canyon and how he plays for Gen G, that's, kind of the MO for him. Peanut, probably a little bit more selfless and playing a little bit more for team advantage, but is still having the freedom to do that because you have players like Zeus and Zeka and Viper on your team. And with anyone's legend, the story is very similar. Shanks, Hope, Flandra, and Kale have proved to be some of the best players in their role. And when you can do that and you have these self-sufficient lanes, even when junglers come looking for a gank or upsetting with some volatility on their side and they dissuade it, Tarzan gives you the entire world in response.
Yeah, I mean, Tarzan's been unreal for anyone's legend, and it's not just AL. He was incredible for Weibo Gaming last year. He received some criticism on LNG, but that team had a ton of success with him as well. He's just always been successful no matter where he's gone, and it's because of these consistent plays that he's able to make. I think the number one thing I want to point out here, Monkey just hitting level 6. There was a gigantic period, about a minute and a half there, where Tarzan was level 6 without Monkey even really being close. And so, we'll see what this Pantheon wants to do with his first ultimate of the game, if he wants to move around the map and play a little bit more eager in that front, or if he just wants to wait for these grubs, which are spawning in about 10 seconds, to try to fight over them. It looks like AL definitely want to set up around these as they try to pressure out the bot lane, which have taken residency in the middle of the map.
It's so crazy that Tarzan has a gold bounty on his head, man.
Wow. The 8-minute 200 gold bounty for Tarzan here with the 2 kills, but he should just be able to start up these grubs entirely for free. There should be almost no way for WE to try to make their way into this. We've seen some teams contest these grubs and throw it away multiple times across the past couple of weeks, and we'll see if WE want to try and change their fortune here.
They're definitely daring them to. Kale is separated on the other side of the Weaver's Wall. Here comes the Scion Cube, lands the knockup on top of Flandra. He is in trouble. The bailout comes through. Equalizer over the top, and Vampire could be the first target to fall. Tarzan locks him down with the spear shot. Big Tipper stun from Shanks as they are running out Monkey even through the Ragnarok. It's a double kill for Tarzan. He's looking for a triple kill. Tarzan is fed as all hell, baby, and anyone's legend is just going to rally behind their jungler to victory.
Well, this is a bit of a scary proposition. If you're WE, you are staring down the barrel of a Pantheon who has 5 kills at 9 minutes into the game and is up 30 CS. I mean, this is just about as terrifying as it could ever possibly be for this team, and that fight ends up going drastically wrong. Once again, it was kind of what I highlighted before the play, where it's just, once this team establishes pressure in the pit, it's so hard to get in. You know, Karis ulting his team away from the pit was certainly an interesting choice. It really felt like they just wanted to try and get onto Flandra as much as possible, but the Rumble is still not online. Like, this isn't a priority target to be able to take down, and the moment that you expend all of these resources to kill a Rumble, all of a sudden, the rest of the team just gets fully unleashed in the rest of this fight. You know, KL with a really great job pulling Cube back, but a triple kill for Tarzan ends up making this game even more difficult because, reminder, he can be anywhere on the map that he wants to be with that ult.
And now he has a Thunder Sky and a pickaxe at 9 minutes into the game. So, yeah. When we talked about stat checking, and we were already concerned that Pantheon could stat check, you know, an Olaf pretty easily, I don't think there's anyone that can stat check this Pantheon anymore. I don't even know if you can beat a Pantheon in a 2v1 scenario. I guess it would depend on, you know, the setup that you have, but good initiation or a pick from Karis. Burned the flash off of Kale's Renata Glass there on the bottom side, just looking for a quick flick. Second dragon of the game spawning in 40 seconds.
Yeah, that's going to be the next big objective, the next big priority, but again, how do you contest Pantheon at this point in the game? Not only is he at his strongest individually as a champion with that 1-item power spike, but he's so much stronger than everybody else on the other side. This Olaf is, I can't stress enough, specifically a stat check champion. It is literally, do I have enough to be able to run through the front line? There's no outplay potential coming in from Monkey. The only real ability that they have is potentially creating an odd-numbered fight through the Talia ultimate or potentially a nice pick from a Scion flank if they wanted to go for it. That's so difficult to pull off. If you get one member stepping up too far, Tarzan's going to be able to burst anybody down almost instantly, and there's so much setup on the side of AL, so we'll see if they can get their pick here because they're looking mid.
Oh, okay. Hex Flash from Vampire gets the dredge line and flash out of Hope. So this Kalista will be a little less safe going into this second dragon fight. Tarzan is seen on the right side as WE have snuck their way into the banana brush. Tarzan should know that there's members there, but he eats the damage with the empowered E, but he's still taking a lot. The bailout survives and allows him to get out alive. Equalizer gonna cut off the escape route from Karis. Cube trying to buy time. Taeyun using the killer instinct to reposition himself, but Tarzan shows up once again thanks to the Grand Starfall, and another fight that seems to start out well for WE ends in dismay, and anyone's legend ride the coattails of victory.
It just goes from bad to worse for WE. There's really no way for them to be able to win this. They try their best to death push and burst down Tarzan, and they're kind of right for doing so in the sense that if you can take down the Pantheon, you should just be able to instantly win the fight. The problem is, it's Pantheon, so he can negate so much of that damage, and KL was able to get in there. All of a sudden, the bailout comes through. Pantheon ends up surviving by getting a kill and diving the backline. Maybe a little bit over-eager coming in from Hope, just in terms of where he ends up positioning here, but we're going to get a replay. I get the idea of like, okay, if we could just burst down Tarzan, but again, he can negate so much of this damage. The bailout ends up coming in, and the moment Monkey ends up going down, Tarzan is free to just sit back, drop his ultimate, follow up. You can see Hope stepping up a little bit too far. It's a nice flank coming in from Cube. It's, you know, solid positioning from him, but that's the best you can do to pull back on this fight. There's really not much else you can actually create for this team, so it's just a disaster for WE. There's no way they can contest these objectives at this point, and I don't imagine things get easier, even if all of the gold right now is on your tank in the top lane.
Yeah, the only credit I can give the Team WE is that with how bad these fights have gone through for their sake, I would have imagined anyone's legend being at a higher gold advantage than they are right now. It's only like 2,000, like barely above 2,000. It's not the worst case scenario. Team WE could still be within striking distance if they're able to get different items on their side. And Kaisa does become scarier the later the game goes on. But no one has dealt with this Pantheon yet, K-Ban. And, you know, their first attempt in trying to lock him down does not go well. He's got a big bounty shutdown on top of his head. He's a few hundred gold away from being able to complete his Black Cleaver. And at that point, I think Tarzan just continues to solo run the map.
That's the problem, isn't it? That AL can kind of take whatever fight they want to take right now. Really, everything is going to be started on their terms. I think you highlighted it well, though. I really like the call out that the bounty does exist for Tarzan and that Kaisa is a potential win condition. If by some miracle you're able to get a 700 gold bounty onto the Kaisa, I don't know, things can start looking a little bit better for WE in that instance because you do still have that scaling win condition. Really, there's nothing on AL that scales particularly well into the late game. Kalista, Annie, you know, Pantheon, not kind of known for their team fighting, especially if they're going to try to play front to back. But on the other hand, if you don't get that shutdown, and even if you do and it doesn't go on a priority target, it doesn't really matter all that much because you're just not going to have enough damage to break through. So we'll see what play WE want to make. No real objective to force at the moment. Herald is up in 30 seconds, but it's just going to be AL, once again, utilizing that Pantheon ultimate to establish pressure not only in the mid lane, but translate that into getting pressure fully over top river so that that Herald could be theirs.
Yeah. Not going to find anything advantageous against Taeyun in terms of burning a Summer Spell, or at least, you know, getting him to feel some sense of fear. Oh, we got a pause. Okay, well, Hope did cast Fate's Call. Gonna get a quick shot of Tarzan taking a sip. And unfortunately, well, he's not hurt, right? Maybe he was just yawning or something.
I certainly hope so.
Yeah. No, the way that he was, like, you know, stretching his elbow, and then there's like an expression of like, he overdid it, you know. So I got panicked, you know, or I got scared. I wanted to make sure that anyone's legend is still operating on full cylinders, because it doesn't look like the pause came from their request. It might have been a Team WE request, since the rest of anyone's legend is just straight up chilling.
Yeah, we'll see here. Obviously, a lot can go wrong in League, so we'll have to get an idea of just where the problem ends up lying. But in terms of the setup that we had right before that we got the pause, it was honestly looking okay for WE. They got position on the ground. The problem is that one big knock-up from a Fate's Call coming in from Hope, and KL could immediately turn that in their favor, so we'll see how that ends up landing. But the game plan at this point for WE is, how do we kill Tarzan? How do we get this guy off the map and off the rift? Because if he's on it, I'm not really sure they're able to win any of these fights.
Well, folks, I'm not gonna lie. We have no idea why there is a pause, and that is one of the woes of being only a unofficial co-stream broadcast, is we're in the same boat and darkness as y'all, so we're gonna be chilling for a bit. Oh, big! We're back! Oh, we're so back. All right, huge.
All right, we will see here what they want to go for. The Herald has been started here by WE, and they're bursting it down pretty quickly. Remember, Tarzan already used ultimate. We'll see where the fight wants to be started.
I mean, credit to WE. They were able to get a nice pincer on anyone's legend, forcing Hope to go over the wall with Fate's Call, and Tarzan was caught on the other side of the Weaver's Wall, so anyone's legend did not feel safe in being able to walk up alone. I will say that while Tarzan is very, very strong on this Pantheon, I think anyone's legend is still just respecting the amount of CC and team fighting power that WE have on their side, and it just not risking it by trying to contest the Rift Herald.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense as Flandra. Oh my god, so much damage!
Oh no, Team WE. They thought they had it. Being able to turn it around, Flandra and Shanks just roasting them both on a spit. 2v2 solo kill as Cube now forced to run away. Tarzan was willing to burn his flash just to cut off the escape route, but doesn't get a chance to lock him down. Flandra TPing to the bottom side of the map. K-Man, that was definitely one of the most entertaining moments I have seen from this split so far.
Can we get a damage check on that? That wasn't the pause. There seemed to be something wrong with the game there, because all of a sudden, you know, Monkey wasn't there anymore. The Olaf showed up and then he was gone. But I mean, that's what happens when you run into a Rumble Annie combination and you have no MR. That's going to be a bit of a problem for the Olaf here. So, you know, he's still level 10. We'll see if he can start taking some camps and start leveling up. But you know, things are getting harder and harder, and we can see highlighted on the bottom of our screen here, Rumble 10 stacks on, don't say it, but a Magi's here for Flandra. We will see what he wants to do with that item moving forward. You almost never see this on Rumble, so really excited to see how aggressive he's going to want to play out the back half of this game, but certainly setting himself up to be a bit more useful than maybe we expected.
Jinx might even feel adventurous to go for a BM book too. He's got 10 stacks on the Dark Seal. At this point, depending on what kind of gold he's sitting on in his pocket, he might say, yeah, screw it. I'll just buy a Magi Soul Stealer for myself. WE are going to get a chance to get some gold back into their pockets, and that definitely indicates they were in dire straits with the pity prizes and the objective bounties being procced there for the T1 turret on the top side. Cube at least has dissuaded them from taking the dragon, but Tarzan is now here. And now this Scion has nowhere to go. And the rest of anyone's legend going to pick up another kill for themselves. 12-4 overall, 4,000 gold on their side in advantage. And WE just trying to do whatever they can to claw their way back into this game.
It looked a little funny at the start for AL because they had two members just getting completely pushed off by a Scion by himself, but they were just allowing him to overextend and push way too far forward so that they could capitalize with the Pantheon ult coming in. They figured it was a pretty good time to use it considering they could get this dragon as well as the kill onto Cube. So overall, just another fantastic pickup for AL, and it's once again just their tempo and their pressure that continues to put them ahead. That's what Tarzan's the best at. When, you know, people have made fun of me in the past for saying Tarzan's the best jungler in the world, you can't argue he's the best jungler in the world at continuously pressuring the mid game. It's just something he does so much better than almost anybody else, and it's really on display in this one.
And what a champion to do it on with Pantheon, right? Because Pantheon doesn't necessarily have the greatest scaling, even with all the love taps that Riot has, you know, graciously given over to Pantheon in several patches over the past year. Pantheon is still not like a late game scaling champion compared to something like a Defiri or a Zed jungle even, right? But when Pantheon gets ahead, you just put a giant stranglehold and a chokehold on the enemy team, because if you have Grand Starfall and someone steps up too far, that's an immediate numbers advantage. Flandra forced to use the Equalizer on the top side just to make sure that Cube can't get any more damage onto this tier 2 turret, and yeah, wow. That's a lot of HP gone off of one play.
Talk about dissuading a dive. There is no way you can keep that going. Cube ends up horribly misplaying it. You should realize that Rumble's goal is to drop the Equalizer onto the wave. He just stands in it. And, you know, why not? He's Scion. He can get away with it. But, you know, unfortunately, that means no play on the top side. And once again, it's, you know, resources, however small, for WE being invested into a play that just doesn't really end up, you know, mattering in the grand scheme of things, which continues to be a huge issue for them. They have to find something on the map to pull some of this gold back. I understand that you can look at some of these late game, you know, compositions and say, okay, we scale pretty well. Kai'Sa Olaf can be pretty dangerous if we get to that part of the game. You're not getting to that part of the game right now. You have point-and-click CC on the other side for this Kai'Sa. If she ever decides to be even remotely aggressive, and now with Otacon spawning and AL already making their way to it, you've got to make a play happen, and you've got to make it happen soon.
Who will face check first on the side of WE? Karis at least gets vision in front of Otacon, but no one can get there in time. So it's an easy secure for the side of anyone's legend. They're going to work their way back to the mid lane. Tier 1 not going to even fall. Tarzan will guarantee the safety of this structure as Cube gets a decimating smash, but Tarzan just blocks it with the empowered shield. And now the rest of WE, do they fancy a fight here in the river? It would be bold.
It would be very bold. I think that's correct. Flandra on the flank.
Okay, Ragnarok at least ignores the stun, but the hostile takeover catches 3 in the pot side, and Tarzan with a quick Q flash slays members from the side of Team WE. A double kill for Flandra thanks to the power of that Equalizer and the Flame Spitter burning Taeyun to a crisp. Tarzan will go down, and it's a big gold bounty secured for Team WE, but at what cost?
Oh, and we're not even done. Hope Onto Karis now. Oh, he's actually gonna get CC'd a little bit. He's stuck between
the
two towers, Karis.
Oh, the bailout. Oh, okay, okay. All right, anyone's legend. Let's calm down. Let's calm down. I know you guys are super far ahead against Team WE. Let's not disrespect them too hard. They drop a couple crucial kills that I don't think is going to necessarily upset the balance that we have seen from anyone's legend taking this game in full stride. But, you know, at least Team WE have a lot more gold in their pockets than they would have had before.
Yeah, I was flabbergasted when I saw that WE wanted to take this fight. This is a horrible setup from them. Not only can Tarzan immediately get onto the Olaf, burn the Ragnarok super early, it's the dream equalizer, and then obviously Renata taking over that fight, and Tarzan just continues to play super aggressive here. You got the heal coming in from the Redemption. He thinks he can get Taeyun. This is a bit of a mistake from Tarzan. You should always let Flandra push forward here because you are the one with the bounty. You are the one with the most to lose. That being said, Flandra has 24 stacks on his Magi, so maybe you don't want him dying either. But it's still a lot of gold going into the pocket of Taeyun, but truly that is a consolation prize. There is nothing else to gain from that play. It's a really miserable setup, and AL just continuing to tempo and pressure out the entirety of WE.
Yeah, I mean, like, the hope that Team WE gets is that this Nashor's Tooth is completed relatively soon, and now your Kaisa becomes Poke Kaisa, and you can try to maybe help yourself with the objective setups by chunking out health bars from the side of anyone's legend. There's no real frontliners for this squad, right? Because Pantheon's a bruiser, not a tank, and Renata's a support enchanter, not a support tank either. So, I mean, like, if we really want to talk, like, win conditions here, it is the Kaisa, right? And anyone's legend did kind of give her a 1,000 gold bounty back into it, but they're going to jump right on top of Monkey, and Taeyun is trying to kite this one out. Monkey already losing so much HP off the back of Tarzan's engage. Rest of anyone's legend trying to corral them in. Weaver's Wall will at least cut them off from one side or the other, but Taeyun getting jumped on by Tarzan, tries to escape with the Killer Instinct, but he's got nowhere to go because he just jumps into the rest of the team. WE are just scrambling for scraps, but they're the only ones getting killed in the aftermath of these fights, and anyone's legend just going to corral them all one by one. Cube is the last one standing. Not a single member drops from the side of anyone's legend. 5 for 0 ace, and that's the sold for theirs to claim.
It's just unfair. It's absolutely gorgeous from AL. Obviously, it's all started with Tarzan ulting in, but it's layered about as well as I've seen a fight layered in quite a long time. I hope we'll get a replay of this so that I can kind of detail where exactly a lot of the CC ends up coming in, because most of the members of WE did not have a single second to move in that fight, which just is incredibly tragic considering how much gold they are already down. But once again, it's just AL continuing to pressure this advantage. There is no better team in the LPL at taking a gold lead and turning it into something more. We can see the start of the fight, Tarzan initiating it all. Monkey just waiting way too long to pop the Ragnarok here. He actually tries to save it for the fight, but as you can see, you know, KL is going to step up. He's going to play super aggressive. He's going to get hooked, but once he drops the hostile takeover into the Annie ultimate, into the knockup coming in from Tarzan, the point and click stun, everyone's dead. It's over. Sorry. Like, there's nothing else to do. You can't move for a single second in the fight. It's just beautifully played overall from AL, and that's the problem, is they've got so much CC, they have so many ways to keep these fights going that if they can start them, you're not going to be able to survive.
Yeah, and we hinted at the possibility of anyone's legend if they snowball with this composition. It feels very, very oppressive to play with. Well, what happened, K-Man? We had 5 kills gifted over to Tarzan in the early game, and that allows him to just lead the charge on every single one of these fights and plays, and your solo laners in Rumble and Annie get the benefit off of, you know, someone else leading the charge, and all you got to do is just follow up. And hey, that sounds pretty darn easy in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, I would like that job, personally. I'll play with Tarzan and let him get super fed in the early game, and, you know, he can start taking over later. I don't mind. You know, I'll put my ego aside. Flandra?
Oh,
no way,
goodness.
he just kills Karis.
Flandra's just about to style on Karis. There's 3 seconds before this Weaver's Wall. There's no room for him to go. Good use of the flash, going over the seismic shove so that he does not get punted away from his victim. And now Flandra. Oh, he's just gonna teleport, man. Monkey knows it too, and because they spawn Monkey on the bottom side of the map, anyone's legend saying, well, hey guys, jungler's bot side, this is a free Baron for sure. And We're approaching the 10,000 gold point. Yeah, we're now at 11,000 gold advantage, and Tarzan finds Taeyun. He should just be able to solo out this AD carry. Yep, thumbs up. Taeyun knows that this game is chalked, and anyone's legend are just a couple moments away from being able to run it into the base of WE and take the first game of the series.
So let me get this straight. The play for WE is we are going to invest into the bot lane. We are going to try and pick off this Rumble. It ends with the Rumble getting a solo kill, with AL getting Baron, and then your AD carry getting caught in the middle of the map with no one else around. Yeah, not looking particularly good for WE. Not the play I would have made. Double inhibitors falling here mid and top, and they can keep going. It looks like they do want to try and push to end the game, but are they going to be able to do that? Death timers are very short. Taeyun up in 5.
AL are definitely going to try. It is 2 seconds before Taeyun respawns, so they'll have all 5 members. But look, Hope is just autoing the Nexus Tower without any challenge, so WE are going to really wait until the very end. Hostile takeover is ignored by the Unstoppable Onslaught. Nice buffer there, but it's still a solo tank without any damage members really being able to hit the front line, because Tarzan is just solo tanking with this Pantheon. Flandra goes gold, and the Flame Spitter cooking WE members alive. Another 5-4-0 ace, and if that doesn't show dominance, I don't know what does. Anyone's legend take the first game of the series.
Can we say utterly dominant? Is that even strong enough of a phrase to describe what just happened in game number 1? We talked about AL needing to show up and needing to be the team that played like the best team in the LPL. Here you go. WE is no pushover. They have been consistently solid. In a lot of the series that they've played, they looked inept in the face of an Anyone's Legend team that is steamrolling right now. And, you know, I'm not going to try and, you know, predict too much, but Tarzan was so unreal here, and we could be looking at somebody who just took the solo lead in the MVP leaderboard.
Maybe. Yeah, I don't think anyone else would have a likely chance of, you know, getting MVP. Like, maybe Flandra, because he had, you know, 25 stacks on the Medjai Soul Stealer, but still, who got those first few kills? Who led the charge for all of the mid-game skirmishing that pretty much solidified Anyone's Legend win condition in the mid-game? It was Tarzan. And, you know, like, credit to them, Team WE picked a lot of fights early on that they maybe shouldn't have, you know, at least, you know, we can say that WE had the gumption to challenge Anyone's Legend, but they lost the flip. And if Tarzan is the one that gets all the kills, then you know Tarzan is not going to waste that opportunity.
And I think that all started at level 1. Like, we get this weird exchange at level 1 where Vampire tries to hook in on the Pantheon and just dies. Yeah, I mean, it's just such a needless error to make for WE to put themselves in the hole. Of course, Monkey does a good job to bring something back with that level 3 gank down on the bot side, but that gives Tarzan so much pressure in terms of tempo that you can't give Tarzan tempo. It's just, you can't do it. He's going to take advantage of it. You know, eventually you're like, oh, Monkey's probably clearing on his top side now that he, you know, ganked level 3. He's going to be here at this exact moment. Free kill for Pantheon. Now you're looking at 2-0, and you know, one more fight goes awry, he gets a triple kill down on the bot side, it's over. The game is over from that point. It's that thin of a margin, and you can't be making the mistakes that WE ended up making.
Yeah, Tarzan is one of the few junglers in the world where as soon as he knows where the enemy jungler is and is going to be, he punishes that super well, because Tarzan rarely goes for these, you know, early gank timers trying to help snowball lanes, because he doesn't need to. He has full faith in his lanes to be self-sufficient on their own, and, you know, if things are forced upon them, then Tarzan will at least take advantage of it and then punish the enemy jungler or another side of the map where, you know, you have guaranteed numbers advantage, or you have guaranteed info on where people are going to go. You know, it just goes to show how effective Tarzan is as a jungler. And then, you know, as you proudly proclaim, definitely, you know, I don't know if I can, you know, be on that same train with you that Tarzan is by far and away the best jungler in the world, but he's definitely one of the best in the world. I will agree with that.
I think his skill set is so perfect for modern League of Legends. I think he fits this era of the game so well, where he's the best skirmisher of anybody in the world. Really, he just does it at such a high level. You give him an inch, he's going to take a mile, and we saw that here. Worth noting, Tarzan that game as Pantheon did more damage than Karis and Taeyun combined. The mid AD carry duo on the other side. So, not a good look. Not a good look overall.
I mean, Tarzan was fighting a lot, but yeah, that's not ideal. And the fact that WE invested so much in the Talia setup, and they got, I said it right away. It's like, wow, we are not taking a guaranteed, combo with Vi or Xin Zhao for this. You're gonna really have to rely on Nautilus and Scion to guarantee those seismic shove flick combos, right? Oh, dude, this was the funniest play. This was so
you see
hilarious,
Olaf?
Man.
There he goes. He's gone, disappeared, magic trick. It's just
this game alone kind of reminds us why we don't see Olaf jungle anymore. Not to say that it doesn't win games. Monkey did win with it against Ultra Prime earlier in the split. Nio pulled out an Olaf jungle as well against LNG in Group Nirvana. Hell, if you were watching LTA earlier today, Dignitas won. Shaden pulled it out in Game 3 against Lion Gaming. So, this champion has merit in the right spots. Unfortunately, the way this game played out, it did not look great for the Viking.
I'll just say this, if we're talking about, the Olaf resume, and we're seeing, respectfully, wins over Ultra Prime, wins over LNG, AL's a little bit of a different beast to maybe try and get away with something like that against, and so, maybe you just need a little bit more of a defense if you're going to be able to take down this Viking, but it just was not useful. It reminded me so much of the Talon from the first series today, where it's just, you want to go for something a little bit unique, and it does not work. You do not get the expected result.
Oh, the flashbang of mentioning Kanavi's talent earlier today is quite traumatic. I think the funniest comment I saw regarding that was, someone saying, actually, I hope we see more Kanavi talent, because then it guarantees top esports don't go to another international. I'm like, wow, that is some insane hating behavior. But I can't be mad at it. Given what the results were from first stand. But if top esports managed to go all the way, I can only hope from the community's perspective that Kanavi does better. And yeah, I mean, we knew this was gonna happen. Tarzan, MVP, now currently leading the stands by 1. 12-11 now. I think this puts him in terms of score, because Kanavi didn't get an MVP in the previous series, right?
He did not. It is now Tarzan alone that is leading the MVP standings if you exclude placements. Obviously, with placements, Kanavi is still in first. He was in first by quite a large margin because he dominated the placement stage. But if you're just including Group Ascend, if it's only those, then Tarzan is now in sole possession of first place for MVP.
All right. Well, K-Man, the sun is shining through my window, so it is, starting to... Is it shining through your window too?
Oh yeah. It's 9 a.m. on the East Coast here, so we've had it for a while.
It's about 7 a.m. for me, so we are coming down to the wire. Anyone's Legend now leading the series 1-0. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll see if Anyone's Legend closes out the series, or if Team WE have it in them to, equalize it. Stay tuned. Welcome back, y'all. We are getting ready for game 2 of the series, but before we do that, have you heard about MOBA Trainer? A new app that teaches you League of Legends with a series of puzzles. Just boot up the program, work through puzzles every day to improve your game knowledge. You select the puzzle from this map, answer the questions, and unlock more features. We're going to do one right now before draft phase of the second game, and we're going to put our producer to the test and allow him to dodge some skill shots. Let's go, Brad! Yoo-hoo-hoo-hoo!
Okay, yeah, here we go. We started off pretty hot. One Ezreal Q. You're not going to die to one Ezreal Q, so you definitely got it. This Thresh is, something. He's playing all right. Ghost has been popped. Some great dodges coming in.
Ooh, some context on our producer, Bread, for tonight. Very familiar with FPS shooters in games, so maybe he might have the skills to dodge all these skill shots. Woo! That X crossfire was kind of crazy. Nidalee Spears now added to the fray. Oh. Ooh.
That's okay. This team is boosted without Ezreal. You just gotta pay attention to the AD carry. Outside of him, this team sucks. So trust.
Yeah. Oh, that's a big death sentence. Yeah, that's gonna be a lot of HP. Oh no! Good
Nice
flash usage, dodging the death sentence. Mystic shot goes wide. Oh, that's a lot of skill shots. Oh, it's dodgeball on steroids, I believe. Oh, here comes the charge. Oh, unlucky.
Very.
There was. You definitely tried your best. LPL broadcast. I didn't see. What was it? 190.
I think 198
something.
198, I believe. Pretty good score, all things considered.
Oh, that's Alp's high score? Okay. Wait, has Alp done the dodge skill shot test on his own? Oh, wow.
All right, well, we had a pretty good run there, but, MOBA Trainer, go check out the dodge and the skill shots yourself. You can get those high scores up and, try to compete with us.
MOBA Trainer.
Try to compete with the LPL.
Use code LPL20, baby. You get a discount off the premium features, and that allows you to access all of the modules. And all the modules, if you've been tuning in with us on the regular for LPL Unofficial English, they're all very fun, and they're all good brain teasers as well, and just, leveling up your overall game knowledge. Sometimes there's moments where I'm like, would you actually really do this, And sometimes I think it's missing some context and some variables, but for the most part, it's been very, very fun to do.
Yeah, I completely agree. The only times I'm ever mad at MOBA Trainer is when they're like, give the kill to your teammates. And I go, no thanks. I'm not doing that. That's not...
I'm taking the kill for myself.
That's my kill. I earned that kill.
Yeah, exactly. Especially if you're in solo queue. Like, do you want to trust this random teammate to take the kill in gold? Hell no. Like, that's like anti-solo queue mentality 101. You gotta trust yourself with the gold always, But we're getting ready for the draft phase between Team WE and Anyone's Legend. It is the second game of the series that we are starting to approach. The first game was a slaughter. I'm not going to even sugarcoat it. It was devastating.
Yeah, it was such a slaughter that at no point in the game was I even able to get in my monkey versus Tarzan joke that I had really, wanted to set up. I was really looking forward to that, but I was so distracted by the fact that Tarzan was 13, 1-12 or something like that on the Pantheon that it didn't even come to mind. But hopefully we'll get some opportunities moving into game number 2. WE, of course, staying on blue side after losing game number 1, and that means they will still have their choice of what they want to go for. I would expect bans to be basically the same. I see no reason to change things up for AL, especially on red side, to not allow things, like the Nefiri through. Like, there's just no reason to try and test that, but we'll see if there will be any adaptations coming in from WE on the blue side.
Very true. Well, Tarzan at least demonstrated that he was the king of the jungle against Monkey. And I don't know. It depends on which Disney film, if you've seen how the movie Tarzan plays out. But that kind of follows storyline-wise. So, Tarzan just living up to the script. We'll see if Team WE can help reverse it as we get ready for Game 2 in just a few more moments. Looks like teams are taking a little bit of extra time maybe to iron out any technical issues that we could have had. There was a pause in Game 1, Never got a confirmation on what that was, since we don't have direct access or contact to any of the LPL staff members, since this is a fan-made product co-stream. So we do what we can in those pause moments. You know, we have some segments planned if it really does go super long, but thankfully we haven't needed to bust them out yet, K-Man.
Yeah, you know, nobody wants pauses. Pauses are the bane of professional League of Legends. We want to see gameplay. We want to see action, and so...
Real. You know. Sorry, I was really close to the microphone.
No,
that might have been it.
No, honestly, I think that is what we deserve here today, and, you know, I'm excited to see moving forward what we're going to get.
Yeah. Well, it looks like we're still waiting on loading up into the draft. So I think we have a vampire interview between him and Monkey, and talking about I'm not sure what exactly it is, so we're just gonna let the SOT do the talking. It might have not worked. Our producer glumly just in my ear, it did not work. So we'll see if the vampire interview will ever get a chance to see the light of day. Back in the draft. You know what? You know, technical issues aside, you know, we've created some awkward moments, but we can laugh at ourselves and, you know, move on. Draft 2 is here.
Yeah, we keep it rolling here. No, not a dull moment. We have no time for interviews. We got to see Vampire on the Rift here today. Hopefully not making a level 1 mistake like he did in game number 1 that ended up costing almost the entire game. Getting into draft, though, talking about what we're getting here. The only adaptation, an Ezreal ban coming out on the side of AL, and that actually leaves up the Rise. So the Rise is going to be the first pick here, and that should open up the map. It's one of the premier options if you want to play for macro.
Yep. And whenever Karis is at least able to move first out of this mid lane, it does allow him to play with Monkey and try to help him get some advantages in the early game. Anyone's Legend do respond, though, with a Yorick lock-in for Flandra, and he has been one of the few top laners that actually makes this champion look really oppressive, because Anyone's Legend actually try and play through split push win conditions, you know, not just having the Yorick teleport in every single time that it's up and trying to team fight. You want to hit towers. You want to force WE or whatever opponents that you're going up against to respond to your split push pressure, and at least Anyone's Legend does that.
Yeah, there is a pick in this draft that I do want to call out, and that's going to be the Cassante coming in here from Cube as the answer to Yorick. I already don't like Cassante into Yorick as a matchup. I don't think it really is particularly positive for the Cassante, and I don't think Cassante's in a good spot in terms of where he's at with all of the nerfs and everything that he's been hit by, so... You know, be on the lookout for Flandra to potentially have a pretty strong game here, but it's going to be the Orianna as the answer to the Rise. We've kind of been seeing an increase in a lot of these more standard control mages back into the meta in the last couple of weeks, I think because teams just realize that, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We can still play for team fights if we want to do that, and, you know, Vi jumping in with the Orianna ball can still be a pretty good delivery service, so definitely excited to see that. Top side's taken for both teams. Mean bot lane bans are incoming.
Already, Misfortune eats one of the bans here from the side of Anyone's Legend. WE can respond with 80 carry bans as well as support bans, depending on what they want to start diminishing in terms of overall effective pool. Getting rid of the Lucian, knowing that Anyone's Legend could go for the first jump on it, and there's no dedicated tank that has been picked up for Anyone's Legend. However, the fact that Anyone AL were able to so dominantly take care of business against WE, even without a tank on their side, since they had Pantheon Renata as their jungle support. I think WE are very well aware that, guys, they could run Vi and then like Nami or Emilio for Lucian, and they still could roll us. So, well, let's just get rid of some of these early aggressive options.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense here. I imagine AD Carry will be coming in on R4 with the bans coming out of the Misfortune and the Ashe. This signals a bit of a Jhin priority to me if they did want to go in that direction, just taking away other options. But it's going to be the Lulu as that final ban, taking away some Zeri options. It's actually going to be the Xayah, so safety makes a lot of sense. We figured it was going to be something that didn't need a ton of resources in order to be relevant, and Vi, Orianna, Xayah is definitely a pretty classic, you know, trio to be picked in pro play, so no real shocks or surprises on how that is likely going to go.
Yeah, I will say Vi Xayah always is a little awkward as a composition together because Vi wants teammates or the enemy team to go into her, whereas Vi is going to be going forward with the cease and desist. Now, you can always try and lock down a diving threat with your ultimate, so at least Vi has some flexibility. It's just that when Vi goes forward, she ain't coming back out. And it's really difficult and awkward for Xayah to walk forward because that plays away from the whole feather fantasy that she has.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the way you want to set this up is kind of similar to how you would want to set up, like even just like walk forward comps is essentially Vi is going to dive with the Orianna ball alongside the Rakan, and then Xayah doesn't really need any sort of protection. Like you're allowed to play more aggressive if you're Vi, if you're, you know, Rakan, because Xayah can self-peel, and that just allows maybe a bit more in the back half of the game. But now that we see the full comps, it's pretty clear the direction that both of these teams want to head. Once again, you know, mid-game power spike coming in from WE, you're basically always going to get that when you draft Xin Zhao Rise. You want to play for that macro advantage that you're going to be able to skirmish with in the mid-game, but the scaling, the team fight of AL, it's terrifying. And not even just the team fight, right? Like, the 4v4, even the 4v5 with Yorick split pushing is horrifying if you are WE. You don't really have a clean answer because, like I said, I really don't like Cassante in a side lane against Yorick. And so for me, it's really going to be about which part of the map ends up getting the resources. Is it going to be Yorick that ends up getting really strong, or can the Xin Zhao and Rise actually create enough panic in the early and mid game to kind of dissuade AL from going to their own strategy?
Yeah, the way that the first game played out for WE, they opted into a lot of aggressive looks that were punished and outplayed by the side of anyone's legend. Now, you can definitely make some of those moves happen with Xin and Leona as your main initiators and setups here. It just comes down to if WE has, you know, the right setups in particular with all their lanes, you know, having priority on the side of the map that they want to look for, or just having the burst damage. But, you know, Jhin has some plenty of lethality thanks to that fourth bullet early on. Rise can aid in setting up with empowered rune prisons. Unfortunately, Cassante, I'm in agreement with you. Not necessarily the most inspiring champion to be locking in for a composition that, you know, at least would like to get a snowball going. But we'll see if WE can get it done.
All right, and we hear the cheers getting us into game number 2. Remember, game number 1 had some action at level 1, so we want to be on the lookout for that potentially repeating here in game number 2, but I think you highlighted it perfectly. I think you're talking about so much setup being coming in from the side of WE as we get further and further along into this mid-game as Flandra runs away from the pressure that Cube and Monkey are putting on, but not really much to do here. To me, I'm really looking at Karis. I think he's a big pivot point for how this mid-game is going to end up going. If he ends up getting really far behind, like he is kind of known to do in some of these more even matchups individually, then I think that's going to be a very, very big problem for WE in terms of their macro game. But if he can get ahead and move around the map, I think that opens up a lot, and that to me is what WE need to be trying to force.
And the early lane push is already demonstrated to be a focus point for both Karis and Shanks, just based on the fact that they both took Scorch. So they're trying to push each other around. Hopefully one or the other is going to get the advantage of, you know, creating that health disparity, which then gives them the safety to shove in the wave first and then move with their junglers into the enemy quadrants and trying to get that aggressive vision line control. And in particularly the case for AL, if Tarzan is able to track Monkey like he did in game 1, then it is so free for the early mid game of AL.
Yeah, and we're also seeing opposite side starts here from the two junglers, which does indicate to me that there's going to be at least some level of contest coming in at some point. Could just be a full clear trade of crabs on both sides if that's what they want to do, but You know, we'll see where the pressure wants to come in. Significantly less pressure, in my opinion, for Tarzan, but Karis is already pretty low in this lane. This is a really nice job by Shanks to be able to kind of push away some of the pressure and burn some of the resources here for Karis with no health pots remaining. So, you know, like the way that Shanks has been able to play this out in the early levels, it's about keeping it up, though.
Yeah, both junglers have been spotted on their respective Raptor camps, but as you pointed out, Shanks having a massive health advantage already is going to get this wave shoved in. And even though they know that Monkey is pathing towards the bottom side of the map, it doesn't seem like there's any danger in the shadows for Hope and KO. While they are pushed under tower, they're still relatively healthy, and they have a lot of ways to outplay some of the dive setups that WE might try to look for. That is still a window that WE will have while Kanavi or Tarzan is on the top side of the map. But does Cube have to fear for his life here? That is the question.
I certainly would be a bit worried if I were Cube in this instance, as we see Tarzan making his way up there. He is going to be spotted on the ward, and Cube respectfully is going to be able to back out. But overall, it looks like it's just going to be a standard full clear coming in from both of these junglers, trading crabs. Not too much going on. Both of them have hit level 4, I should say, and are just going to be looking for a bit more. Teleports burned in the mid lane as well. Pretty standard. At this point, really what I'm going to be looking at is who wants to initiate a lane swap for their bot lane first. If that's going to be WE with the pressure they have, it's going to create some options. Monkey is going to be here, but he's on a ward. See if he gets tracked out from that.
Yep. Well, that gives AL a nice tempo window. Tarzan is already based and is beelining towards the bottom side of the map. So by the time that Monkey bases, if WE don't get a clean reset here, they'll be forced to stay. And now there's an opportunity for Tarzan to get a free gank timer that Monkey cannot respond to.
Looks like he's going to try and take it. The problem is this is also warded, and so they are going to have vision of Tarzan if he does want to walk up, which makes it obviously a lot more difficult. I think the more noteworthy thing to talk about is that with Tarzan pathing down to the bottom side, he is going to be first to Dragon, spawning in about 20 seconds. If they do want to early prioritize it, they are sending the bot lane back down into the bot lane itself, the AD carry and support, of course. So looks like they do want to try and prioritize this Dragon, especially with all of that vision, you know, being placed by WE there. But once again, if Karis is going to be able to shove and roam and start to get some vision himself for Tarzan and even on KL, that's going to be pretty massive overall for WE, and it's just really an information game at this point.
Nice for Karis here on the rise to actually not be nearly as a devastating position he was before, considering that Karis was like super low on HP on the first the first couple of minutes of the laning phase. But now that both of these champions have gotten their tiers for themselves, now Karis seems to be trading evenly with Shanks on HP. Shanks is trying to look for a little bit more aggressive trades, but Vampire showing up midway is going to allow WE to get this shoved out. Kale is forced to respond. It seems like WE are going to be slightly in a better position to look for a burn on this Dragon, since Monkey is on the bottom side of the map. Taeyun is shoving in this wave on the bottom side, so they have waves set up for them, but it doesn't really look like it's a immediate priority for WE quite yet.
It's very dangerous for WE to try and fully make this play here. If they step up and end up getting caught out, even just a little bit by a Vi, it can be disaster almost immediately with Rakan as that follow-up engage, and so they play it pretty respectfully, but especially with these mid laners now hitting level 6, I imagine a lot of pressure is going to be coming in from both of them now. The Rise doing a great job of shoving and roaming. We can see that Monkey has already started up on the Dragon. Tarzan will be making his way down here, but it's going to be a bit of a difficult contest because of that push in the bot lane for WE.
Yeah. Kale and Hope don't have the easiest way of walking through the choke point, but it's not even contested, so now Kale and Hope are in the river. W are trying to shift their attention to blocking the banana brush entrance here. The Dragon is still leashed. 1800 health. Tarzan is walking around. He can still walk in and just yoink this away from Monkey. It's going to be a 50-50. 3-4, 800 HP. It is secured by Monkey, and KL might have gone a little too far forward. Tarzan trying to pick his targets wisely here. Vampire is the one that is super low. Flashes away to safety. Tarzan could be in trouble. Will flash over the wall, but now Shanks is here for the party. I think he already used the shockwave, but the rest of WE are just going to make a clean getaway and not drop a single man.
Huge win there for WE. We talked about how they needed to pressure early because I think the scaling is on the side of AL, but you can see kind of why we talk about the early game from WE being pretty scary. The Vi can't feel comfortable going into that play without really any sort of follow-up. The Xayah's not at the point in the game where she can start like pumping out damage in the way that she needs to right now as Cube gets a little low on the top side. It's Cassante, he'll be just fine, but that's the benefit of Ryze having Shove in the mid lane, is we can see that Karis is there to the fight a little bit early. Xin Zhao is able to do a little bit more damage than maybe the Vi is on the other side. It's just a lot of these small factors compounding into a pretty nice win for WE that should give them pressure here for the Grubs in 8 seconds as well.
Yeah, especially since big support keystone difference, Aftershock on Vampire versus Guardian on KL. Oh, Cube going for the 1v1 against Flandre, and he has Monkey in his back pocket just to guarantee it if Flandre sticks around, but flashing that Q3 on the Nitofo strikes allows the York to escape with his life. Monkey's still trying to see if he can pressure for these Grubs, but Tarzan is here alongside KL, Hope, and Shanks. All 4 members showing up. This should guarantee the objective for themselves.
Yeah, no real way to contest this if you're WE. You spent quite a few resources on the top side there. That being said, they're in the area. Monkey's still here. We've seen teams throw it away here before. Will they do it again?
Realm Warp is coming in so that Karis can get there much quicker, I should say. Tarzan is forced to flee. Monkey will try to secure this last grub for himself, but he doesn't have a smite. And a teleport is coming in. Cease and desist right on top of Monkey. Grand entrance and the shockwave carrier system, but Monkey punts the ball away with the Crescent Guard. Tarzan is the first one to drop. They equalize it by finding Vampire in the back, but it definitely could have gone worse for wear on the side of WE. The fact that Monkey survives is at least a nice consolation prize, but anyone's legend forcing WE away. They should be able to secure the Grubs for themselves, but no one is going for it quite yet.
Yeah, it's just really difficult for Monkey to be able to make his way back to those Grubs, and now Tarzan's going to make a beeline to that side of the map. It's brilliantly played by AL at the start, but they're not quite at their power spike yet. This is still a pretty weak comp in terms of the damage they're able to output. No item on Orianna, nor an item onto the Xayah. So it ends up not really being enough damage to burst down. That's going to be a combo that's lethal later on in the game, but luckily right now for WE, they're able to at least pull one back. It's a 1-for-1 in the end, but if Tarzan is going to be able to take that grub and, you know, complete the trilogy there, then that's going to be pretty positive. But for now, WE are actually first to the objective, and we could be looking at a potential death push.
Yeah, Tarzan does not have ult available for another, I want to say, 40-something seconds, maybe closer to a minute here. I forget that rank 1 ulti on Vi these days is super long, and Monkey denies all 3 grubs away, or the 3rd grub from anyone's legend, so neither team will get the Void Might. They know that Flandre does not have Flash here. Unfortunately for Monkey, the Dark Procession does keep him locked in place, and Monkey cannot pursue Flandre here. But we're at 10.5 minutes into the game here, K-Man, and next objective is going to be the 2nd Dragon.
Yeah, and we're going to see some exchanges down in the bot lane because of it. Karis could be in a bad spot. Shockwave down.
Already below 50% HP. Grand entrance. Flash by Karis. Really nicely done by the Ryze. And WE's mid laner going to keep himself safe under the tower.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate for KL because if he wasn't in a position where he immediately started tanking tower, perhaps he could have actually re-engaged on that play, but because he was tanking it before he even really went in, it became a little bit more difficult. Vampire and a Hex Flash over the wall and burn ultimate here. It's a lot committed for nothing.
Yeah, the Solar Flare, I don't know how long it is rank 1 cooldown, but I'm not sure if it's going to be back up before this 2nd Dragon of the game, so might have been a little over-eager from the WE support, just trying to see if he could at least burn a Summoner Spell out of Shanks, but he just sidesteps it.
It's definitely not going to be up for the Dragon fight, I mean, depending on when it's taken, but I just don't understand. Like, he was never in danger. We saw Shanks backing off. It's just way too greedy in terms of the play here. AL, though, just going to be trying to establish as much vision as possible here. Dragon is spawning in 20 seconds, and that's definitely going to be the priority here. If WE can grab that, that will be their 2nd, and all of a sudden, another win condition, another out for them could potentially appear. Remember, this is the part of the game that I think they are arguably at their strongest. You're starting to hit your first item power spikes on Xin Zhao and on Jin here. That's going to create a situation where they should be able to fight, but AL are going to be first to the position.
Yeah, Vampire jumps onto the Rakan, but now gets charmed up by the quickness. Vampire trying to flash away. The rest of anyone's legend turning on to Monkey. Crescent Guard keeps some range damage away, but Shanks just walks up and down, smashes the flash. Featherstorm from Hope will ensure that Vampire falls, and Karis without a flash means that he cannot escape the shockwave this time around. Anyone's legend just cleaned out 3 for free.
It's a disaster for WE. It's completely separated from them. They don't have any sort of cohesion or synergy in that exchange. It looks like Vampire wants to go in, but again, no lockdown because that Solar Flare has already been used. There's no Leona ultimate to be able to capitalize on, and so the Leona ends up going in, gets bursted down, and has to run out. Monkey then follows up and tries to get a 3-man knockback with his ult, but ends up just in the middle of the rest of the team. We're going to get a chance to see it here. They look like they catch out Kyle early on in this fight, but again, look at the damage that's coming down. The lockdown coming in on Vampire. He has to flash out. There's nothing else to do. Monkey, at this point, just tries to accept the fact that he's going to die after getting hit by the Rakan ultimate, and at this point, you're just completely separated. There's no damage coming in, and it's really nice follow-through from Shanks. I want to give him a lot of credit on this as well for his positioning on the Orianna, but Cube now just getting solo killed.
Okay, well, maybe the 369, or not 369, Cube Cassante pick is cooking, potentially, and Flandra not having the Trinity Force quite yet, overestimating his damage output in the 1v1. He even had the help of the Maiden, and somehow she wasn't putting in enough work, so WE's top laner at least finding a little bit of gold reprieve, the only person on the map that has a gold advantage in his name.
That was without level 11, by the way. He hit level 11 after that fight, so that's rank 1 ultimate. That's not even a gigantic level advantage coming in from Cube. He just ends up playing it better. We're going to get a replay here. This is a bad start for Cube, but he ends up just landing all of his damage at the start of this combo and then realizing, like, oh, hey, like, Yorick is, like, not actually able to fight me. Flandra ends up re-engaging, but once again, it's that all-out coming in, and it's just Flandra underestimating the amount of damage that Cassante can put out. This is a pretty good matchup overall for Yorick, and a lot of that is because you need to be able to land consistent damage, you know, to poke him down and to not really allow him to full combo you. Cube doing a great job to kind of push that tempo and force the fight to happen.
Yeah, getting that channel W in the all-out form does a deceptive amount of burst damage since it is true damage, right? So that is always something that you got to keep in mind when you're going for these 1v1s, and Flandra just overestimating his ability to be able to tango with Cube there, but he's looking for his own level 11 power spike so that his Maiden is just a little bit more got a little bit more oomph to it, you know. But we're still at the part of the game where anyone's legend is very comfortably ahead in terms of gold. Not a huge gold lead for themselves, but still being able to evade a lot of the power that WE could have had in other circumstances.
Yeah, they certainly do have a lead now, and they might try to grow it here on Karis once again.
No flash still for this Rise, but Vampire is going to make the dive difficult and uncomfortable for them, so the rest of anyone's legend have to retreat. That saves Karis' life for now. Still below 50% HP, almost below 25% HP. Definitely will be forced to take a base there. Has teleport to redeploy on the map quickly. The rest of anyone's legend will back off for now.
Yeah, it's another dive on Karis that just does not go the way that they want it to. They keep looking for this Rise, and he has so many tools to be able to escape. It's a great job by Vampire to make the roam, and now WE actually a priority on this Rift Herald, which is pretty solid, all things considered. But you talked about the gold lead for AL. It actually looks like they want to try to contest this Rift Herald. This is aggressive from them.
They know that Vampire does not have flash. He gets the stun onto Kale and stops him in his tracks. Cube teleporting over, now looking for a setup, but no one is really in position to be taken on a ride with the all-out, but he buys enough space to guarantee the Rift Herald secure for Team WE, but that leaves Flandra all by himself on the bot side, so he's going to get a chance to unlock the first Tier 1 turret of the game.
Yeah, it's a nice play by Flandra, obviously split pushing there, and, you know, I guess that was the idea from AL, is they wanted to use their teleport to pull 369, or pull Cube, now I'm starting to do it, pull Cube into a fight here, and, they are able to do it. Like, the Cassante, you know, gives up that side lane, ends up allowing the Yorick to split push and TPs into the fight. Of course, Herald is gone. By that point, I was shocked that AL wanted to even contest it in the first place, but overall, still a lot to like for both of these teams. The thing I really want to point out, you know, we talk about that gold lead for AL. They scale way better in this game, and they certainly scale much more effortlessly. Not only is the Yorick split push condition always going to be a bit of a problem for WE to be able to answer, but you know, we already talked about it, the wombo of Vi, Orianna, Xayah, Rakan, like, this front to back, if they even get a 4v4, is incredibly strong. We've seen what it can do without gold. Once we start getting some of these items online, we could be seeing some burst disasters for WE.
Yeah, and while Cube was able to get that one solo kill onto Flandra, it's not like, you know, a permanent advantage being given especially since Cube is not able to continuously hammer down the advantage or bring even more members to make it accelerated. Now, KL opening up and engage here for Tarzan, still holding on to the cease and desist, using the charm of the quickness. The shockwave pulls them right back in. Flandra has teleported to the fray, and someone just got sent up to high heaven, and Monkey comes crashing back down to earth alongside the rest of WE, and now Karis is on the run, forced to flash the Dark Procession. The rest of anyone's Legend are grouping up strong on the top side. There's no objective for them to take, and the only thing that Cube can do is take a tier 1 turn on the bot side of the map.
It's just more gold going in favor of AL, though. When it's on primary options, you can see Shanks is very quietly starting to get very scary, and I think that that is a big problem for WE, because look at the builds on WE when you look across the board. Your two main frontliners here in the Cassante and the Leona. Well, Cassante's full armor. He's got the Sunfire and the Bramble, now the Thornmail completed, so nothing to stop that Orianna. Same thing for the Leona as well, but we're going to see replay here. It's just an overstay from WE. AL look like they are maybe going to overextend, but that teleport comes in from Flandra, and at this point that 4v3 is not looking very WE favored. You know, KL does a great job to get himself out of there, but Monkey is trapped. Karis even has to burn Flash at the end of this play as well. We can even see now that he has no Flash, he's getting pressured out entirely just by Flandra, so a lot gained off of that play, even if WE are going to be the first to start Dragon here.
Yeah, overall 2 turrets now on the side of anyone's Legend, and Flandra continuing the split push antics of the Yorick. Karis cannot join this fight unless he wants to give up pressure. However, Flandra is recalling, so there's a chance maybe for Rise to join the fight, but they don't even need him. WE are able to secure for themselves their second Dragon of the game, the overall 3rd one. It is a Chemtech Soul map. Anyone's Legend trying to chase and keep, you know, some distance on WE as they're trying to make their retreat. Cube is eating a lot of it on the way out. Does not go down, but the retreat is very uncomfortable for them, and anyone's Legends is able to get some damage on this tier 1 turret.
Yeah, great job by Cube to be able to buffer the Recon knock-up with the Unstoppable. We've seen a lot of players attempt that and fail when it comes to that interaction, so nicely done. That play is immediately abandoned by AL because Hope is just perma pushing, but they're stopping a lot of these backs. Look at KL and Shanks. They're playing so far forward in terms of how they want to do this. You know, we'll see if it can actually get them anything. Right now, it just looks like tempo, but Tarzan also on the other side. He's going to get spotted out with a blue ward.
Okay, well, KL got locked down and a little too far forward, but you know what? Anyone's Legend, if they are willing to say, you know, support life for tier 1 turret in the mid lane, then hashtag worth.
They clearly wanted that tier 1. They're willing to give up Dragon just to allow Hope a few more seconds of free hitting on the tier 1 mid, and then they're just going to sacrifice their support for the same, but Monkey now, you know, going to be a little bit pressured out. It's going to be difficult to take down the Xin Zhao unless you have one of the big damage dealers like Hope available to you at that moment, but you can't underestimate where Shanks is at. Again, 3-0-3 on this Orianna, very close to completing that second full item there. So we will start to see these shockwaves start to really impact the game for Shanks, and we'll see what the answer is going to be on the side of WE. Right now, you're still relying a lot on Rise to be able to open up the map, but the more that gold deficit starts to grow, especially for Rise as a champion, the harder this is going to be.
Yeah. Still just a small 2,000 total gold advantage for the side of anyone's Legend. Nearly across the board, there's like small individual counterpart advantages, but the majority of that gold, as you pointed out, is in the pockets of Shanks, who is 3-0-3, quietly accumulating a large stat advantage over his counterparts, since Karis has been on the receiving end of multiple visits from KL and Tarzan and Flandra and Hope sometimes too. So Shanks is now the benefactor of all this subtle pressure slowly building up, and now with Leandri's Torment fully completed, it's not the highest burst damage build from an Orianna, but it will still do some chunking on the side of Team WE.
Are we gonna get a classic game-throwing fight over blue buff? I hope so.
Okay, that Soul Flare just goes wide, and now that's an easy shockwave to initiate. The charm from the quickness rounds them all up, but somehow Monkey survives. Karis does not get to live so graciously, and anyone's Legend, knowing that it's past the 20-minute mark and they just forced off multiple members from the map, that's a free Otacon.
Yeah, that's why they were positioning on the top side here and playing so aggressive. They understood that if they could force a fight around this area, WE have no way to be able to contest over Otacon. Obviously, things go pretty disastrously for WE, but again, I don't imagine things getting better. We even saw part of the Wombo there. You hit a shockwave on 1, 2 members. All of a sudden, Rakan can follow up completely effortlessly. Tarzan can dive the backline, and there's really no answer. If Hope's able to just sit on the backline and get out his own damage, he's going to be just fine. And look again, it's protection coming in from the Xayah.
1v4 in between 2 towers. Now has to sidestep multiple curtain call bullets, but now KL gets to step up. Flandre even flanking and stopping the curtain call from reaching 3rd and 4th bullets. Karis feels like he needs to join the fight just to make sure WE do not get collapsed upon, but anyone's legend. Look at the map movements they have made. They've answered better. Oh, Cube gets caught on a ward. He was... Oh, this is not ideal. Cube at least gets the flash over, but Tarzan will fall with the Vault Breaker flat. Okay. He doesn't kill him. It's fine. Anyone's legend. Force away necessary members from the protection of this tier 2 tower, and they're continuing to take advantages everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of a silly play from Tarzan trying to catch out a champion with so many shields, but this is what I was talking about in draft when I mentioned the Xayah being a really interesting pick. I know we mentioned that the Vi-Xayah synergy isn't always on point. I'll have to get to my point later, though. There's a fight going on here.
Shockwave again, and Cease and Desist guarantees the finishing touches on both Vampire and Karis. Shanks is no longer quietly carrying. He is definitely making a huge statement on the map. 5-0-4, deathless on the Orianna, the biggest shutdown bounty on his head, and I don't think Team WE are ever getting it this game.
And this is it, right? Like, this is the dream of what this draft can become. You've gotten Orianna into such a dominant position. Remember, I pointed it out, Cube had not been building any MR at any point throughout this game up until now. He's got that Spectre's Cowl built on the top side, but he had been full armor. This Orianna has gotten a chance to completely shred through with this gold lead, and it's been really productive as Tarzan now is going to start up on the Dragon. But once again, I want to reiterate, you know, we talk about the Vi-Xayah anti-synergy. The way that they can be played together is exactly what we just saw. It's that Vi, Orianna, Rakan, they can dive so deep and play so aggressive, and you don't have to worry about Xayah. She can keep herself safe. 4 members go mid lane to try and catch out a Xayah who's by herself, but she has so many peel tools that she can buy enough time without even really sacrificing all that much for the rest of her team to get there, and then the playmakers can start getting to work. So everything just working out for AL. It all is kind of coming together for them, and this gold lead has continued to balloon. We're sitting at about 25 minutes, and you know, with Baron spawning very shortly, we could perhaps see even more. Cube is getting very low. Shockwave used.
Yep. And anyone's legend is just going to brute force this tier 2 on the bottom side of the map. And the way that you have described how well this Xayah works when everyone else from anyone's legend is just able to just boldly dive forward and not worry about their AD carry, it goes back to and ties to basically the story about this anyone's legend roster. The fact that Tarzan can thrive in a world where a majority of his lanes, if not all of his lanes, are doing just fine, being self-sufficient by themselves. Tarzan is able to play the map as efficiently and as optimized as possible, and it gives him pretty much freedom in dictating the pace of the game, as now the rest of anyone's legend pressuring WE out of this river, and Vampire, unfortunately, is just too far forward and too slow on the Leona to escape. Lock of the Irons are already used. Crescent Guard will pump back 1. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and now the Featherstorm is going to allow Pope to reposition. Tarzan may have gone a little too far forward. Maybe this is a chance for WE to really capitalize. Shanks will survive as Monkey looked for the finishing blow, but Hope does fall, and wait a minute. Anyone's legend might have just been caster cursed because WE have just found the best fight they could have asked for this game.
Yeah, it's actually really well played by a lot of members of WE. I want to give big shout outs to Cube and Taeyun, who I thought did a great job on that fight. We're going to get a replay on that, but the positioning was actually phenomenal from them, and they have a lot more damage than they might get credit for. Flandre has to teleport here into the mid lane to make sure they don't take too much. Luckily for AL, they're not going to lose all that much because of that. Really not a ton to take, but the pings are coming down onto Baron to be able to set it up. We'll see if we can get a replay here. We are just now. We're actually going to see a lot of the positioning on the back end of this fight. Vampire actually gets a 3-man ult down onto the back line. 2-man ult, I guess, but, you know, trades his life for it. One thing to note, Tarzan never once uses ultimate in this fight. KL just way too deep. Monkey doing a great job to be able to push back, and Karis, meanwhile, on Rise is just machine gunning out all of that damage. It's great. Great positioning from Taeyun as well to set up for the curtain call that he can then blast through the backline with. and Hope's not going to be able to survive. It's actually just well played by WE, a bit over-eager from AL, not using all the cooldowns that they need, but at least for now, it's not going to matter too much. No objective to take off of that with Baron being the only one on the Rift.
Yeah, I think the only thing that would have been nice for WE had Monkey been able to get the kill on Shanks, because that would have been stacks off the Dark Seal, a big shutdown bounty into the pockets of WE. You know, Monkey would have not been the ideal benefactor or the recipient of that gold, but still, it would have been a big shutdown and just helping offset the gold deficit and stat advantage that AL is pretty much able to smack WE with and constantly in these fights. So, thankfully for AL, Shanks is still deathless in this game, and WE can at least, off the back of that fight, even though it wasn't as ideal as it could have been, they can at least be confident that, like, hey, if AL are a bit disrespectful with the way they take these fights, it's still winnable for us.
It definitely is. You can't overextend if you're AL. It's not like you have the tankiest comp in the world. If Vi and Rakan get blown up at the beginning of a fight, well, there goes all your playmaking potential. Like, as much as we want to talk about the Wombo combo, if it goes wide or if it doesn't land on priority targets, like, you don't have the longest, most secure fight in the world. You don't have this big frontline tank that you can play front to back with. You need to be able to execute on whatever engage you end up looking for. So it definitely is still on AL to be able to make it happen. The problem is they still have a ton of pressure on the map, and if WE want to push forward, they have to risk potentially walking into a Shockwave or walking into Tarzan or Rakan, just, you know, being there and setting things up. So it's still a very scary game state for WE, but definitely a lot more open than maybe they thought it was going to be a couple of minutes ago, especially dragons spawning up in 50 seconds. Both teams at 2 dragons apiece. It's soul point for both of them, and so it's definitely going to be a fight that I expect both to take. We'll see if either want to try and get pressure there early, or if perhaps Baron could still be a priority for either.
Yeah. Overall, a lot more competitive than what Game 1 was like. Oh. Looks like Vampire just used the flash as our observer. Caught it. Red-handed. In 4K. Well, at least he still has Hex Flash, so he's not, you know, completely out of, you know, being able to use a Summer Spell. So.
Yeah, some supports like Hex Flash. Tarzan?
Looking for the flank.
Oh,
Oh,
no
it's
way.
Taeyoon is the target, and KL tries to flash forward with the quickness, but Taeyoon is able to distance himself with the flash. I mean, yeah, no one can follow through. He's way too deep, and now he's able to re-engage the fight with the curtain call. Karis with the Realm Warp is going to bring everyone else back in. Hope tries to reposition with the Featherstorm. Shockwave only hit one member, not that much damage. Monkey trying to survive, falls to Flandra on the Yorg, and he's able to make the difference here. And now Cube is separated from the rest of his backline because no one can step up to the maiden. Flandra being able to be the big equalizer, and Hope flashing forward after Karis will ensure that this Rise doesn't get the machine gun them again. Anyone's Legend still maintaining Tarzan on the map will give them the advantage necessary to take this Baron.
How the hell were they bailed out in that fight? How is it possible that AL can initiate an exchange that poorly and still walk out of it with a victory? That just goes to show how strong these members were on the back end of it. It looks like they're going to be able to get Baron off of this as well, which is absolutely ginormous. We'll see if they want to wait a little bit of time to try and get it onto Shanks. Nah, they just want it now. It does not matter for them, but we're going to get a replay here. This is a miserable engage from AL. This is way too deep. It's way too aggressive. Tarzan and KL were just completely separated from the enemy team. This Rakan is dead and there's no follow-up. There's no damage coming in. And this is what I mean when I say they still have to execute. They did not, but the Realm Warp comes in here and Flandra just completely shuts it down almost instantly. Vampire's not able to lock anybody down and Cube is by himself. Look at Hope. He's untouched for a majority of this fight. So much damage coming down from the Xayah, obviously to offset it and to facilitate the rest of Yorick's damage as well. And that means that the overextension then made by WE ends up getting incredibly punished. And it's not just Baron, it looks like it's going to be Soul Point going over to AL as well.
Yeah. And probably the other thing that would have been nice, even though they knocked out Shanks and got 1,000 gold bounty, it went into the hands of Cube's Cassante. So yeah, I mean, this guy will be a little tankier, but Hope is already well equipped to shred through tanks thanks to the Lord Doms on the 3rd item and just being able to rapidly throw out more feathers and more cooldowns thanks to the Navori Flicker Blade. So it doesn't really seem like the best benefactor of this shutdown, and still an overall 6,000 team gold advantage in favor of anyone's Legend.
Yeah, and so much of that is in the mid lane right now. Again, Shanks is in such a dominant position. One bad misposition from WE, one big shockwave, and the game is just instantly over. You have to be so careful in AL. They're going to look to try to pressure it here as they push down the mid lane tower.
Yeah, Flandra, meanwhile, pressuring bot side thanks to the powers of Yorick and the Maiden. Has he even popped the Maiden yet? No, not quite. You know, he's just using the empowered Baron minions and this wave pushing in. Maiden now being summoned. Solar Flare not really doing anything against anyone's legend. No one was forced to burn any summoner spells or active items. It really seems like Cube is taking a lot of damage from this Maiden. Meanwhile, anyone's legend now pressuring the mid inhibitor turret. There's the shockwave. Monkey forced to pop the Crescent Guard. Will be able to escape. Vampire, not going to be the case. And anyone's legend now working with a 5-on-4 guaranteed for the next 30 seconds.
Yeah, they're going to be able to take 2 inhibitors at the bare minimum here. It will be mid and bot going down. We'll see if they want to stay for more. It is a 4v5. They are going to push in here.
Oh, yeah, baby. Let's see how far anyone's legend can go for the next 20 seconds. Cube taking a lot of damage. Cease and desist right on top of Taeyun, and he is exterminated. Hope with the feathers will rip it out of his back. Taeyun bites the dust, and the rest of anyone's legend will clean house on any remaining members from WE that tries to step up and square up. Shanks flashing backwards, just guaranteeing his life, but that is the series, that is the game. Anyone's legend sweep WE 2-0.
And it might not have been as dominant as game number 1 was, and it's hard to project something to be that dominant, but it still was a pretty darn good game for anyone's legend. They end up ending the series 2-0. This is what we wanted to see out of our top team. We might have been a little bit misguided earlier today when, we saw Thundertalk pull off an upset. No upsets to be found here in terms of any games. It's a clean 2-0, and AL, even with some of their mistakes, still look incredibly solid, and I think have a lot to build off of as a team that could be fighting for the number 1 seed.
Yeah, I mean, we know that anyone's legend is capable of being the best team already by taking a clean 2-0 or a relatively very effective 2-0 off of Top Esports back in week 5, right? But now, the landscape of Group Ascend and eventually playoffs is really shaking up to be super exciting because you have big players like BLG who are starting to experience their resurgence now with Beichuan in the lineup, and seemingly BLG have, gotten that second wind. Knight is trying to make a name for himself still as one of the best mid laners in the league. I think he was definitely a lot more quiet in Split 1, and BLG as a whole was, a lot left to be desired. But BLG could definitely be, a big name. Anyone's legend trying to maintain themselves as one of the big names in that top 3, top 4 spot. Top Esports still, being dominant just because of their overall success in the regular season. I think if you look at while we're waiting on graphics for this last game, because I'm just gonna go ahead and say Shanks is probably MVP for this game. I think that's a good bet. I want to start getting ahead with our producer and look at the standings graphics. It might not be updated quite yet, but I want to look at the remaining teams that have not yet qualified for playoffs yet or locked it in. We're looking at JDG, BLG, and IG. 2 of these 3 teams can lock in playoffs as the 3rd and 4th seeds respectively, and at least make sure that they don't have to go through the play-in stage. And I think those 3rd and 4th seeds that are confirmed by the end of the regular season K-Man are going to be the teams that are fighting for Split 2 title.
I completely agree, and JDG has to be mentioned, right? You mentioned BLG as a team that's found a resurgence. JDG 2-0'd him yesterday. I mean, this is a team that has to be considered in that upper echelon. They've been a lot hotter than people want to give them credit for. I think that there is a lot to build off of. Their Pays has obviously been stealing a lot of the headlines and a lot of the spotlights, shown obviously quite a few MVPs in his mantle, but there are so many games down the stretch here for the rest of this split that are going to matter a ton for that middle. We looked at a team like Invictus Gaming. Oh, well, they play Billy Gaming. They have to win that series. JDG and AL also play later on in the week. That's a massive series for JDG in order to try and cement themselves in the upper echelon. Top Esports and Billy end up playing each other, and so we've still got a ton of awesome action to close out Group Ascend here, and that's before we even get into these awesome plans.
Yeah. because then after play-ins, the playoffs will be the big matches that we look forward to, and it will start being, the final tests and challenges that, these teams have to say for themselves. There'll be no more second chances when we get to that point. And reminder that as we look forward to playoffs and then eventually international stakes, LPL will get to send 2 teams to MSI this year. So if you are able to at least make the finals, you will go to MSI, right? So you will get to see some international competition as well. So right now, I think it's really assuring that it's not just top esports and anyone's legend guaranteed in that top 2 and everyone else is like, oh yeah, they'll play for scraps. No, like there's legitimately 4, if not 5 teams that can make a run for that title. The fact that our top 4, top 5 have just been all over the place trading blows, like, oh, well, this team will, slap the crap out of, 2-0ing this team, but then they drop 2-0 to this other team that's like technically below them in the standings. So like you don't know who's going to be victorious. It just comes down to who's better on the day of.
Yeah, and that's what makes it fun. You mentioned, 4 or 5. You're absolutely right. JD Gaming, Billy, they're right up there in the top 4. We've seen what their form can look like at their best. We can't count Invictus Gaming out. This is a team, obviously, with a ton of veterans, but they're in phenomenal form. This isn't the bad form IG that we've seen at times this year. They've won 4 series in a row. They haven't lost in 2.5 weeks. This team has been on fire as of late, and, they're right up there with them. So excited to see what's going to happen for MSI, for the region, but AL, at least today, definitely kind of proving that, hey, if you're an LPL fan and maybe you're a little bit tired of the top esports international saga that's been going on the past couple of years, maybe you want some fresh faces in the international scene, well, AL is an org that is finally starting to find the success that they've been looking for a long time, and they might get to make their international debut, especially if they play like they did today later on in the playoffs.
I almost did a double take when you said 2.5 weeks, but I went back in the match history, and yeah, you're right. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 4 or 5 series that IG has won back to back. And it's just surprising because even when you look at IG, that team, consistency is definitely not in their wheelhouse. But when they're firing on all cylinders, I mean, that's a team that, has members that has won international championships in every single role. Most of them world championships. Call the only one not with a world championship, but he's gotten MSI titles on his back. So, like that, it goes to show that this is a really exciting time to be watching LPL. It might be a little stressful for the heart and the mind, and if you're trying to, really guarantee that like one certain team will always win, that's just not going to be the case, unfortunately, because everyone is super competitive and consistency is not necessarily the most polished thing between all 5 of these teams.
The LPL is so back. Like, this is the LPL I remember from a decade ago, where everybody's just throwing stuff at the wall and we're just trying to see what ends up landing. 2 of these teams are going to make MSI, and 3 of them are going to feel really hard done. And I think that's the fun of it, right? Like, we talked about Invictus, that series that they lost to kind of start their winning streak right before. They lost to Top Esports 2-1. They took a game off of TES. It's not like they got blown back by a bad team. This is a team that has consistently been competing for weeks and weeks and weeks, and they're considered the weakest of the group. BLG have obviously looked crazily improved, but I'm just excited. I think that there is so much to like about the LPL right now, and we got to see a lot of that on display today with both Top Esports and Anyone's Legend both showing up, but player of the game coming in, and you were right. It is definitely going to be Shanks.
Boom! We are aligned. We were able to call it out. Shanks only dying 1 time, and that was because Anyone's Legend had a little too much fun sending it 2 screens away through multiple jungle corridors, and Shanks going, guys, my ball can only go so far. Can you please not, send it that far? But sometimes as Anyone's Legend and any of our top teams, you gotta limit tests, you gotta just send it for the boys, see what happens, but it's okay. At the end of the day, Anyone's Legend still walk away victorious. And you know what? Who also walks away victorious? us on the unofficial broadcast here for LPL, because thanks very much to our elite coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Mung, and Forrest. Without their pledged financial contributions, help level up the broadcast and help give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every single day. As always, it is a pleasure to be casting and working alongside you, K-Man, as well as the rest of the broadcast staff and crew here. Before we go, any other words that you would like to share?
I cannot wait for what the end of the LPL split looks like. Rafa, it's been incredible. I believe this is my last cast of the regular season, so it's been an absolute pleasure getting to cast with you, and hopefully we can get some bangers to close it out.
Yeah, K-Man, it's been a pleasure working with you. This has been your official casting debut of any tier 1 related product, and that is super cool to have. And make sure to check out Super K-Man Rock's content on YouTube. This guy covers almost every single pro league in the world. I don't know how you have the sanity and the time to do that, because I can barely keep up with LTA while doing NACL and LPL. So props to you, man. But again, thank you to everyone in the chat, both on Twitch, on YouTube. Samnida to any Korean supporters and chatters as well if you're watching the broadcast. And to anybody that's watching the VODs, also shout out to you guys. Well, until then, that concludes week 7. Tomorrow begins week 8, the last week of the regular season. It's only a few days before we get into play-in stage, and that's going to be super hype. So until then, stay healthy, stay safe. See you next time.